Welcome, everybody. I forgot to do a 3, 2, 1. I am joined by good old RDV, the original. No, not the original, but the real Dr. Venkman. How you doing tonight?
I am doing great. Since you forgot to.
What did I forget to? Oh, I didn't forget. I just don't have anything. Well, that's not true. I just don't have one.
I would give you a Mountain Dew, but it'd take a while to get to you. and the delivery guy would probably drink it.
It'd be flat.
If I just put stamps on it, right? They can send it like that, right?
Right. They just deliver they deliver an empty can.
That's so it came.
Have you seen that they're doing some new alcoholic dew?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think about that. I mean, I've had Mountain Dew with alcohol before in it. I usually get that UV blue stuff and mix it with Mountain Dew. But other than that, I don't know what they're planning on mixing with it. Like beer, or just like a vodka or something. Or is it gonna be like, what was it? Budweiser has it. Remember those things?
It's funny you ask. Let's see here. I got Massive Live. The site says Hard Mountain Dew, Boston Beer Company and PepsiCo team up to create alcoholic Mountain Dew. So I guess they teamed up with a brewery. We got regular Mountain Dew, we got black cherry and watermelon flavor. 0 sugar. That's interesting that they chose to do that. 5% alcohol by volume, so it's about the same as a regular beer. 5% alcohol.
All right, so it's from Boston. If you don't like it, throw it into the Boston Harbor.
Let's see. This only makes sense to me because they have all those hard drinks anyway. Like there's a couple companies that make like the hard sodas. And I'm just like, why aren't Coke and Pepsi jumping on this? Why are they letting other people make, like hard cola? Like, and if you want hard cola, wouldn't you want either Coke or Pepsi? Because there's no other really soda company. Like no one wants Shasta cola. Like these other companies, they're not making the best cola.
Can I get a hard Faygo?
Yeah, I mean, and Mountain Dew, it just screams. I mean, fruity flavors with alcohol. Like, come on. So
the moon mist.
I'm all about this. Like, the only kicker, the make or break it thing for this is going to be the price.
Well, the thing is, they already have those energy juice drinks. So they have the ones with orange juice or what is. You could easily add just vodka to these things. Those are the ones they have. I forget what they're called, but they look like they're the same cans as the app, kind of like that. Kickstarter, that's what it is. Kickstart. Just add alcohol to those, man. Kickstart your day.
Yeah, those Kickstarters aren't very good, but that's an energy drink. This is an alcohol drink.
But the same concept, you can add fruit stuff to it. So,
well, yeah, but they've been doing that. Like I said, they already have like what's the two brands? One is like Not Your Father's, and the other one is the hard
or orange soda. Yeah,
like the hard cola. But they're like the Not Your Father's root beer, and the Not Your Father's cola.
There is an orange one though. Like you see at the gas stations, you'll see them.
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, I forgot what it's called though. But it is like an orange soda, and they have it in there. Like I always laughed because I always thought it was like a Red Bull, drink, but it wasn't Red Bull. It was just a regular like an orange. What? Not gonna look it up. It's like one of the first sodas they had, alcoholic sodas.
But the price is gonna matter to me because I'm
$10.
No, not gonna be $10. But you know what I'm saying, like, because I can get a 12-pack of beer. And a decent 12-pack of beer. I'm not talking about like
probably. I get you. I guarantee they'll probably be like $6.99 a can.
Coors, I can get Coors for $10 a 12-pack. Now I don't. If I want like a decent, like a better low quality beer, like I recently, actually, my store has it on sale sometimes. I just got a 12-pack of Stella for $10.99, but with a special, you got to buy $25 in groceries or whatever. But I think the regular price is $15.99. So $16 for a 12-pack of decent quality beer. It's a little over $1 a can. If these are more than $2 a can, I'm not paying $24 for a 12-pack of these. Just because I like beer. I mean, like, I don't, but I guess maybe some people that are just like the seltzers. If these are the same price as the seltzers, by the way, the seltzers suck. I don't know who drinks those.
It sounds gross to me.
What's your price point on this?
First of all, I don't know what it tastes like. It tastes like crap. Even if it's $2.99, I feel like I got gypped. But
it's Mountain Dew. It's official Mountain Dew.
I probably will stay away from the watermelon, the black cherry, and zero sugar. No, give me sugar.
Yeah, that's weird. The only thing I think of is maybe they're not putting sugar because alcohol itself is sugar. So maybe like adding also sugar to it would make it like too sweet. Well, that could be a thing.
I'm looking at the Henry Hard soda. They have it with cane sugar. So I don't know why this one wouldn't have it.
Huh.
There's also one called Hard Frescoes.
I will tell you, man, the artificial sweetener that they use for the Zero Sugar brand, like both Coke and Pepsi, do the whole like Coke Zero, and they have Pepsi Zero. And now I found in the store, I found Mountain Dew Zero. And it's different than the diet. It's like the diet has a very signature diet taste. I drank the Mountain Dew Zero and I was like, ooh, you can tell it's not regular Mountain Dew, but it doesn't have that diety taste. It just tasted like more like a muted Mountain Dew. But I was like, I could drink this. And if it was alcoholic, like I could see it. I'm curious. I'm gonna try these. The watermelon, I don't know. That new Mountain Dew. Have you tried the new watermelon Mountain Dew? I forget what it's called, like melon something.
I think I mentioned it to you a while back, and I saw some of there, and I think you're the one that said you tried it and didn't like it.
I didn't hate it. I just had no desire to get it again. I was like, every other Mountain Dew flavor is better than this, so
I'm not. Yeah. I avoided it. I guess if someone's like an alcoholic and really really wants a watermelon freaking thing, I'd say watermelon might be aimed more towards women. This more of the fruity stuff is more for women when it comes to drinks. I think
the watermelon flavor does tend to be a little.
Yeah, because
I think females tend to like that flavor more.
I know girls who just like regular Mountain Dew, and then there's girls who don't like Mountain Dew whatsoever. It's gross. So it's really weird. But black cherry has always been like something. If you do it right, it's good. But if you do it wrong, it's so bad. Now you're adding alcohol to it.
And there is. I don't think there, and there is no black cherry Mountain Dew flavor, right? Like, because every Mountain Dew flavor is based on something.
There isn't though, unless there's been. What is the dark one? The black, pitch black. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. That's supposed to be grape.
Pitch black is grape.
Okay.
So it's interesting. If I were Pepsi, I would have done the Mountain Dew, and I would have based them on the actual Mountain Dew flavors. Like I would have had Mountain Dew, Code Red, and maybe Voltage. I think those are the three most popular Mountain Dew flavors. So because the watermelon one. The new one that's out is not actually watermelon. It's called like something melon. It's like a blend of. It's got watermelon, but more to it than that. It's like a sour watermelon. You might like it actually. It's because it's not just pure watermelon.
I'm like I said, I'm picky when it comes to the Mountain Dew stuff. Like I've probably Voltage is probably the closest I get to because it kind of tastes like a blue raspberry almost.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what that's what it is.
Yeah. So that's, I can like that, but even after that, I just like overbearing. Code Red, I used to be really big junkie on that. And then I just one day I just got sick of it. I just decided to just go back to normal. And ever since then, if I have a soda, it's Mountain Dew and normal. I don't know. It's like, why should I be avoid the original, which is the best?
See, original, well, except for the new one that just came out. Original was my least favorite. I like what is it? The orange one. What's the orange one called? I
Live-
forgot. I can't
Livewire?
find any. Livewire. I love the Livewire,
Well,
and I used to not like the Code Red, and then all of a sudden like it grew on me, and I was just like, man, I like had it like years later because I had a coworker that was like just all he drank was Code Red. I was like, man, I haven't had a Code Red in years. Like, I'm gonna try it again, and then I just became a freaking Code Red freak. I was like, oh my god, I love this stuff now. And now I can't find it, so I haven't had it forever either.
Well,
Pitch Black was amazing. The first they released it in 2 times. The first time they released it, it was like this limited thing. You can only get it at Walmart. That was the best Mountain Dew I've ever had. Then it went away. And then it came back like a year later, and it had like a little Roman numeral 2 next to it. And it was different. It was like the original was like really dark purple, like almost, it was black, but you could look closely and it was just really dark purple. And you could taste like a hint of grape, like just a hint.
And you couldn't see through it, so it looked like dirty, more or less.
Kind of, yeah. Other than it being purple, I mean, but I mean, it's just like cola. I mean, Pepsi and Coke, you can't see through either.
No.
But I liked it. It was like Mountain Dew with a hint of like grape, and it was perfect. The second time they did it, though, it was like grape Kool-Aid with Mountain Dew. Like it was like just crank up the grape, and I was like, "What'd you guys do to Pitch Black?" And so, and then it failed, and I was like, "Duh!" Like I can't find it anywhere.
Probably the one this one I looked the gross was Whiteout, because remember it was like just completely looked like seltzer water. It doesn't even look like Mountain Dew.
I really liked Whiteout, but Whiteout is not going to appeal. Whiteout, it was a grapefruit one. So if you like Squirt, basically it was Mountain Dew Squirt.
I that should just call that Mountain Dew Squirt.
I like Squirt quite a bit. Let's say hi to everyone. We got.
Do we have to? Okay. Hi to Lord. Hi to Marania. Okay, we're done.
Oh, Computer Robots is in the house. Good evening, Marania and Lord. And HR goes vocal, says sup. What's up? And Nalo says if you don't have a beverage, you can't stream. I do have a beverage. I got a gigantic beverage that I went down to the gas station, and this is really bad news.
Oh no, you didn't get the big gulp, did you?
Yeah. Well, I have like one of those steel
84 ounces.
No, it's not the Turbo Chug.
It's like,
do you remember that movie?
Oh no, but I couldn't put it past people at the gas stations. Like 64 ounces is small. look at you on like the 2 liters. There you go.
So it's it's one of those steel double wall insulated kind of bottles that are so popular these days, which I love them.
The Baba?
Yeah, Bubba's a brand that makes them, but there's others. I had those because it keeps your drink like cold. Like I could wake up tomorrow and they'll still have ice in it. It's great, and it'll seal, up because it's got a screw cap, seal, so it'll actually stay mostly carbonated too. Anyways, so I go to fill it up. The gas station we have Circle K's out here. I don't know. They're not all over the country, so I don't know. Some people may not know what those are. So Circle K is like a 7-Eleven knockoff.
They're kind of like Quick Trips too, because that's another knockoff of the 7-Elevens.
Yeah, Quick Trip, but so Circle K is big Southern California. I think there are other places, but I grew up in Southern California, so I don't know.
Florida is the only location I know of that is where Circle K exists.
They have a thing that they're doing, which you can subscribe to sodas. So you pay $5.99 a month.
You get a punch card?
No, you don't have to.
Every time you get one, you give you a stamp on your card, like Subway used to do.
Yeah, Subway still does that. It's just they'd use your phone now. But you pay $5.99 a month, and you get 1 free drink a day. And the drink can be from the fountain, from the slushy machine, or coffee. And whatever size, like just 1 a day. And you just go and you just give them your phone number, or you punch it in, your phone number on the screen, and it tabulates that you checked in that day, and you get your drink, you don't pay. So now that I do that, now I like get, of course I get more drinks than I would. That's what I did tonight. I was like, I'm gonna drive down and get some soda. Like I don't buy soda now in the house. This is the stupidity of that. I don't buy soda for the house because I'll drink too much of it. So I'm like, if I don't buy it, then I won't drink it. But now that I have this, I'm like, well, I'll just drive down the street to the Circle K and fill up my thing. And so I'm just drinking it anyway because it's free. It's essentially free. Feels free. And then I filled up my tank and it was $57 of fucking gas. Jesus,
dude. Our gas finally went up to $3 just for regular.
Oh, did it finally go up to $3?
Yeah.
Fucking. I paid $4.57.
For regular or for premium?
No, it is premium. I have to put premium in my car. But I drive a Mini Cooper. It only has a 13-gallon tank. So $57. It's not like I'm filling up a big SUV.
Oh,
right? When I say I pay $57, I fill it up a car that could fit in my pocket. Like, come on. It's just rough. And San Diego is actually better than most of California. There's parts of California where it's tipping almost $6.
I was gonna say, use that gas app and just see where it has the less gas, less prices, and then fill up some 5-gallon tanks with some stable.
Yeah, but I don't. Where am I gonna put them in my car? The Mini Cooper.
Just get some bungee cars, hang our cargo on the hang it, so I don't think they're in there fine.
So, anyways,
sorry,
good to see you.
I'm
saying hi to people.
Hi.
I don't know, because they're
not gonna say hi back.
They already said hi. Look, K's in the house, and he says hi, everyone. See,
I can't read that.
I gotta say hi back. You can't read hi, everyone. Do you need to go back to school?
I see that, but I don't. His name though, it's in a different language.
Yeah, it's.
On the stream,
but he told me just to pronounce it K.
Oh, okay. Did not know that.
Oh, well, I'm telling you now.
All right.
That's what he said.
Okay.
It probably says F you, American white boy. But we just call him K.
He doesn't know you're American.
I don't know. It's a late night, so I'm a little punchy.
Are you drunk already? Did you tell you don't have a can? You drink it?
No. Let me get this stupid Mountain Dew thing off. We spent way too long on this. I just wanted to have something to talk about.
The opening thing when I go into it, all they see is the Mountain Dew. Like, I might watch this.
What's going on in the world of comics?
Nothing.
You were talking about something about comics before we started the stream, and I can't remember what it was because
I was talking about Free Comic Book Day, which is today.
Oh, that's right. What's the website that you were talking about?
It's just literally called www.freecomicbookday.com.
So Free Comic Book Day is Saturday. It's not yet Saturday here, but
yeah,
I'll just say tomorrow.
They're gonna do it now on Saturdays, where before it was on Wednesdays.
It was always on a Saturday.
Was it always?
Yeah.
Maybe that's for COVID. They moved it to Saturdays.
It used to be in May.
Or Wednesdays. Yeah, May. That's what it was. May. Yeah.
It was in May, but it was on a Saturday, just because that's when you can get people to off work coming in.
So is this going to be like for like a certain month and that's it, and then it's gone, or is it gonna be like every couple different months?
Well, so last year in 2020, they didn't have Free Comic Book Day.
Yeah, I'm so confused
because everyone was in lockdown in May. But they published the books early, right? So the books were all made and done. And then what they ended up doing was just distributing the books like around August. And they were like, every couple of weeks, they were like, here's more Free Comic Book Day books. I would go to my store. And luckily I had a good LCS that knows me and stuff. And they were like pulling books that they know. And so here is the rundown of Free Comic Book Day books that you guys can pick up tomorrow.
Yay.
Or today if it's already Saturday in your parts. We got Archie, Eric Breen's favorite book. He can get for free. So, I mean, he loves free and he likes Archie, so he shouldn't complain. Assassin's Creed, Valhalla, and Dynasty. Oh, is that the new Assassin's Creed? Is Dynasty?
Must be.
Are we getting a spoiler here?
Learn how to game. Yeah.
What is this?
I know they've been doing some video game comics. Like yeah, they got Valhalla down there. But
Are they finally doing an Asian Assassin's Creed? Oh shit! This could be. I've been saying, why don't they do a?
everything has to be
Anyways.
like American or Italian.
I mean, I was fine with it when it was like the Italian,
I
because
want-
that's what it was, or not. It started off as Arabic.
Give me Russian's Creed.
Russian Creed. I was okay with it because I thought that was the mythos. But then when they started
Yeah.
going all over the place and being like, "Oh, look, we're going to Egypt and we're going to Sparta," and like, I was like, "Well, gee, if you're going to do that,
It
why don't we
makes,
get an Asian one?"
it makes sense to them to go into America because America's the melting pot, so you can train your lineage back to like but like. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was weird though, like 1770. It's like
Well, the original Assassin's Creed was Arabic, and it made sense because historically, the two most like famous regions for like assassins, one is Japan with ninjas,
Yeah.
and the other was Persia, Araby. And I don't know what the special names if they had, but those two regions were famous for like
Yep.
badass assassins. So making a game around historical, Middle East and assassin, I was like, okay, cool, I'm down with this. But then they, like I said, when they started going all these other regions, I was like, well, if you're gonna say that it's not limited to the Middle East, then please can you make a ninja Assassin's Creed game? Like they seem to go together. I want to be a ninja.
right.
Anyways, Blade Runner is the one I'm going to pick up.
Yeah, definitely. Never heard of the next one, which is a Mighty Mean Origins. It's Dark Corps.
Mighty Nine,
Oh wait, it's this Witcher, Critical Role Witcher.
also featuring The Witcher.
Ooh,
Um,
is it gonna have a teaser for
That's
season
weird.
2?
So in the 20th year of free comics, we bring you stories expanding on two epic worlds. In Critical Role, explore a small but important corner of the adventures of the Mighty Nine, who you've never heard of. Then, in The Witcher, who you have heard of, but is relegated to a small little thing in the bottom corner because we're stupid. It's an original tale featuring the iconic Witcher Geralt, created in close concept with CD Projekt. If you're a Witcher fan, I guess you ought to pick this up.
Oh, good Geralt, yeah.
I'm gonna pick up Enter the House of Slaughter.
I thought that looked familiar. I don't know
This-
reading it, but it looked like a new, not new, but it's ongoing.
I don't know if it's ongoing or not. It's James Tynan, and it's
Yeah.
in the same world as the
Something's
something's killing the children. Something is killing the children.
That's what it reminded me of the cover. I know it looks familiar.
Dude, did you hear how much number one of Something Killing the Children reached?
Probably up to $100,000.
$1,000.
1,000.
One sold for $1,000. I was like, "Fuck, what?"
The one guy who bought it is now happy because now he has to live on the
What?
street.
Why would you pay that? Whatever. So if you're gonna give me one of these free, this is they haven't done. If this becomes an ongoing series, that's even more likely for this to have some sort of value. But I think it'll be collectible just because it's part of that popular series.
HR says it seems stupid to put the Witcher in the back of the book, and I agree. I'll just rip off the front part and keep the back.
Yeah, it's weird how they do that. If you're gonna do a book like that and you're gonna have like two things, do like Assassin's Creed did here. Like, where I'll bring it up if the page responds.
We're
There we
sorry, it crashed like Comixology.
Yeah, so see how this Assassin's Creed, they like cut the page in half so you get
The
two.
new one's on top, and the bottom one's
But either way, like you can tell clearly, like,
Oh,
this
so-
is
and it's Tokyo Pop doing it. Nice.
it's like a manga. It's like, so now you're even
Manga.
more interested. It's probably not going
Right.
to suck.
Well, I don't know. I've read some mangas that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. I know. I'm just making fun of comics. Let's see.
They don't need your help.
Uh,
Oh, it's not loading for you. Dang it.
we will hit the reload button. There we go. It seems like every free comic book day there's a Lady Mechanica issue. So you could almost just collect
You can just
Lady
get them on
Mechanica free
Kickstarter
comic
too as well.
days. I don't have any interest in investigators, but it seems like a fun kids book. And free comic day should be for kids.
Pants in the Pants sneak peek.
I mean, I know Vankman, you're probably really interested in this book.
Actually, I'm interested in the 2 books over from that.
You're not into the Lady Mechanica?
I'd have to go back to the original one.
Have you ever read this? I've heard people love this book. I've never read it, but
I've heard of it. Yeah, same. I've heard of it. I've never read it though. So, but then again, I'm really not into steampunk. If that's what's going to be around steampunk stuff. But Avengers,
I'm not a big steampunk guy either.
I heard that Ryan Ottley's on there with Johnny Cates, Jason Aaron's doing co-writing. Ryan Ottley's doing the art, and who this other guy is. I can't read what his name is.
In a land beyond time, a shining tower stands, deploying its operatives across the multiverse to hold against the encroaching darkness. Who is the mysterious Avenger Prime? And how will his advent impact the past, the present, and the very future of the mighty Avengers? Exclusive original material.
You know what's going to be funny? You're going to see the parts that are really good are done by Donny Cates, and then you're going to see the horrible story parts by Jason Aaron. I hope Ryan Ottley's. I know because I know Ryan Ottley's art's awesome. I don't know what this. I've never witnessed this other guy's art. It may be seamless, or like I said, it might just be really contrast. You can tell which is the better. It's weird when you see 2 different artists on a book with 2 different writers. It's like just pick one artist.
Lord, I agree with you. He's like Avenger Primal. I'm like seriously like doing the Picard face palm right now. Just sounds so dumb. Avenger Prime.
Who was the original Avenger?
Avenger Prime.
I bet he's black.
So you're gonna this is only something that the stupidity of Jason Aaron could come up with. So you're gonna tell me that the reason they're called the Avengers is because the original member of it who started it all was called Avenger Prime? That's what it sounds like.
Do you know the original Avenger was Captain America?
No.
Who was before him?
Jason Aaron. The Avengers would go back 1 billion years. Do you remember that Jason Aaron did the story of Avengers 1 billion BC?
Ash, I don't read those comics.
Well, they're there.
They don't exist.
You read a lot of shit, so
I don't read them. I don't read Avengers.
Put your pinky back. You're not the snob.
Hey, don't tell me what to do with my pinky.
So Jason Aaron came up with the Avengers 1 billion BC. So one of the original Avengers are Odin, Phoenix, who else? Starbrand. There was a Ghost Rider.
There was a Kitty Pryde probably and a Phoenix.
No, there wasn't a. There was a Phoenix, but there was Phoenix, Odin, Starbrand. God, who else? I think was there a Hulk? No.
Lord's telling you to stop. You suffer from PTSD.
Sorry, Lord. Yeah. So now
he says
there's probably someone who was even before that who formed the Avengers 1 billion BC.
His name was. You know his name was Optimus. It's a crossover we wanted. Avengers, Transformers.
Oh yeah, there was a Black Panther. Lord said, "There's a Black Panther." Wasn't there an Iron Fist too?
Well, it makes sense for Black Panther because it's been passed down. A
billion years. There wasn't even humanity.
Time travel. Dr. Doom's got his.
No, there was no time travel. The original Avengers were like these cosmic beings because there was no.
Wait,
humanity wasn't around yet, so they had to be like Odin and.
Are they like Power Rangers? There's like several teams.
No, there was just them, and I don't know why they're fucking the Avengers. What were they doing? Like they were saving cavemen. They were trying to save the dinosaurs.
Yes,
it was
against the evil asteroid. There was no asteroid that caused it. It was Galactus.
So this is the book you said you were interested in right here?
No, but who's on there?
Remember when Star Wars wasn't gay?
I don't know.
do.
Do you remember when their hair didn't match their lightsabers? It's true.
Oh, that's one of the funniest things you've said in a long time.
Now wait until the next one. I gotta wait 10 years.
Oh, that's hilarious. So this one might be worth picking up because We Live is holy shit. This is another expensive indie comic. Try to buy this on eBay.
My thing is that these new comic days might be the first appearance of characters. That's what I'm looking at them. I usually
you look here if it says like this, exclusive original material. So We Live is a mini series that came out and it's expensive. try to get it. But so here's original content for it. There's only 5 issues of We Live. And so yeah, I mean this is something even if you don't want it, maybe like picking it up because We Live fans, there might be someone who wants to buy it off you. I don't know. If you're gonna speculate on free comics. That's what I say.
I gotta ask, so are these all like in order to like popularity?
No, I don't think so. So, who sparked Montgomery bus boycott? Who sparked the Montgomery boy?
Oh no!
Oh, look, it's a Rosa Parks novel.
Yeah. Is it done in the what was it called? Doctor Who version?
This is so stupid. This is gonna be all woke. This sort of stuff triggers me. From refusing to give up her bus seat to a white passenger to sparking civil rights protests across America. Explore how Rosa Parks' powerful act earned her the title Mother of the Civil Rights Movement. A story of resistance, strength, and unwavering spirit. This graphic novel invites readers to immerse themselves in the life of the American civil rights leader. Now, before anyone gets triggered by me poking fun of Rosa Parks. I'm not poking fun of Rosa Parks. I actually really admire Rosa Parks. You know why I admire Rosa Parks? Because she wasn't a fucking liberal piece of shit.
And she stood up to actual racists.
She stood up to the Democrats. Do you know who was keeping her on the back of the bus? It was the Democrats. It was all the people today that want you to force the shots on you and they want to take away your rights. Biden supporters. Those are the people that kept her on the back of the bus. And the reason I'm upset and triggered is because they rewrite history and try to point it on conservatives that, you know who fought for American civil rights? You know who passed American civil rights legislation?
It was Republican.
It was the Republicans. Do you know who freed the slaves? It was the Republicans. Do you know who had the slaves? It was the Democrats. Yep. Our history has been all rewritten by these people who, by the way, now control the schools and are educating your kids. And they lie and they change history and they write books like this to make it be like, those nasty Republicans are opposing. And they make it sound like the opposite side was the actual bad guys when it was them all along.
And guess what? They wait every 6 years and they will recycle the same garbage and pretend it's all new. And they're like, we never said this before 6 years ago. I'm like, yeah, we caught you in a lie. Bring it up. That never happened.
Oh no! It's like what they're doing today already, right? What was it?
Politics. Every 4 years, there's an election, or 2 years, and then they deny, and or they say they twist it because right now they have who controls the American media, the Democrats.
Well, they've controlled the media. So since there's been media.
And that's, I don't want to get too political, but I'll just say this: it's really easy to believe, that the Republicans are evil and all that stuff because the media tells you. That's all you see on the news everywhere you go. Yeah. So
they gaslight.
You're a conspiracist. You're crazy. You're the guy who has the aluminum foil cap on. Why should we listen to you? You're probably crazy. It's like I say it is crazy when I start seeing the tabloids and they're true. It's like
I'm trying to remember. There's something like that's current right now. that the Democrats are gaslighting everyone on, and they're trying to say it was Republicans that were responsible for this when it was them the whole time.
I would say right now, Afghanistan, that's Biden's problem. Biden caused this. Same with the border. Right now, all the American troops are pulling out of Afghanistan. They're going to leave behind rockets and all their tanks and all that stuff for the Al Qaeda.
I can't remember what it was. There's something like major that it was like that basically the Democrats are trying to push it. Like, oh, the Republicans caused. Like, what? Don't do. I can't remember.
No, we caused COVID.
No, I mean that what they were saying the whole time. But it's something that they basically like switch. Like it's basically something that they caused in 2020 and are now trying to like switch it around and be like, oh, Republicans were doing like what? No, it's not at all.
Voting fraud?
No, I can't remember what it is. But anyways, yeah, all the major things in history are like that. And you know, in years down the road when we look back and realize the atrocities that were caused by the lockdowns and how we'll look back and go, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, those Republicans made it all happen. We were against the lockdowns the whole time.
President Obama blamed former President Bush for 8 years for stuff that Obama couldn't fix.
Oh, worse, he was blaming Bush for things he was actively doing.
Yeah,
he's like, remember the whole like, remember the Democrats would be like, oh, the weapons of mass destruction. I remember how Bush lied about weapons of mass destruction to get us into the war in Iraq. Meanwhile, Obama was like sending more and more troops to like bomb Middle East. Yeah. Obama dropped so many bombs in the Middle East that the military literally ran out of bombs.
Except before he went over to the Saudi prince and kissed his ring as he bowed on his knees.
But at the same time, he was dropping so many bombs that we ran out of bombs. He was blaming the previous administration for getting us into the war.
Yeah.
And then, meanwhile, Trump, by the way, the reason why shit's going on in Afghanistan right now is because Trump pulled the troops out. And so now Taliban is making the insurgents.
Trump was slowly pulling them out. Biden said, you're all coming home now.
No. That was all Trump. That was all actions that Trump had put in place. And the Democrats were actually trying to get in the way of. They were trying to stop it, but they weren't able to. And so the troops came, and of course, this was a little bit expected, right? Because Afghanistan is not a peaceful place. There are warring factions. So you pull out the American presence. The Taliban are now coming on taking over. There's heinous going on right now. They're trying to evacuate the embassy. The news is not showing what's going on.
Oh, yeah. Cities are falling. They're going back city to city.
And so this is kind of to be expected, right? But it's not America's responsibility. Like, it's not our country. Like, I feel for the people over there. I don't know what the perfect solution is, but we're not the world police.
I'll just say this: if Biden expects us to get oil from the Middle East, then he better make peace in the Middle East. Otherwise, come back and open up our fracking, open up the pipeline from Canada. Use our own natural resources that we have, just tons of.
Well, he wants to get oil. That's the whole thing is we get oil from the Saudis. What's going on is the different Middle Eastern countries war against each other, and so we partner up with certain ones against other ones, and then we use them. You know, like Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia pumps out like I think the majority of the world's oil supply.
Yeah,
it's huge. So we get all in bed with them, you know, and then we make stupid, corrupt deals with, you know, to hurt their enemies for them. It's all messed up. That's the whole thing. We shouldn't be over there.
And meanwhile, while this is going on, Hunter Biden got a high again and lost another laptop with more leaks coming out. So, but moving on.
Yeah. Moving on. I don't know what this is.
This looks like a manga.
Zom 100.
Not
it does look like a manga.
Yeah. Zom 100 bucket list of the dead. Okay. Cool.
Apparently, it's got a Demon Slayer story in it too.
Sweet.
I don't know. I'm sure it's going to please the weeb. So this is the gold layer. So you were asking.
Yeah. This must be like the more popular, more stuff. Or anticipated, I think.
Well,
Like, I think really people are gonna want to go for Rosa Parks over anything else.
So my understanding about gold
Or maybe
is limited, but this is. I think it's like the expense of the comics. Like they're on different tiers of how much it costs for the stores to get them.
The store has to pay more for the gold ones than they do for the silver. Yeah, that makes sense, you know.
So by the way, kids, if you are going to your store to get free comics, Venkman and I were talking a little bit about this behind the scenes about like how many comics can you get, and you know, and you go to the store and some people are like, oh, I get all these free comics. In your store may say, you know, like 1 per person or whatever, 2 per person, depending on your store. Keep in mind, your store has to buy these comics. Yep. They don't get the comics free. So if you go to your store with a shopping list to get all of these, like I get like 50 free comics, like no, you're probably not, and it's probably very rude to like even ask. So
I have 2 comic book stores I can go to. So I'll get, if I only leave a limit to 2, I know which ones I'm getting. I can get 2 from each.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people do. If they want a lot of, they'll go around. There's different things you can do. Like my store, I just made friends with the staff, so they treat me good, and they usually hook me up with the books I want, but I don't want all the books, so I kind of go through and pick out. So like the ones I want to get this House of Slaughter. I want to get Blade Runner because I collect the Blade Runner series. So that's 2. I might try to squeak out a We Live if I can. Let's see. There's Judge Dredd. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I want to read Judge Dredd in the woke era.
I am the law, and I say anything goes.
Oh, look. Black and Cal Exit. Kwanzaa free book. Oh, gosh. This is going to be great.
You better get it. Speculators probably gonna be like, "Oh, I need this," since they're gonna start selling it for money.
Oh man, Black Man. There is no comic publisher more woke than Black Mask. And if you see this label Black Mask, you just know it's crazy woke.
He's a Batman villain.
What's this Bountiful Garden?
I don't know.
Oh.
Then the next one over there is Dungeon is Back is a spoof of Dungeons and Dragons and inspiration to the likes of Adventure Time. Huh. Then there's that Tales of Growing of Nothing. That looks weird. Gloomhaven. Alice I put down there. Do you see that? Yeah.
Hold on, you're like going too fast. We got Tales of Growing Up, Gloomhaven. R.L. Stein?
Yeah, right there. Yeah. Well, here,
isn't this the person that wrote The Sidewalk, Where the Sidewalk Ends? Is that R.L. Stein?
He wrote all the Goosebumps back in the day.
Oh, Goosebumps. That's right.
And is he part of the Fear Street things on Netflix? Is that his thing? Maybe not. I mean, I'm just thinking something else.
I don't know. This has got a cool cover.
It's cool to see him actually around because I just only knew him from the Goosebumps stuff, you know, and I don't know if it's a guy or a girl. I never really looked to see. I just knew the RL.
Right.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. I think it's a guy, but I don't know for sure.
It's cool to see that R.L. Stein is around though. It's like 2020 because I was reading the 90s, bro, early 90s.
Yeah. Goosebumps is huge.
Yeah, and I didn't think Goosebumps would take off like that. Still, today they made a movie of it.
Here's a exciting book. Kyle's Little Sister. Looks like a Korean comic.
Reprint material.
Looks like it's a book for girls. Nothing wrong with that. Last Kids on Earth looks not for me.
It looks like a Cartoon Network thing. But Viking books for young readers, it says.
A lot of little kid stuff, which again, it's good. Like Free Comic Book Day should be for the kids. They can come and pick stuff up. Oh, look at. Okay, that we'll get to that.
What?
So Al Ewing and Rom V and Brian Hitch doing a Spider-Man.
It's free. I'm probably gonna pick it up, but I mean, the worst you could do is like, I just wasted like 10 minutes of my life.
It's free, and it's Al Ewing and Ram V. That's like
Ram
best
V,
writer that
Ram V's on there. I know that's why I'm getting it.
I mean, that's
Brian
both
Hitch.
of those guys are better writers than have been on Amazing Spider-Man in a decade.
Yep.
So, and Brian Hitch is no slouch of an artist.
Oh yeah, that's another thing I was thinking about too. It's off topic, but the whole
Cool cover too.
Batman writer. If they got somebody to bring in for Batman, bring in Ram V. But they probably won't ever do that because he's doing Catwoman. Life is Strange is based off the video game that's popular that went incredibly woke last year. Right?
Did it?
Yeah.
That's
It was about the border wall. You're trying to sneak it. The boys are trying to sneak into Mexico.
Free Comic Book Day on Tyranny.
Yeah.
A comic market exclusive.
Wait,
what? A comic market exclusive excerpt from the upcoming graphic edition of historian Timothy Snyder's best-selling book of lessons for surviving and resisting America's arc towards authoritarianism, featuring the virtual storytelling talents of renowned illustrator Nora Krug. Huh.
Hey, Paulo.
That sounds cool.
Hey, Paulo, it's open night Friday or open mic Friday. If you want to jump
Hey, what's up, Paulo?
Discuss some books you want to.
Yeah, anyone is I posted in the in my Discord. I don't think Paulo, are you on my Discord? I never see you in there. You should be in my Discord.
I don't know if he does Discord. The thing is, Ram V's been really great on Catwoman because he hasn't been really doing any of that Majesty crap, like what they've been forcing on everybody else to doing. So, it would be crazy. He just said, "Sure, sounds good." I don't have.
All right. Well, first, I'll put that up there. Is the Discord for anyone who's not on Discord that wants to be invited?
It's a secret club. No women allowed.
no women allowed.
Key-Man Haters Club.
Where did I put? Oh, it's over here. And then this is StreamYard's stream there. So, just be aware that we're a little bit punchy, a little bit salty. It's late night comics. It's like no holds barred. This on Tyranny I'm very curious about. Very curious about.
Interesting art, but
this looks like a bunch of kid stuff.
Honey Prince.
Now this is not for kids. Holy shit.
Red Room.
Red Room. Wow. This I got the first issue of this. I like Ed Piskor, and I like things about this book.
What has he drawn or written before this?
This is an X-rated book. It is violent to the extreme. It is just to give you an example. Red Room. What a Red Room is essentially it's basically murder porn, is what a Red Room is. And this book is about
as much gore as they put into it.
Murder porn. That's about a Red Room. And it's cool. There's, like I said, it's very punk rock comics. It's not for me. I was like, I don't want to read more about this.
Marana is saying Piskor, I believe, did that X-Men series of summary books.
Yeah, the Grand Design.
Because I know I've seen his name, heard his name before. Like, people were freaking out, like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's got a popular YouTube channel called Cartoonist Kayfabe.
Okay.
And he and a buddy, they talk comics. It's really good. It's not a show that I watch all the time. I watch Cartoonist Kayfabe when they cover things that I'm interested in. Like a little while back, they did Frank Miller's Year One.
Yep. Paulo's backstage.
Oh yeah, hold on, get Paulo.
Yeah. That one to the right of it actually is a spinoff from an anime I've been watching, My Rental Girlfriend. So it's
welcome, Paulo.
Ash Schminkman, how's it going?
Oh, it's going wonderful. We actually have a comic book historian with us.
Right, a real knowledgeable person.
All right, I can go to bed now. That's the only one to do.
No, what was I saying?
About the piss core? You like?
Oh yeah, the cartoonist kayfabe. Yeah. So I watched like the year one, and he's got a really good knowledge of comics and an appreciation. They really just go deep diving into books, and if it's something you're into, I recommend checking out an episode, of whatever it is that they're covering, because you can get some good information. And there's this, he's an interesting fellow. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, I usually watch their stuff. They seem to have a they seem that they enjoy talking about talking about the past, how they liked reading stuff like Dark Knight Returns or Frank Miller's Daredevil, but at the same time they especially Piss Core, they seem a bit uncomfortable with the idea that they used to read superheroes at some time in their life, and I think Piss Core in particular likes people to think that he is an alternative type of artist.
Yeah, one of the interesting things I find about Piss Core is like the image that he puts forward about, like, he's very Vanilla Ice. He's like the Vanilla Ice of comics. He's like, he's a total white boy, but he's always wearing like the shades, and he's always got like the tilted hat, like he's hip hop cool, and it's like he's always trying to present this persona of I'm too cool for comics.
Yeah,
but like, dude, all you're doing is geeking about comics. Like,
even before they had X-Men Grand Design, he had a similar series called Hip Hop Family Tree, where he basically goes around telling the history of early hip hop.
Oh, okay. Was that during the era when like Marvel was doing all the hip hop covers?
Might be around that time, yeah.
With Eminem and Punisher.
Mm-hmm.
So we're obviously covering the Free Comic Book Day stuff right now. The stuff that we covered, was there any books? First of all, are you going to get any Free Comic Book Day books?
No, we usually don't get many Free Comic Book Day issues in the stores here, because stores here that sell American comics are primed to target people who are in their 20s to their 40s and 50s, already have disposable income. They don't really care about. They won't find new readers by putting these out, especially because any young people might not be as proficient in English. Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, it's not the type of thing that we do get some, especially if we have some of them are free. The stores usually put it in a bag when we go and get our monthly comics.
I'm shocked they don't take these American ones and just put them with your language in there, translate it.
Well, that costs even more money. That's why.
But I know it costs more money though. But I mean, like, after a while, you can just raise the price like everybody else does, and you might actually make money. If it's an interesting book, people love it, But then again, I don't know who likes stray dogs outside the United States.
Yeah. Well, right now we don't have many. We don't even have many comics targeted to young readers. We no longer have periodicals. All our books are graphic novels. Even people even when the editor's trying to launch a series, they don't want to launch a series because it's probably going to get canceled. So they try to do 3 albums in one sitting. So that even makes even puts the price up higher. We're paying something like $35 for 200, 300 pages. All the comics are hardcover.
So web comics would probably be more up your guys' alley over there because you don't have to worry about the physical print. You can do the digital release. Yeah,
right now the best thing for people under the age of 20, with the best price point, is buying manga in English or French.
Okay.
Yeah, I was hearing. I'm not sure which country you're in, but I saw a study, I guess, in France. They gave kids a bunch of different kids money to go buy things to see what kids would buy, and I guess like the number one thing they bought was manga.
Yeah, the manga sells better in the long run than most French series now.
Yeah, manga's huge, huge,
Yeah.
huge.
HR's in the bag as well, he says.
Oh, HR wants to join.
Wait, as long as you leave that Discord and other stuff up there, they'll find it.
Speaking of manga in France, if we could stop along the way, there's that space pirate Captain Harlock that I have something to say about.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, yeah, because this series is by Ablaze.
Yep.
The ones that are putting out those French Conans, and this Captain Harlock is also made in France. I'm surprised that they're putting out the comic now because I saw this Brazilian channel. He interviewed the artist of the series, Jérôme Malquier. And the first album came out fairly recently, and he has a contract for 5. So it's going to take a little while for the series to be fully available in English. They're putting out all the Conans fairly fast because the Conan is a series of 12 graphic novels, but they all have different creative teams, so they can put them out 3 a year. Each album of this Captain Harlock is going to take about a year to get made. So if they put it out as a mini series in the US, you're going to get 3 issues. Then you have to wait another year for the next one.
Is that typical with the way of the European albums? Is they like once a year? Like, what's the release schedule of those type of books?
It varies. It depends on contracts, on what the artist is doing. Because they might be doing more than one series. They might have a one shot in the schedule, but it usually takes about a year to fully draw a comic, because the pages are larger. Each album is usually 44 or 60 pages of art. They do all the penciling. They don't take shortcuts to put it out on a monthly grind. So they have the time to be meticulous, get all the details right. Besides the penciling, they also have to draw. They also have to ink, and sometimes they even do their own lettering and coloring. So yeah, that takes a while.
Yeah.
So real quick here, I just want to, because he's talking about the European albums, and we were talking about this last night in a Discord, on my Discord, which if you guys want to participate, you can just join my Discord and you can come join us when we have those. But I was covering the topic of European albums and how basically we were talking about the differences in like American comics versus manga versus the European albums. And one of the things that I was covering is exactly what you were saying about like the detail and stuff. And this is one called Orbital, which is available on Comixology Unlimited. And I just picked it out just to use as an example. And I just wanted to show people like how it's treated differently than a lot of American comics because of the focus on detail. I mean, first of all, like, let's look at this cover, people. It may not show up as well on the the screen, especially depending on what you're looking for, but the amount of detail in the background of this cover is astonishing. It probably took forever to draw that. And then when you get in this book and you just see these scenes and you go, okay, this looks like stuff, but look at every single panel. They don't do like the American way or even more the manga way where like leave backgrounds blank. I mean, here's a small, tiny panel, and look at the amount of detail in the cityscape and the snow and everything. And it's often the case, in my opinion, at least the books that we get imported over here, that these books are treated like works of art. I think this is what the page. I was like, oh yeah, like here's a panel. So what this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 panel page. Look at this panel right here. I'll blow it up. This would be like a 2-page spread in a Western comic. And then you take a European album and you go, nope, that's just actually that's a panel. It's like, It's
crazy. It's very rare that you find a splash page in the European graphic novel. Those pages are bigger even when they're drawing. So it would be a waste of so much space to just focus on one scene. And so even though the standard page count is 44 pages of story, each page is already almost twice the size of an American page. So and it has a lot more storytelling. So one single album is the equivalent of a 4-issue mini-series in terms of storytelling compared to the US. 44 pages in France would be the same as 88 in American comics. So if you're So it kind of makes sense that it takes a year. Imagine an indie creator. If an indie creator were to put out a 4-issue mini-series every year, and it was as detailed and as well crafted as this, would it not be worth it to wait until the next one is finished instead of wanting it as a monthly comic?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And that's why I was kind of pointing at, and like, that was actually a side topic. We were talking about manga, and I was trying to actually, because manga gets so heavily praised, and I was trying to throw out some points of view that a lot of people don't really consider about manga, how it's cheaply manufactured, how much more efficiently it's drawn. The artwork is it's much more utilitarian. It's just there to like get enough art to communicate the story and move on. Most manga, especially modern manga, is not designed as an art first medium. Where I was drawing the example of like American comics, that's what it used to be. It was all about the art. It was all about attracting kids who probably couldn't read, but they were blown away by the art, and a lot of American kids in the past would learn to read by reading comics. And I said that the Europeans, I was bringing, they're kind of holding that tradition even more so. I mean, they're every page is a work of art. It's like an art book, and the production is hardcover. These are things you put on your coffee table. They're beautiful. They're not throwaway type of things.
And there are comics for kids. There are series that don't count as comics. They count as mainstream entertainment. If the kids will start reading if they start reading with Asterix, although that's no longer the case so much, but if they start reading with Asterix, by the time they move, if they keep reading comics, by the time they move up to that Arbiter comic that you were showing, they'll start reading that at age 12, 14. So they'll get used to that type of detail fairly quickly. They won't settle for anything less. Although the Japanese do have some detail and some care. The thing is, because they're phone books where the comics are first serialized, they come out weekly. Their grind is even faster. That's why the guy, what was his name, Junji Ito, the one who died.
Oh, I don't remember. I'm not that huge into the manga scene.
Yeah, but he died. He wasn't even 60. Those guys burn out pretty fast. They have a studio full of assistants working with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to keep putting out stories the way they do. With the reason American artists usually only have one assistant if they can afford one at all.
Still alive. Junji Ito is still alive. I think you're talking about the creator of Berserk.
Yeah.
Don't correct Pablo. He's correct.
No. I didn't know.
Manga is his kryptonite.
Yeah, it was the Berserk guys. It was the Berserk guy, but I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
Kentaro Miura. That's it. Yeah. I don't usually follow manga. I have about 2 or 3 series that I have liked. The art is not inviting for me, especially when most of the comics that are sold and that are available are those Shonen Jump types, which I find tremendously infantile. It's funny.
Well,
I grew up-
they are aimed at kids. I mean,
yeah. The thing is, I grew up reading superheroes, and I can still read superheroes, but I can't get into shonen.
well, it's also a different culture, so there's going to be that. And just like everything, you're going to have good and bad, right?
Mhm.
I subscribe to the 5% rule, meaning that in any medium, whether it's TV, movies, books, comics, magazines, whatever it is you're into, only 5% of it's actually good. Most of it's crap. And people are more, various people are more discerning than others. Obviously, some people like myself, I self-admittedly, I'm a huge snob. So it's a much smaller percentage is good to me than maybe someone else who's maybe less discerning. It's like, that's fine.
Yeah, well,
But-
even just accounting for personal taste, you're never going to like everything. The idea that we have to buy everything and follow everything is present in American comics because there's one genre that's dominating the others, which is not the case in Europe or Japan.
right.
In France, they put out about 100 new comics every week.
Wow.
About 75% of which are new graphic novels made by French artists.
That's a lot.
Yeah, can you imagine buying over 70 graphic novels per month? So of course nobody buys everything.
Right.
They either have one favorite series which comes out once a year, or you have to wait sometimes you have to wait 2 or 3 years for the next album. The new Asterix came out recently, and it had been 3 years since the previous one.
And that's interesting point too that I make. Depending on where you are. Now, obviously, I speak from an American point of view, but I tell people, like, look, when you look at like manga and you go, "Oh, manga's so much better," and and I say, "Well, hold on, I'm not saying you shouldn't like manga, and I'm not trying to detract on manga. Manga does a lot of great things, but keep in mind that the stuff that gets imported is usually the best of the best. They're not importing the crap, right?
Yeah.
The stuff that
Yeah.
doesn't sell well, or so."
It's already
It's same thing
curated.
with European books. Like, some of the really great European albums and graphic novels, like they make it over here. They get English translations, and we see them. But
Yeah.
you said like there's 100 books a week, and I'm like, that blows my mind. But that's because I never see them, so they didn't exist to me until you just mentioned it, and it makes sense why, because probably only 5% are really, really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
Um,
and it also has to do with the type of reader that might be interested in those. There aren't comics for everyone. I was looking up yesterday comics set in World War One. There are several series that are historical comics. Sometimes they have they're just telling the history of World War One. Some have a fictional character from which is the POV character, but yeah, for example, a World War One comic, no matter how well crafted it is probably not going to make it into the U.S. market. There are a lot of comics that would be considered alternative, or they're part of the Reina Telgemeier genre or the young adult genre, even though they're not so much for young adults, but they do feature slice of life stories. And even those are also not the type that gets translated.
Yeah. But I'm gonna get back to so we can finish up this free comic book day.
Yeah.
Let's see, we're at Captain Harlock. Looks like there's a whole nother Star Wars High Republic balance, and the Guardian of Will. Whatever, who cares?
Nobody cares about that shit.
Stray Dogs. This is another one of those popular
Exclusive.
series,
There you go.
and this is exclusive material. This is a good series. It's really, I think the art is going to turn a lot of people off because it's very cartoony, but it is that way on purpose. It's meant to look like an 80s style Disney, the
Like
Don
Oliver and
Bluth
Company.
era.
This is on my list, but I never really went to check it out.
Well, that cover reminds you of Oliver's and Company. The Disney
So
cover,
this-
or what it was,
Yeah, I think Oliver Company might have been the Don Bluth
Fox?
era.
or Fox.
Yeah, in the 70s and early 80s was the Don Bluth era. If you don't know who Don Bluth is, he eventually left Disney and he formed his own company. He did the most famous movies were the All Dogs Go to Heaven series. So this style is very reminiscent of that. And some people, they look at that and go, "Oh, this is very, kiddie book," but it's not. This book is a it's like it's a crime story, like the movie Seven, but with dogs. Like the dogs live in this house with this owner, and of course they can communicate to each other. It's got that trope of like the animals can all talk, like Toy Story, and it's not adult in the sense that it's like ultra violent or anything like that, but it's adult in its tone and its mindset. It's very much a book. It's not for kids book. I don't think kids would be entertained by this. I think it's an interesting thing. I wouldn't want to see tons of comics this way, but it's well done.
If you're doing kind of kid stuff like that, like I said, this guy did Anastasia.
Whoa. You got the motorcycle. Mute the mic.
Yeah, and I live on a 5th floor, and I can still hear the traffic.
Wow.
Wow.
So anyway, Stray Dogs is, if anything of what I said sounds interesting, pick up the free comic book day book.
With stuff like this and Ice Cream Man, there's this tendency to mask heavy themes in a faux cartoony children's style.
I think it's the dichotomy that makes it interesting, where you're like the conflicting styles, where you're like, wait a second, this style, I'm thinking I should be having this, but instead I'm getting this other thing that doesn't match, and that seems to be a trend.
And the fact that these series are hitting it at least as cult hits, and I won't be calling them mainstream successes, but at least as cult hits with a specific following, means that it grabs people the way that we weren't expecting, and they go along for the ride. So they are very, very well crafted that way.
So The Boys is a series I very much like. This is reprint material, so I'm going to pass on it.
I've noticed a lot of reprint stuff towards the bottom.
What? Item not found?
Yeah, I had the same problem. I clicked on that. I forgot which one was that one.
The Tick?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, man.
What is going on with their site?
Well, this might have been removed. It might not even be available anymore. Who knows? Trailer Park Boys, who cares? Treese?
Which is a popular anime, and it was a manga too as well.
Yeah,
it's on Netflix.
Yeah, I gotta say, murder and crime is becoming an extremely popular genre.
That might come from Europe too. It's made by Ablaze.
I don't know what that says about our society, where we're like pushing away heroism and embracing like serial killers and murder stories.
Well, we're embracing the people catching them.
No, we're not. We're reading stories about them. Like,
well, I mean, this isn't as bad as watching all those movies about the paranormal stuff, which has been going on for the past 30 years. Freaking Poltergeist, thank you very much.
Dominic Powell, welcome. I just saw you. I don't think I said hi to Helam. So if I can't remember, my brain's like Biden mush. But hello. I got too many things open, and so now my browser decided to stop responding. Unfinished Corner. Yep. There, now it's responding. This looks weird. This is like the Jewish comic. That's extremely Jewish.
That doesn't look Jewish at all.
It's like it is extremely Jewish. Like not and I'm not saying this in any way to slight Jewish people, or it's like really on the nose. It's
the Lion of Judah.
Let's see. Valiant Uprising. Man, Valiant is just a company that went down the tubes. I have zero interest in this book.
Right? That's Heather Antos Uprising.
No, she's gone.
She's gone at Valiant. Yeah, she's at IDW now. That's going under.
Yeah.
Let's see if now she drives the company into the ground.
As if IDW needed any more things to hurt them.
Why isn't she at Marvel? She can't fail there.
She got fired.
Really? Oh.
You don't remember that? She started the whole milkshake thing.
Well, I thought she just left. I didn't know she got fired. Why would they fire a woman? They don't do that.
Well, yeah. She, you don't voluntarily leave in the middle of a Wednesday.
You remember when she went to that sports betting site and everyone wondered why that was? Because it didn't seem like a move up.
Oh, here's the book that Venkman's gonna get.
Nope, it's Christopher Priest reprint #1. Screw that guy.
Oh wow.
You know why?
Wow.
Because the first one is it's Vampirella. She's distressed. She's talking to a therapist.
If you
Can
can't even give a free Vampirella book for free to Venkman, if he's not interested, you're doing something wrong.
Well, yeah, give me a brand new
This dude
one.
will pay $20 for a Vampirella book
I'll pay $20
just to
for
get the cover he
for a brand.
wants. But he won't even take the free Dynamite. You're doing it wrong.
If it was a different story and it wasn't Christopher Priest, I probably would go for it. Like, instead of giving me a free comic book day of one that's out right now, give me one from like back in the day. Give me incentive.
Hey, look, they made a comic about me.
Which one are you? Are you the ginger up there?
I'm White Ash. Get it? No,
Are you?
never mind.
Yeah. Are you? Yeah. You must be the Asian looking elf.
I was more just liking the title. Obviously, the character doesn't.
Yeah.
He's in the background. He's a villain.
World of Zorro. After this, Bruce Wayne's parents will get killed. That's a comic joke, folks.
I've been wondering who's been reading this Zorro. The art looks interesting, but what do you do with Zorro nowadays? Unless you're trying to go around the stereotype, but then it's not Zorro anymore.
Well, he's probably fighting the building on the wall.
That's a good point. I don't see Zorro being popular. Obviously, we're living in different countries. I have no idea what like in Europe, but in America, I think Zorro is deader than Western movies, which is pretty much dead genre. Like I don't know anyone who's like, oh, Zorro, that's what I've been missing. So if you're gonna do a book like this better be like one hell of a book. It's like you've never read a better Zorro story in your life. It's so amazing. Like it's got to be like the Batman Year One of
You know
Zorro.
what? I am shocked that it's not a female Zorro because back in the 90s they had a female Zorro TV series, and I'm surprised they haven't done that in comic book form.
Well, this is by American Mythology Productions.
They've done comic book accurate stuff, just stuff before. They did some John Carter actually. I think was part of their thing. It was.
I was gonna say I'm gonna guess that they don't. This company has no desire to go leftist and weirdo. Like they're probably putting out a decent Zorro book. Like it just like what Paulo said. Like who's into Zorro?
I'll pick it up because it's a reprint, and if it's good, I might look for the other ones. But
I think they did a Zorro versus Zombies type of book last year or the year before.
Yeah, I could see like if Dynamite had it and they wanted to cross over,
yeah,
Zorro and Red Sonja, like whatever, Zorro and Ash fight Deadites. Okay, that's goofy stuff. Some people like that crossover stuff, but yeah, just plain old Zorro. It's very old timey, even for me, and I'm getting old. So Lord says I used to love Zorro. I may pick it up. All right, see, I guess maybe there is an audience out there.
Even in the 1980s, we still had some westerns on TV, especially in Europe, where the western never really went out of fashion. Although they're not doing westerns anymore, but it kept going. They kept putting out new movies until the 80s, and John Wayne stuff was still on TV until I was 7 or 8. So we're more inclined to like this stuff. There was also that 90s TV series starring Zorro, with Duncan Rager as the character. So people my age will still remember Zorro.
Yeah. There was the female version I saw on TV back in the day was actually the daughter of Zorro taking over.
I don't have anything against Zorro, and I remember like back in the 90s when they made the 2 Zorro films with Anthony Banderas.
Do you remember the Keyblade of Zorro?
Oh, yes, I do. Wow, that would trigger some people today. I enjoyed that. Like, I think Zorro's cool, and I like westerns. That's actually a genre that I really like. Not so much in comics. For me, the thing for me in comics is I like it for the visual medium, and I'm not necessarily reading it just for the stories. Like, I like the art, and westerns and certain other genres typically aren't suited for drawing some of the cool stuff. Like sci-fi and superhero stuff are like the 2 genres that you can really just go crazy with the visuals. And I like to see what artists can do. A dude on a horse doesn't excite me in a drawing, I'm sure that. Go ahead.
I would differ. I mean, I wouldn't mind a Lone Ranger, but the thing is, I don't want anybody who's writing it who is like very woke or very very like anti-history.
You don't want Vita Ayala's Lone Ranger?
Oh no!
I wouldn't mind freaking Jonah Hex.
Vita Ayala on Jonah Hex?
Oh God, no!
Oh.
give me Brubaker writing, a Little Ranger or something like that.
Dude, I'll read Brubaker anything. Yeah, Brubaker did Lone Ranger.
Yeah.
Dude, he would make Lone Ranger like hard boiled though. It would just be
all right. Then how about this? Brubaker.
Not that I'm opposed. I would love to see a hard boiled Lone Ranger.
Brubaker writing Dick Tracy.
Ooh,
that would be interesting too.
Although I think that Brubaker could do a comic that main character from his pulp graphic novel. He used to be he's writing stories
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's writing pulp stories about his own adventures as an outlaw. So he could do a comic set in the past with him as an outlaw.
I mean, I liked Snyder's American Vampire, mainly because you had vampires added to the story. Now, if you took that out of there, I don't know if I'd really like it as much. Because I liked because they had the supernatural element because they're going through the decades. But like just focusing on just a regular Western like that, you get really, up the ante and all of the actions. Otherwise, I just don't care. It's just like I can't go through a still. It's like they might as well just watch a movie then.
Wow. Except that it takes millions and millions of dollars to make movies. So.
And Brubaker's writing the script for it. Go ahead.
Well, didn't he write the script for that one movie?
I know what you're talking about.
Total like B movie. It's like terrible.
But it's probably better than anything else coming out.
I don't know. The thing about movies is they're super collaborative, and oftentimes, it's not like a writer has. One of the great things about comic books is the writer almost has complete control. Oftentimes, the artist is very influential, and this is why times often like some of my favorite creators ever are the ones who are both the writer and the artist, because they're like super in sync. There's no conflict. The artist and the art is exactly what the writer intended because they're the same person, and they can completely control the story in every aspect, down to how everything, the set design, the story, the special effects, everything. In a movie, you have hundreds of people who are all in charge of one little thing, and you might be the writer and you turn in a script, but then the producer isn't quite happy with the script, or the director, and so maybe the director puts some notes, and then they bring in another script writer to come in and tweak what you did. The next thing you know, you've got the first Suicide Squad movie, which was
God, I
I
never really liked that movie.
All right, so we get Brubaker on My Little Pony. We'll read it.
I mean, I'll I don't know about My Little Pony.
So,
But yeah, I do like Brubaker. It would be interesting to see.
Well, my dream would be have Brubaker team up with Guy Ritchie.
Oh yeah,
a Guy Ritchie film with Brubaker writing it.
Yep.
That'll be interesting.
yeah. I would like that. I wouldn't mind seeing Tarantino do a Brubaker script. But Tarantino usually writes all of his own stuff, so
Yeah, they probably like each other's stuff, but trying to collaborate together, they'd be bumping horns.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, Guy Ritchie is known to he has written his own films, but he often directs other people's stuff. So yeah, I would be down. I don't know, Guy Ritchie really excels in like European crime stuff. I don't know if he nails like the American and vice versa with Ed. So, anyways, who cares? I guess you guys do. So, comic book day. That's a thing.
Yep. I actually have a reason to go to a comic book store other than the Wednesday.
Yeah, but all of this and the type of stuff they're putting out, it highlights the problem that the industry has in cultivating an audience outside of the usual superhero and horror fans. There are several things that the industry does because it's always done it, and it probably needs to change. I've always thought that, okay, you put out a new comic that's going to attract the attention of new readers who've never seen a comic before. Those people are probably going to want to go into the store and pick up a complete story. They don't want to buy a new number one that continues next month, and because they don't want to go. I don't think they want to go to the store every month or every week, let alone every week.
Is that a big problem over there in Europe? Readers
like,
don't want to go to stores. That's a thing for me. I like going to the store.
Most of our comics are available in bookstores and supermarkets. So we don't. The comic stores that exist here are mainly set up to sell original English language versions of American comics.
Mm-hmm. You know what? They pretty much need to stretch it out, like genres, stretch out some more to more genres, because they're kind of limiting themselves with a lot of the stuff they're doing today.
Yeah,
especially Marvel and DC. They could have just stretched out, like open new imprints, do romance, do horror, do all these other things, like back in the 1950s, 1960s, when they were doing all that stuff.
Yeah. Even Marvel and DC, they're too stuck on their brands. I mean, let's look at Gotham High and I Am Not Starfire. They don't need to be Gotham High and I Am Not Starfire. People are not going to read Batman because they saw a high school love triangle between Bruce Wayne, the Joker, and Catwoman. And people are not going to read the Teen Titans because you have Starfire's goth daughter. They're completely different stories. They're not going to attract you into the superhero genre. So there's no point in using the brands. They could have been whole new stories, but I don't think they don't know how to market them.
It's just introduce a new imprint, saying that this is outside the wheelhouse of our normal branding.
So let me ask: Is over there in Europe, is the push to wokeness quite the same over there?
No, it's happening directly. It's happening directly with the political class. The left-wing intellectuals talk directly to the political class and the journalists, but they don't interact with the regular people. The regular people don't have the time or the inclination to to listen to crap. So by the time it comes out as legislation, and people don't notice. They're caught by surprise. So it's more insidious that way.
Okay, because like for example, like the TV shows over there, they're not like pushing like woke content. Or you know, like in the States, it's very clear, right? Like all of our movies, our TV shows, it's like they're clearly pushing this woke agenda. We've got to make sure we swap all the characters to be black, so we can make sure we show people that Black Lives Matter and all this stuff.
There were a couple of French comedies, and one had a guy who was running to win the Miss France contest, and the guy the guy dresses as a woman, but had Muslim friends that didn't have a problem with having a guy dressed as a woman. That itself doesn't make any sense. And he lived in a house where there was owned by a lesbian couple, so there was that one.
Okay, because like one of the things that really stood out to me from an American perspective was the Olympics, and it just seemed to me like it was embarrassed. It embarrassed me as an American when I was seeing some of our athletes get up and be like all activist on the stands and all these things, and it was like I just felt like the rest of the world was looking and just laughing at us and just being like, those Americans are so stupid. Like, because I think a lot of the world doesn't have time, like you said, like doesn't have time for that stuff, and just like this is but we literally have too much time on our hands. we literally, our lives are so good that the biggest thing we have to worry about is that there's not enough black representation in a comic book, or enough gay people being, and it's just, and I think so much of the other world just laughs at us and be like, that's your problem. And
our prime minister decided that when our athletes came back, that he wanted to talk about the multiculturalism, and I don't think people even understood what he was talking about, because we've always had black people. We were a colonial power in Africa. We've always had black people, so most of our athletes are black. Even some of them are naturalized from other countries. The guy who was gold medalist in the triple jump, he was actually born in Cuba. His parents had to get away, and they managed to find a place in Portugal. So the kid, even though he still has a heavy accent, he plays for Portugal. He speaks Portuguese. He wants to represent Portugal. We had a 100-meter racer. He was European champion, Francis Obiquelo. He was Nigerian. When he wanted to become a runner, he came to Europe, found a place in Portugal. He was taken in by a family that had no kids, and everybody in the neighborhood loved him, and so he became Portuguese. He wanted to be Portuguese. He wanted to speak Portuguese and learn about Portuguese culture and be embraced by the community. So if people want to come here and work hard and integrate into the community, we never had any problems. So all of a sudden, having politicians talk about trying to talk about racism, when we've always embraced people coming here, it's stupid.
I wonder if that is having an effect on things that your country will like import from America, like our comics, like American comics. Like, I wonder if like Portuguese fans that like, oh, I read American comics, and then they start seeing this stuff and like, what the hell is all this crap?
Yeah, the superheroes aren't even we had right now we have to import the Marvels from Brazil again, and there are several distribution problems because the the Brazilian publishers used to dump their unsold comics here. No problem. That's how we read the comics, and that's how we have large collections. But then we started printing some of them here in Portugal, and then the Marvel's bankruptcy detonated the newsstand market for superheroes. That's how we end up now having most of the stuff as graphic novels. But Marvel and DC now I have a hard time getting into the shelves. So we're importing from Brazil again, but it has to be imported through the Spanish offices. So it's a big mess trying to get stuff in the stand. So I don't even pay attention to them anymore. And the people who are buying them are getting older. But yeah, we kind of have a tendency to be open to left-wing ideas more than right-wing ideas. Europe's very afraid of fascism coming back, but then they don't notice when
they're so afraid of fascism that they're totally embracing it.
Yeah, you look at Germany, man. Germany's a prime example.
Yeah, but that's the thing. While the politicians are out fighting the non-existent racism and creating policies that make it hard for regular people to earn a living, then actual fascists will recruit some people, and then I'm not sure if those people get into power because
those people are already into power. I mean, Angela Merkel is she was from East Germany. Even though she's in the Christian Democratic Party, she's very, very lefty. Right. That's what fascism.
Not here. Fascism. No, but that's not fascism. Fascism is people think that fascism is based on leftist policy. It never was. It's based on bringing back absolutist monarchies. But instead of having a king, you have an elected official that goes through the motions of the popularity contest.
Well, the Europeans talk about left and right a little bit different than America, because the right wing and left wing in Europe is based on the parliamentary concept of, and you just have that who sits on the left and who sits on the right, and that the House of Commons and the aristocracy. Mm-hmm. And so fascism in Europe was always considered a right wing thing, because right wing European politics was aristocracy.
Yep.
But in Western terminology, when I'm talking about right and left wing, it's the concept. It's more of a temperature gauge, where left wing is more about government control and limited personal freedom, and right wing is more personal freedom with less, more limited government. And when I say
libertarianism is completely, people don't know what libertarianism is in Europe.
People here don't really know what the Libertarian Party here doesn't.
But there are no libertarian parties here.
Right. Well, because Europe went from monarchy to socialism, and so even people in Europe that it would be what I would consider right wing, they're still socialists. I mean, one of my icons, the people I looked up to, is George Orwell, and I'm constantly reminded all the time, George Orwell was a total socialist. I'm like, yeah, but he was on the right side. He wasn't as far left into socialism, and so my point when I say Merkel is a fascist is because it's fascism. The way I see it is the marriage of the corporation and the state, and this is what we're seeing happen across the across the globe in any developed countries, first world countries. Is China is fully embraced this. China is a complete fascist regime.
Neoliberalism in Europe was implemented by our left-wing parties. In Portugal's case, the Socialist Party.
And so there's two ways you take power on the left. You either take power with the masses, which is how Marx, the Marxist, the communist side, where you'd have the people rise up and take power. And China, that's how they did it. They started off communist, but then once they evolved into that, once they had the power, then they murdered all the people that gave them the power. And then they said, okay, and then now in order, because communism can't succeed, so they went towards a capitalist type hybrid thing, and put all the powerful corporations to keep the power. And that's what I see happening over in Europe for these politicians to have power. Is they're basically and it's happening here in the States too. I'm not like pointing fingers. It's totally happening in the United States. Is they are getting in bed with the powerful corporations that will help them control power, and it's like a tit for tat thing that the government gives these corporations all these different benefits and exclusivity things and kills their competition for them, and the corporations in turn use their the resources to keep their politicians making laws that benefit them, and so together they seize power, and you can't stop it. And that's what's happening here. That's definitely what's happening in Canada. Oh my God! I just heard that the leader over there in Canada is dissolving
I'm just gonna say
he's no. Hold on. Did you hear this? Trudeau in Canada is dissolving the parliament.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Hitler couldn't do it either, but he did.
No, he can. That's what happens in a parliamentary system. The prime minister dissolves the.
Yeah.
No, wait. No, he can't. No, the Lord Governor of Canada can dissolve the parliament, not the prime minister. The prime minister can dissolve the government, but not the parliament.
Right, but that's the same thing that happened in Germany. Hitler didn't have the authority to do it either.
No matter what country you're from, you hope that your country is like, as far as the people are like, they're in France. If you get out of line, they behead you.
Yeah. It's not. they try to keep it out of the news, but there are the Yellow Vest protest continued for over a year after it was on the news, and it only stopped when the beer bug came along.
Well, now they're forcing people to get vaccinations and all that stuff over there.
Yeah,
but
that's the thing. People want to be told stuff. We have big government, save us from the nasty beer bug. Do whatever it takes.
Well, that's generally how.
But they're forcing
authoritarians.
But
that's generally how authoritarians take power, is by the people giving them.
And you're looking. They announced they're going to do it over in France. Everybody has to have a car and all that stuff. And they said no more. They're out there. They're riding. They're telling you, screw this.
Well, globally, there is rioting and no, not necessarily rioting. There is protests all over the globe, massive. And here in the States, we're not seeing it because our mainstream media is not showing it. And so most people in America just are going about their lives and focusing on other dumb shit and
free comic day.
And it sucks because we are so controlled by what the media allows us to see. And most people don't want to dig any further. They see something and go, okay, that's what it is. I move on. And they don't know any better.
But man, France, they're famous for just like throughout the centuries. You get out of line, they behead and they take over their government.
They haven't been able to force the government to resign in the last couple of years.
Yeah, but I mean,
but right now, because the media is not on their side.
Yep.
Not even private media.
Yep.
That's the problem. Is the media is the biggest danger in my opinion in society, because 200 years ago you had media, but it was like town criers, printed newspapers. It was much harder. Now media is so invasive. You just listen to what your phone tells you, right? And so many people take it for granted because either A, they're too lazy to look up any further, or B, they just don't want to. People are trained to be like, I just want to have positivity in my life. I don't want negativity.
And then the media,
you see so many people that get like, I don't want to talk politics. It's like, well, I get it. I don't want to do it either. I don't do this for fun. It's just that it matters. And so many people are just like, I know it's unpleasant. I don't want to deal with it. And I'm like, okay, well, you're going to have to deal with it eventually.
The other thing that people are afraid to deal with it because the media paints you like you're the minority. When you actually
that's the gaslighting, right?
Yeah. So you think you're minority. I'm not going to stand up. Why should I stand up? Everyone's afraid to make the first move. And then and then the media will focus on like, oh, one guy did this, then like, he went to jail, or it's like they don't talk about other people. There's a guy in Canada that became like, a public face because he was out there. He was an anti-mask person. I forget what his name is, but he got popularity off it. He's like, dude, I wasn't trying to do this for popularity. I just don't want to, want our business open again. It's ridiculous. It's obviously the whole thing is meant to basically destroy business for control. You're 100% reliant on the government. So yeah, you're on food stamps. Why? Because of COVID, you can't go. You can't open up your business. Why? Because you might spread this virus that might kill someone. So you're forced to say, government, please give us some money so we can sit on our butts at home.
Yeah, the most insidious thing is turning neighbors on each other.
Yep.
That's what happened in Germany so many years ago. It's what China does.
Russia, Japan.
They don't have to even really use the police, and that's the misconception that Americans have. I think Europeans, fortunately, the thing about Europeans is they've actually had to live, for thousands of years with countries next to each other. They've gone to war with each other. They've literally had planes dropping bombs in their heads. The Americans have never had this. We've never had planes fly over our heads and drop bombs on us. We've never been invaded. We have no idea what it's like. So it's a little bit. I think Europeans are a little bit more savvy. Like Venkman, you talked about like the French. Like in the Revolution, they were like down with that. When Italy got rid of Mussolini, it wasn't pretty. The Italians were like, we are done with you. Americans, I don't know if we have the will to really fix ourselves because we're soft. We see ourselves as so great.
Look at how Franklin Roosevelt reacted to Pearl Harbor and how Churchill reacted to the Blitz. Roosevelt said, "This is a day that will live in infamy." Churchill went back. We will fight them. We will fight them on the beaches. We'll fight them on the shores. We'll fight them on the forests. To Churchill, the idea that would be this type of conflict it was expected. You bomb cities. That's what you do.
Woodrow Wilson, before that, here in the United States, he was probably one of the first communists we had in our country, socialists, you call him. He was all about conservative as far as protecting wetlands and all that stuff. And the whole thing where look at today where you cannot garden in your property. Even though you pay taxes, you cannot have a garden because it's part of some house association will say, oh, we don't want that, or some environmental thing. I don't know if California does this, but I wouldn't be surprised if they tell you cannot have your own garden.
No, yeah, all of that is gaslighting to get you to release it. They need for you to give up your freedom voluntarily. Because if you do that, then there's nothing to resist. You've given it away, and what better way? Like what better way to give up your guns than to convince the society that guns are evil and that children are dying because guns. And if you give up your guns, you're going to save lives. And so you have not everyone. There's still thankfully people that think for themselves, but you have millions of people who are like. They literally would. I'm turning in my gun, and I saved a life today. I'm like, are you mad? But it's that gaslighting that they do to get you to think something that's completely not happening, to get you to think that you're a part of something bad if you think a certain way, which is absolutely not true. At the worst, you don't have to actually get into politics. You just have to have boil everything down to a real simple principle. What's important? Freedom or control?
What's important is comic books.
No. Comic books is. We'll get to the comic books in just a second. I want to finish.
Even Skip's kid's like, how about this counts? Am I right?
Yeah, right. So just because I'm
is this an England stream? This is an England stream. We start talking about comics and we move to politics.
We already burned. We were bombing Pearl Harbor a long time ago.
Regardless of what party you side with, forget about what parties. Forget about that. That they don't control how you think. Every individual has to think for themselves what it matters to them. Now, we all agree that zero control would be stupid. Like that would be absolute anarchy, right? If there was no government at all, everyone was just out for themselves, do what you want. No one could tell you what to do. That would be bad because while there'd be some people who might go, yeah, I'll be a good person, honor system, there'd be other people that'd be like, take what I want. It would be bad. We also probably all agree that the hardcore, ultra opposite side of the spectrum with absolute government control, you can't do anything without the government's permission. Everything's locked down. That's terrible too. So everyone falls in the middle. And you as an individual need to just think to yourself, before you think about parties, before you think about politics, just think, how much should the government be in control? How much freedom should I have? Don't think about what your neighbor should have, because that's where you get the trap of thinking like, oh, you need to get a shot. You need to do this, because ultimately you start thinking about what benefits you. Think about yourself. What should you be free to do? You know, what do you want imposed on you? And then once you've come to those principles, once you understand that, then you can make accurate decisions in your life about how your country should be and how you want to support things. Me personally, I believe government should be as limited as possible. I think government, number one, it should be protect the borders. Number two role is should be police the state for like enforcing its laws. And number three is to provide infrastructure that private systems can't. Like, I can't afford to have my own personal fire department. So it makes sense that we come together as a community and we have a little bit of tax money and we put together, we have fire department, those type of things. Everything else, government has no business in. Government has no business telling me what I put in my body. Government has no business telling me, you know, whatever. Like if I have to wear a seatbelt when I drive my car, those are, and that's where the politics comes in, because it's based on my idea of how much freedom versus how much government control. Other people might disagree, but I only suggest that whatever your personal thoughts are, don't do it because you just latched onto a party like it's your favorite sports team. And that's what happens like in society is people go, this is my thing. I'm in bed with these guys. I put on this, you know, they go being like a sports fan. I wear their jersey. And that's what seems to happen so much. And then you get caught because whatever that party decides to do, you find yourself supporting them. And it's like, well, what if they start doing bad things? Then you start doing the mental gymnastics to kind of, you know, it's like when to use a sports reference, in American sports, when the Deflategate, when the Patriots got caught with the deflated footballs, Patriots fans would make all the excuses for what you know, and then all the other fans of all the other teams would be like, screw the Patriots. And that's exactly how politics goes. It's like, if you're a Democrat, you're like, oh, well, Cuomo's, you know, being impeached. Well, I got to make an excuse for him because he's on my team. And, you know, and then the Republicans are like, aha, you know, that's bad. And it reverse, you know, if Trump did something stupid, then the Democrats were like, see, and it became all team tribalistic. And it's like, instead of that, don't latch yourself to a team, latch yourself to a principle, and have that just be your personal guiding light. Anyways, I don't think that was too political. I think that was philosophical. Let us talk about comics.
Well, here's something for those who are Marvel showed that guess what? They remember a character that's been has been forgotten since 2006 when Fred Valenti introduced the character. Was the female Scorpion that ended up being Peter's roommate.
Female Scorpion. That's the thing you came up with talking when we're gonna go to comics.
You know what? It's better than your 30-minute rant on just why I hate everything.
I don't hate everything. I like freedom. I just want everyone to live and let live and be happy. I don't want.
I like the female Scorpion.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm surprised that they actually remembered a character from like back in 2006.
Mm-hmm.
And like they said, like, hey, because barely they brought her back for the Gauntlet, which is the new
I like how
storyline.
2006 is old. Like it's like the olden days.
I'm not saying olden days, but I'm just saying.
I know this is kind of back in 2006.
Marvel writers can't remember anything in the past 6 months. They had to start over.
2006. I had already been out of comics for 10 years.
That explains a lot.
It does. I missed a lot of bad era comics, and I don't regret it.
You missed it when Iceman was straight.
I know. I read plenty of comics in the 80s and 90s where Iceman wasn't. And then I went and bought lots of back issues in that era. So I have X-Men in the 70s where Iceman wasn't too. So yeah, I have most of Chris Claremont's X-Men run. So I got lots of Iceman not gay.
Now figure 10-second update with Captain Marvel. She's back in her normal costume again. There you go.
Whoop-de-doo.
If you want to know more about that, subscribe to my Patreon. I'll keep for $20.
Even Captain Marvel fans don't like Captain Marvel.
Carol Danvers's real costume is the black the black leather swimsuit with the red sash. It's the only acceptable one.
That's Miss Marvel.
Because she's Miss Marvel, she's not Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel is Monica Rambeau.
Yeah.
Well,
I think they bring her
technically,
back to the forefront. I'm surprised they didn't
Captain
bring-
Marvel is Marvel.
Yeah, in a swimsuit.
If we're gonna, I mean, if Monica Rambeau is allowed to be a legacy character, then
Oh, that's
Then
what I
anyway.
forgot.
But Carol Danvers is the thing about Carol Danvers is even though she became a hero because of Marvel, she built up her own identity and she got away from that. The main problem was when they turned it into binary, and then Claremont forgot what he wanted to do with her, and she was out of action for years.
Now she's non-binary.
She's non-binary. Yeah, that would trigger. No. We're going to make Carol better. Now she's going to become binary.
So does that mean Vita Ayala can never write binary?
Exactly.
Because she's non-binary, so
She can only
can't-
write non-binary characters.
She can only write- she-
She's not qualified.
That's the rule.
Oh my goodness. My favorite. You know what? I'm like an oddball when it comes to Miss Marvel outfits. I like the red sweater.
Sure.
No, I'm like the only one.
Yeah.
like the red suit, like the red and blue suit, or like black suit.
It's like red and black, where she's got like the shortcut, bottom, but she's got like the long sleeve. It's kind of weird looking. Let me see if I can pop up an image of it. Here we go.
Yeah, but the scarf is what's weird.
It's it's weird, but for some reason it works for me. I never liked the popular one, which everyone else likes, the black one with the lightning bolt.
Oh, I do. It makes her seem more aggressive, and it looked good at the time.
It just looked to me like, hey, look, sexy Miss Marvel. Like that's all it seemed like. It seemed real gratuitous. Like she didn't exist for any other reason than cheesecake.
That costume was designed by Dave Cockrum, and it kind of looks like the Saturn Girl redesign from the 70s, which he also did.
But this one, there's something about this. I just like the red sleeves, and it's got the Marvel star there. I don't know. But everyone else makes fun of this. They call it the red sweater. They call it a bunch of dumb things. I do like the little scarf things, kind of tassels off. It's probably really stupid superhero design. Someone could just grab that and swing you around, but whatever. It's comics.
Maybe if they reworked it a bit, like redesigned it a bit, like fit it to this more stylistic.
Well, the costume it's already an adaptation of Marvel's costume.
It's like find a balance, strike a balance between like her black one and this one.
Ronnie says she likes the version, but the closed midriff. You don't like the. This is like it's only exploitive. Like, what superhero would design a costume like this? It's just so like, come on. I agree. I like the closed midriff one better because this, look, I'm a guy. I like the female physique, but I also like things not super cheesy. Just yeah. And I like this Captain Marvel costume too. Whoops, I don't know why I clicked on. So maybe that's why. Maybe
I like the one up there with the white cape. That's my favorite Captain Marvel costume.
hush, this is your favorite Captain Marvel costume. The one on the right.
On the left.
The big red cheese.
She's so badass though.
I mean, I'll give you this. The helmet thing is kind of cool, with that, But if they wrote her like, actually good, I wouldn't mind, reading it. But
Just think, someone thought this was a good idea.
That's a bad idea.
someone was like, we made a great casting choice here.
I hate Smallville for giving the idea. Let's do everything leather jackets. Don't you remember?
Well, I don't think Bree. I don't think Bree had the.
Did you notice all the costumes are all zip up now? Even arrows, now it's up. They all zip up now. The front,
Well,
they're leather jackets because versus.
I think it's because Bree didn't have the physique, right? She didn't have the body to show off, and also because she's so completely left-wing feminist that there's absolutely no way that she would allow herself to be sexualized in any way, shape,
but
or
it's
form.
not just her though. You're seeing these other heroes and stuff. They're wearing these leather jackets that zip up in the front.
Well, they're right. They're doing this whole thing about like I don't want to have my body.
Well,
I don't want to be objectified.
But I know. But it started with Tom Welling in Smallville. His red instead of having they gave him the blue shirt, but they gave him the red leather jacket. When he zipped it up, it had the symbol on it, but it was still red on red.
Here's the thing: I don't necessarily mind the leather jacket thing. Like they did a really good job with Black Widow with the leather suit.
She's always had like a leather, like a slash suit. She had a cat suit. It's basically what she's always kind of had.
She's had the spandex. Most of my era, she was the gray spandex, which I didn't like. But, they put her much more leather outfit with buckles and different things and whatever. But my point is, they made a good looking costume on the screen, and I get that they do that because real people don't look like superheroes, so. You kind of need to do that,
wait.
And this is more especially true when you're looking at women because
you're saying that Zachary Levi guy that plays Captain Marvel, he doesn't have a physique. What? It's all fake shoulder padding.
Correct.
Oh wow!
Even more so.
Next, you're gonna say that Santa Claus isn't real.
I'm gonna say just Superman, the guy that plays Superman. Holy crap, that suit is like out of control muscles. Like when he's playing Clark Kent, he's like he's a half size.
Dude.
He's like, what happened to his muscles?
Did you see Crisis, the crossover where they showed Tom Welling and him? They're both in civilian clothes, and Tom Welling just like towers over him and has actually like the muscles.
Oh man,
he looked like a 20-year-old kid next to him. He's just like, I could break you.
There's Captain Marvel.
Yep, it's not like it's to do that costume,
but racist Marvel doesn't want her.
Put some
They
fish
should have put her back in the Avengers. She was a leader of the Avengers. I swear to God, they could have just brought her back. Just bring her back into like a book, like in the Avengers, like have her as the leader or some, like she was the leader of the Avengers.
They did bring it back earlier, like 10 years ago.
Yeah, like what was that? Eling's one on the Ultimates or some shit.
Next Wave.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I figured out where she would have been perfect. Most of the writers at Marvel at the time hated Monica Rambeau because she was too powerful. Roger Stern kept building up her powers until she was able to do anything. And the reason he left the Avengers was Mark Grunwald forced him to reduce her powers, and he said no. So Stern quit, and Grunwald got Simonson to have her waste her powers, and she was out of action for a while. And then when she came back, she it was like what they did to Wally West post Crisis, where he could only race up to the speed of sound. All of a sudden, Monica was saying that she needed 40 minutes to fly from New Orleans to New York when she would be able to do that in a split second.
Although I'll say I did like Mike Burns' run, even though he's the speed of sound in it, though. But
yeah,
I like the fact that he had to rest like 16 hours after running across the country.
This Captain Marvel design on the screen isn't so bad.
Yeah.
Look at that.
The one on the screen here on the X-Men cover, that's Binary.
Yeah, when she got the Brood was experimenting on her, and they merged her with a White Star.
Yeah, Binary was cool. This is, I really wish they would have just kept Carol as part of Rogue's Conscious, Rogue's Conscious. But if they're going to bring her back as Binary was pretty cool. It's no one likes Carol Danvers. She didn't really work well in the past, which is why she was gone. I just want to commission where where Rogue is in the background and you see Carol getting her jaw broken with one punch. You see the two flying in the front. Just give me that. This is one of my favorite covers too, by the way. Ryan Adderley, draw that for me.
They never addressed in story what the relationship is supposed to be between Carol and Rogue. But now when they need to have all the heroes do in the same crowd scene, it's like if they show up in the same place, they don't react. They used to when they first saw each other. They both hated each other. Carol was just hated her. The issue where Rogue goes to the X Mansion to ask for help because she can't control her powers now. Where Carol shows up and she punches Rogue, but after that Rogue became a hero, and while Carol was out in space. Then when Carol came back from space, they had plenty of opportunities for interaction, and they never get around to it. Because now she had been out of action. She had been out of Earth for she wouldn't know, but all the other heroes, the X-Men, the Avengers would recognize Rogue as a heroic character. But they should. Carol came back to Earth for good with Music's Avengers. She rejoined the team. There were a couple of interactions with the X-Men, but there was no. I just remember her just drinking all the time, and then Tony chastising her for drinking. Yeah, but they never did an X-Men Avengers storyline at the time. And to be fair, Tony cannot. He has no right to call her out on her drinking. He's a straight white male. He has no reason. She doesn't know. She's a woman. He doesn't know what she goes through. I mean, she gave birth to her own lover.
It's like a what the fuck. Let's not talk about that. It's like a major what the fuck moment.
Hey, look! Here's a zipper costume, and it doesn't look bad. Yeah, it's not leather either, and it's more leather. It's more form fitting. Today, in cosplayers look better than the movie version. Right? It's so embarrassing when cosplayers could.
It happens in 99% of the time.
Yeah,
not in the cosplayers.
They did a good job with the original MCU stuff. The original, like the Iron Man, of course, was fantastic. Captain America started off really good, then went kind of silly. Thor looked solid. Who else?
Hulk. They did a pretty good casting for Bruce Banner for the first film for him. But
which one, Eric Bana?
I think that was his name.
With with the original one, the one that the very first Hulk, not that because Edward Norton took over for the second casting, and then they
The
had
Ang Lee Hulk.
yeah.
Eric Bana is
Was it
my
Nick?
opinion,
Was
the-
it
It
Nick
was
Nolte?
Edward Norton. It was
Okay.
Edward Norton.
Okay.
I was talking that one.
I don't
I
see
like-
Ed Norton as Banner. Like that to me doesn't.
Oh.
Eric Bana was spot on. I was like brilliant casting, and then Jennifer Connelly as Betsy Ross. I was like, nailed it.
I
This
like Liv Tyler.
I like Liv Tyler too, but not not as that character.
Liv
Uh,
Tyler in the rain on a bridge, bro. Just jumps up.
It's like I really want there to be more interactions with characters in Marvel specifically. Like if you're gonna do an Avengers team, do it like with a brand new, like something a little bit more brand new. Have some old members in there. Has some old members in there, but also has some new members in there as well.
Man, imagine if they would have done another Edward Norton Hulk movie when they would introduce like Rick Jones. That'd have been fun.
Let me just go grab some breakfast. Be right back.
Oh,
Breakfast.
are you going to your version of Denny's? Alright. I'll take a cup of coffee, 2 eggs, and some toast. And strip
I
of
probably
bacon.
might be signing off soon too. I'm gonna have to be making breakfast.
What? It's only 3:42, man. That early in the morning?
No, I'm East Coast, so
So it's 4:42.
It's 4:42 for me.
Breakfast is until like 6 or 7 o'clock for me.
It's like
But otherwise, I eat too early, and I say like my stomach does not like that.
because it's pretty much my time to cook. So yeah, if you can't cook, you can't survive. That's basically the rules. That's basically the rules.
This is. I think I clicked on the wrong thing again.
Oh my god!
Right here.
The
This is what we.
Captain Marvel.
What if Captain Marvel had not died? We would have Carol Danvers, and the world would be a better place.
He would have been killed by the Sentry, ripped in half.
I fucking hate Sentry. I hate Sentry so much.
No, the original Sentry story is good, but it's good because it ends in a way that it leaves his status ambiguous, and then Bendis, who doesn't know the word the meaning of the word ambiguous, just shows up. No, you know what would be cool if the Sentry shows up in the Avengers. No, shut up, Bendis.
Yeah, Bendis ruins it. I was just.
You know
I think.
how often or not that every time that Bendis has this idea, this terrible idea, is like, no, fuck, shut up. And it's like, no. That's about no to the 10th power.
Is there a character? Is there a comic book that Bendis didn't screw up?
I think the earlier parts of the Avengers, Daredevil, for that
You can't say the earlier parts of the
Well,
Avengers.
I'll just say
he
Bat-
eventually screwed up the Avengers. So
I'll
he
say
screwed up.
Batman Universe. That was fun all the way through.
I liked Daredevil, but you could tell then that he didn't really know what he was supposed to be doing. He had a story that he wanted to tell, and he told it, but you could tell that he didn't care about continuity. It was little things like that issue with Frogman, because there was a lot made with Frogman's kid. When he showed up during the 80s, that he wanted to be a hero, and then he decides that I need a lame character to make a point. Can he be Frogman? Yeah, sure, Frogman. Nobody cares about Frogman. Okay, yeah, but
Frog Lives Matter, bro. Remember I was talking about what ifs, like what if Bendis never wrote for Marvel Comics or Japan? Here's a what if Iceman was straight.
I fucking hate.
Well, that's the same what if.
Man.
If Bendis had never written for Marvel Comics, Iceman would be straight.
The thing is, I remember there were talks about Iceman being gay on the news in the news groups back in the late '90s. I remember them because there were two things that made people wonder. One was when he was in the New Defenders, he was in love with Cloud, and Cloud was in love with Moondragon.
You know what?
But when Cloud finally reciprocated Bobby's feelings, she morphed from a woman to a man.
They were. I got a little tip with somebody on
Okay,
Instagram,
what the
and
hell?
they said that I asked them that the whole thing with Tim Drake son becoming
Wait,
gay.
that was a thing.
Hmm?
That was an actual thing.
That was an actual thing in the New
Yeah.
Defenders.
Yeah. So
What the?
this guy on Instagram said that
Okay.
he said he's seen signs of Tim Drake showing bisexuality throughout the years. I'm thinking, what are you looking into, bro? Because I said that if your last name is Drake, you're becoming gay, whether you want to or not.
Yeah.
I guarantee
Okay,
you,
what-
the reason that Tim's probably gay is because of a redhead. And it's probably Batgirl. That's probably what it is. It's probably Oracle.
He never dated a redhead.
Well, no, that's the thing. Then Barbara got mad and said, "You know what? From now on, you're gay." And he followed.
It's like I fucking hate DC too right now because I'm a Tim Drake fan. I'm a Tim Drake fan.
You're not a Tim Drake fan unless you praise him being gay now.
Fuck
Yeah.
DC.
Tim Drake has never been real as he is now.
Yes,
Man.
all new, all different. Tim Drake.
With Bobby Drake, the relationships went down the damn toilet the moment they turned him gay.
I'm shocked they haven't turned any of the guys transgender yet. That's the one they really talk to me. Like they'll go like gay or bisexual, but they'll never go trans.
Hmm.
And then nobody fights for that too on that side. They're happy with just getting him gay, but not get him like full blown.
Hmm.
It's so weird.
Well, when he goes bisexual, it's like what your boy Zach says. When they mean bisexual, they mean gay.
Well,
This whole
I know
entire time,
I set
you thought-
people off when I say this sometimes, but I don't care. I stand by it. Bisexual is gay.
Yes, it is.
It's just a more specific kind of gay.
No, it's just someone who's indecisive. Either you're gay or you're straight.
It's still the same thing. Gay is gay.
No, but you can't choose who you want to date, which gender. So you have to like be indecisive. So that's a sign of being, cuckoo. And you're constantly indecisive about things. Just make a decision. Frustrating.
Look at the iced tea. Look at the iced tea thing with that one guy.
No.
Hate DC again.
I knew that was gonna be a meme soon.
Tim Drake is my boy. He's always been my boy.
Yeah.
He's a
Now he can
smart
be
guy
your
for
boy
that
in more
boy.
ways than one.
I fucking hate DC, man.
See, now you gotta do is just put her in like a Batgirl costume, and it's the same thing.
Wait, hold on. Wait, wasn't he dating Stephanie Brown still?
Well, that's because
Yes.
he was exploring. He wasn't sure, and
In
just
the
like Alex Scott,
in the very same issue that he comes out as gay, he talks about how he doesn't understand why he broke up with Stephanie, but
because the writers told me to.
something is going on inside him.
That whoever
Not
whoever
yet, but
hired
it's
that writer should be.
You know what the
Why
argument?
the fuck did that happen?
But you know what the argument is? The argument they'll say is like, well, look at Alan Scott. He didn't know he was gay until he found out. He's
I
gay this whole entire time.
When companies do that, you know?
Dude, the way
called lazy goddamn writing.
the way that they did it in the right, it is so lazy. And the way that they do it is he doesn't ever think to himself that he's like, oh, I'm attracted to men. He doesn't. It's all like, I just feel off. Something's not right with me. I think I want to date guys now. That'll fix it. Like it is so subversive. It is so like, oh, so if you feel like you don't understand yourself because you're a teenager, and most teenagers don't understand themselves. Like when you're growing up as a teenager, there were times where you just weren't sure of yourself because you're still growing up. You're still discovering who you are. Tim is basically going through that moment, but his conclusion is, you know what? I need to break up with my girlfriend and go bone guys.
All right, here's your proof that I knew that Tim.
Fuck moment.
Here's your proof that
Lazy
proves.
ass writing.
No, but here's
You're
your
gonna prove something like that. Make a new goddamn character.
no, but HR. Here's your proof. This whole time, he grew up admiring dick. That's how I know he's gay.
So many goddamn things. I really hate DC right now.
He really, dude. When he was younger, he looked at the dick.
I really do hate DC right now. You know, because of that shit. Because that kind of pushed me away for a bit. That pushed me away for a bit. That really just pushed me away for a bit back into. I literally went into manga after that shit just to calm down. That shit.
It's okay.
Fuck.
Well, I dropped DC 8 months ago. I saw the writing was on the wall. I was like, this 5G shit is stupid. And they were like, no. And then once I realized that they were lying to fans, when they said, you know what, we're actually not doing the 5G. It's only going to be 2 months. Like,
Yeah.
we're changing. And then I was like, this is a lie. Because number one, it's not going to be 2 months. I can already see the solicits of the stuff that's carrying off afterwards. And you wouldn't tell us what the new books were going to be after those 2 months when you're like, oh, we're going to take all the books that you collect offline. And I was like, and so you're not telling us what's come back? And sure enough, came back as the, what is it? What are they calling it now? Not Future State. It's the Infinite Frontier.
Yep.
And the whole Omniverse. I was like, this is lame. And then when they're like, oh, we're introducing all these characters, and it was exactly like all new, all different Marvel, where they replaced the main character with some sort of progressive stack version of like, oh, this is the female gay version, this is the handicap version, this is the brown skin version of the character. Like all of it. I was like, I just want Batman. This Jace guy, I want him to die. Like I want to see him catapulted into the sun. I hate Jace. He's not even a good character. If you want to have a situation where like Batman gets injured and he can't be, and then we have Batwing come in and like take over for a while, okay, I'm cool with that.
I'm actually down with that decision.
But Bruce Wayne is Batman, and then the way it was written, like that Jace character, he's like, I'm the real Batman. I'm like, no, you're not. You fucking literally went into the Batcave, stole Batman's shit.
No,
literally, like you looted.
He didn't do that. His dad's Lucius Fox, who has Bruce Wayne's billions of dollars.
Right.
So
that's the complex side of the story. My point is it's really not Lucius Fox's stuff to give. Lucius Fox, who has been Bruce Wayne's friend forever, now all of a sudden, like, just took all his money. These racist assholes over at DC literally wrote it so that the black friend of Bruce Wayne took all of his money, kicked him out of his home, gave his toys to his son in a weird twisted analogy of like
he has no cave,
looting things, how blacks can just go in and like loot any place they want, and then saying that it's all theirs and they're the real deal. I'm like, this is so freaking racist and it's like, but it's subversive because it's not outright. They're trying to be like, no, we're trying to say he's good. We made Batman black. See, we're on the good side. No, you're not.
Do you want to know how bad it is right now? That Batman actually has no house. His house is blown up. His apartment building was condo he's living, they could barely afford. The rest of society was blown up. He has no Batcave at all. He had to get a spare suit. That was an older spare suit. Now he's using that. And Oracle's to help him out, but he has nowhere to crash now. And I guarantee he's gonna crash with Huntress because they have Huntress that are complaining how she has to save Batman all the time in his own book.
I fucking hate DC. It's like it's like the Black Superman thing. It's like even Michael B. Jordan said, "No, I don't want to play some hand-me-down black version of Superman." And he says, "I want to play like Earth 2 Superman. That was odd." And it's like, come on. At least that was a character on its own. He wanted to do something new. He didn't want a hand-me-down. He didn't want something just so lazily put together. Come on, man.
And in the future state story, they tried to allude that Jace Fox was sort of like filling in as Batman because Bruce Wayne was removed.
Yep.
And so even though I don't like the fact that you need someone to step in as Batman, it's not one of the 50 million Robins that exist. It's not his son Damian. It's not even Terry McGinnis. It's not. There's so many other people that would step in the shoes of Batman before this no-name character that no one's ever heard of before. But whatever. That's stupid. That's neither. But then they go after the future state. Then they go back. Okay, now we're going back to the present and the now. This dude literally starts becoming Batman while Batman is still Batman. Like,
or at least give him like a separate identity.
And the other thing too, in the future state issue though, Batman, Jace says like, quit copying me. Because he thinks that Batman Bruce Wayne's dead. And he thinks that someone else is trying to copy him now. He's like, no, I'm Batman. And Bruce is like, what a fucking moron. It's like, he basically, you can tell right away he was irritated. But and the other thing is that this Jace Fox whatever went up against Nightwing and he held his own. Are you kidding me? Nightwing is not only he's done gymnastics, he's done circus stuff, acrobatics. He's also been trained for how many years by Batman?
Yeah, but this guy's got the power of woke, so it trumps all.
Not
really. If a cop pointed a gun at him, he'd probably freak out and die.
No, he's already done that. That was in the future state story.
No, because cops kill black people. It's an automatic thing.
You didn't read the future state story.
With Jason? Like, no, I did not.
Yeah, no, he manhandles the cops.
How can he? That doesn't make sense. Logic.
Because cops are bad.
Yeah.
Have you not been paying attention? All cops are bad.
But they keep telling me that cops kill black people. Nobody survives against cops.
Yes, black. That's why all cops are bad, and he takes care of them.
So how could he though?
Can't. That's what he's saying. If you're a black man who goes against the cop, you're dead. There is no recourse.
No, a regular black man. This is Batman.
This is
he's actually taking care of the crooked. So in the world of Batman, the criminals are bad. In the world of Black Man, the cops are bad. They're the villain, and he takes care of them. You see what I'm saying? They've juxtaposed the concept.
Yeah, Batwoke, the unbeatable Batwoke. That should be the name.
And look at the add insult to injury. Look what they named his book. I am Batman.
That seems so goddamn lazy.
Because it's just, dude, it's like Batman isn't even gone. Like, we accept Terry McGinnis as Batman Beyond because Batman had been gone for a while, and Terry McGinnis gets the suit, and he's like, world needs a Batman again, and I'm gonna do that. This guy's like, hey, my dad took all of Bruce's stuff. Oh, hey, check out this cool Batcave. Oh, look, I'm gonna be Batman now. It's like, dude, Bruce is still around. What is wrong with you? This
If-
guy is a piece of shit. Like, why would anyone want to read this book? It's racist against black people in the way that it portrays like how they're able to just take whatever they want. It's negative towards police. It's anti-white. In any end of the spectrum, this is a terrible concept book. It's like, I'm not against a black character. And someone said, well, why didn't they just give him an original like thing? That's the problem.
Okay,
They already
Yeah,
have an
but
original. It's called
but-
hold on. It's his brother. It's Luke Fox.
Yeah.
Luke Fox is his older brother is Batwing.
Yep.
They already have that. That's not what they're interested in. When you look at woke shit in comics, stop taking their motives as genuine. They're not. They're not there to try to get representation. They're there to destroy the old model. They're there to get they're not there to make a black Batman. They're there to destroy a white Batman. That's the agenda. And that's why they can't make him an original character, because then Batman's still there. They need to get rid of it. That's what the all new, all different Marvel was. It wasn't about making new characters. It was about taking the characters that existed and making sure that, okay, Wolverine, that's too masculine. It's toxic. We need to make Wolverine a woman. Captain America is too patriot. We need to make him a Nazi. You know, Hulk's too white. Make him an Asian guy. Thor, and again, too toxic, masculine. We make him a woman. This is now what DC's doing. Get rid of Wonder Woman. Make Aquaman a black guy who's also gay. Flash, we got a black woman, handicapped. We got to have all the progressive stack. We got to all the victims. They're erasing the status quo. That's what it's about.
You know what would be great though? If they would have done this, tried doing this story in the '90s, it would have ended up with like Bruce, basically Batman telling him, "They go, take that costume off now," and he'd be like, "No." And then the next panel, you'd see, Jace Fox in his boxers, beat the crap out of him, laying in the alleyway, and no suit, because Bruce Batman wouldn't have put up to that, and most people would have been afraid of him. It's the back glare. That was the whole thing. Now this guy's, now and the back glare is now a joke now. It doesn't mean anything anymore. Back in the day, Batman told you to do something, you did it. It's just dumb now.
Hey Ed, good to see you. He says you need to get out of your shell and express yourself, bro. Yeah, I do need to get out of my shell.
Nightwing has taken over as Batman before when Bruce was displaced by time by Darkseid. And then Damian has taken over. He took over as Batman for a short while in the Batman Beyond book by Jurgens that was out last year. They get canceled last year. Yeah,
That's the thing. No one asked for this. And when they suggested they were going to do this with the 5G, they got tons of pushback. I remember when Tynan took over for Tom King. And everyone's like, "Oh, they gave it to James Tynion or Tynan." That's strange. And then everyone's like, "Oh yeah, but he's only going to be there until issue 100." And they're going to put John Ridley on. It's going to take over, and they're going to make Batman Black and the 5G. And everyone was like, "No, like this is stupid." And there was so much pushback against 5G, and that's when DC came with a big lie. Oh, we're retooling. That's when Dan Didio got fired. Oh yeah, we're retooling all that 5G stuff. Like some of it was already done, so we're gonna do a little bit of it. It's gonna be 2 months, and we're gonna do, but we're not really, we're just retooling it. Nope, it was all a lie. They just masked it. They just put a different coat of paint on it and said, "Look, 5G, no 5G, future state." You're like, it's just the same thing. You just called it a different name.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm getting leery and leery as I go each week and reading stuff with DC. Catwoman by Ram V is pretty much my number one go-to book for DC. Tamaki has been okay. It's like not great, but it's been average. It hasn't been really offensive as where Tynan just went full embrace into the magistrate stuff and just introduce all these characters now, and then he ups it and just quits. So now you're like, okay, well, what's going on? But apparently they're going with the new arc for the Batman book is versus Scarecrow. It's called Fear something.
Fear State.
Fear State.
That's the new mega event. It's going to be running through October.
But is it are these books that were already written by Tynion, or are these like new guy writing it?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, shout out to my boy Perch. He did a video about the solicits that are coming up in November, I think it is.
Okay.
The November solicits, where there are 53
Batman
comics coming out from DC that are Batman related.
Oh my god.
53.
Just keep it in one book. That's it.
Well, okay.
And Future State, or sorry, not Future State, Fear State, by the way, is an event that on the checklist I've counted so far, it could be more, but the checklist I've counted so far is 35 issues. If you want to get all of the Fear State.
Here's my proposal. We drop all these Batman titles, and then we give every single Flash person their own book, along with every Green Lantern person their own book, including the Aquaman. There's like 3 Aqualads now, or something like that. Just give all the legacies their own books.
No, that's the problem. That's what DC is doing.
No, because then we'll all be diverse. We just drop all the Batman books.
Diverse, but that's the thing. You got to you need to stop taking them as genuine. That's not. The stated goal is not the actual goal. Diversity was never the goal. When they say diversity, that's code word for anti-white, anti-straight, white male.
Okay,
that's what diversity actually means. You could be all black, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's diverse." You'd be like, "What about the Asians?" And it doesn't matter. It's got black, so it's representative, so it's diverse. Like diversity does not mean, but they trick you into saying it because when they say it, it sounds logical. When you take them as genuine, you're like, "Yeah, I'm for diversity. Diversity is fine." Who would be, No, I'm against hate. Yeah, actually, Black lives. Yeah, of course, Black lives matter. Like you take them as genuine. Yeah, that's how they get you. Black Lives Matter isn't about Black Lives Mattering. It's about Black lives being superior. It's about subjugating white people. It's about reparations. It's about everything other than what it says. But
I suggest buying back issues to avoid this mess.
I don't buy with DC.
And to him said he'd pay for that if they gave every single legacy person their own book.
I'm not a fan of the legacy characters. I have no shot, but I do think,
and they never have a supporting cast because they can't start each other's books because they're in their own books.
Right? I just wish supporting characters didn't have to just be the same. Like, look, there's a new Flash character. What? Let me guess. They're a speedster. Yep. Oh, I'm so shocked.
I gotta ask though, how come they never had Shara and Carter Hall come back as a black couple?
Well, wait till the movie.
I'm just like they cast the Hawkman and they're like, okay.
Well, Shara was not Shara. Kendra was black in Earth 2.
But Carter was still white though, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, they're going to say since he's the reincarnation of an Egyptian prince, he has to be black.
Yeah.
Egypt. According to the theory that Egyptians were black, since Carter Hall is the reincarnation of Prince Khufu, he needs to be black.
I mean, they are dark.
Egyptians aren't black,
right? But go tell
it's more of a mixed culture there. It's kind of like a mixed thing there.
They do have darker skin, but they're not exactly black.
Egyptians are Arabic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
they're white people pretend to be Arabic. It's a whole conspiracy.
It's just like I said. It's never genuine. Once you can realize that, once you realize their statement sounds good on paper, and then you realize, oh wait, this is actually just a con job. You're lying to me to get something else you want? What could that other thing you want be?
I
And you-
like you brought up this primitive thing called paper.
paper. Yeah, I have paper in front of me actually, writing notes down.
You do? That's a rare artifact.
I know.
Everything's digital.
Yeah, I dropped out. I agree. Like back issues, you know, you don't need to buy back issues to avoid this mess. You just need to not buy these books to avoid this mess.
If everyone did that, they'd like lose a lot of money, and they realize, oh crap, we gotta go back,
Yes,
and we get another rebirth.
yes.
But I think rebirth was the last time you're gonna see anything good come from these companies.
Probably unless it
overall,
fails, and then
yeah.
AT&T sells it off, and then someone else picks it up and rebuilds it again. You know, because things can come back from the dead. I mean, Valiant
Yeah,
got killed. You know, they sold to Acclaim. Acclaim burned it to the ground, and then Dinesh Shamdasani came and bought it, restarted it back up, made it great again, and then sold it to a Chinese group, and then they burn it to the ground.
that was Zenoscope. That 1 or 2 years, they decided, you know what, we're gonna avoid the male gaze. I'm like, that's their whole entire sell point, bro. and they quickly backtracked and they lost so much money. That was in like 2014 or 15.
That'd be like Black Mask Comics, like getting rid of their woke stuff. It's like that's what you do. That's why people buy your stuff. That was like when Playboy said we're gonna stop having nude pictures. It's like was the death of Playboy.
Then the magazine came back for a little bit. I think it's gone now, isn't it?
Yeah, it came back for a while. They were trying to make it like
because the Sun tried to bring it back and make it.
No, they tried to make it like a like. Do you remember like For Him magazine and?
Oh yeah, like a Maximum.
Maxim, yeah, like the guys magazines that weren't quite R-rated. They just had like swimsuit models and stuff.
Well, they killed it when they put a trans person on the cover. That was bad. And then Sports Illustrated, remember that Sports Illustrated did that on the interior. Now this year. It's like, well, if you're not buying Sports Illustrated, well, I don't want to look at a dude on the cover no, I don't care.
These companies are just stupid.
And if you call me a bigot, that's your right to call me a bigot, and I get to call you an asshole. That's my right. We all have freedoms.
Yeah, Tehillim, Fear State is a Tinian or Tynan story. I always say Tinian because it looks like it, but it's Tynan.
But I heard that Clown Hunter might not come back, but apparently Ghost Hunter has been in some other books now. She popped up lately, so he may stick around. But Punchline, I don't know if she's going to stick around or not.
Well, I'm gonna have to call it a night, guys. Or
all right, bud.
I need to get stars of certain things. Well, see you guys.
All right, thanks for coming by, hanging out with us.
Just because you want to go read Batman, no.
Yeah, he's gonna go read I Am Batman.
I'm not Batman.
Thanks for having me on board. It's nice talking to y'all.
Yep, later.
Good night.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
bye.
the next book. Young adult. I'm not Batman. It's Bruce Wayne. Oh man. I don't know. I'll tell you, man. It's getting slim out there. I mean, I'm Marvel. I'm just picking up Daredevil. I was picking up Spider-Man because it started to get a little better with Nick Spencer, and then it just went downhill again. And now Nick Spencer's gone. James Tynion's gone. Everyone's leaving. I mean, Brubaker, Scott Snyder. I wouldn't be surprised if Robert Venditti just said "screw you" and just didn't do anything for DC anymore and just went to his own books. Because that's I mean, especially with Substacks, looking at that, they're like, if they're gonna pay people like their creators they want over their money, why would you not go? You're taking a risk, but you're not really.
Yeah, the thing is, I still don't quite understand how that model is going to work for comics.
It's gonna work for the creator. That's it.
No, but here's the thing: you start paying the comics writers to come up with material, and how often and how much?
And are you gonna censor them if they come with something that might be offensive?
No, No, the Substack, you can do whatever you want, supposedly. Maybe
Yeah.
it'll get bought out by Google.
Keyword
and
supposedly, yeah. Until the company gets bought out by a larger company.
You can do whatever you want until they decide differently. That was what happened to Patreon. When Patreon first started, it was like, oh yeah, do it. And then Patreon got all woke and started censoring their creators,
Yep.
canceling them. And I mean, Substack could easily do the same thing. At some point, they could be like, oh yeah, we don't want this. But
Because
as of right now, they're like, no, we're not going to censor anybody. Blah blah blah.
Because Substack started with the guys that were getting thrown out of YouTube for being too right wing.
Was it? I don't really know the details on that. I know that. I mean, Substack is targeting a lot of left wing people to be on their stuff.
I agree with Ed says. If it sells, there should be no rules in comics. You have to choose not to buy it if you don't like it.
Yep.
I agree with that in spirit. However, I limit that to like original creations. For example, Batman is iconic, right? So if you're like woke, you're like, I want to turn Batman gay, and I want to do all that. Like, no, that's not your character. Like Batman is an iconic character that exists because of the history, 80 years of history of fans dedicating and buying it and supporting it to be what it is. So you kind of
you
have an unwritten obligation to adhere to that. However, if you want to go off and make your own comic about women having their period and turning into werecats and killing men,
domain characters,
you want to do that, that's fine. You want your own comics, you do whatever you want, and if it sells, more power to you. I am 100% free market in that aspect. This is why you'll rarely see me make any criticisms about like independent comics being woke and stuff, right? I sometimes I make fun just in mock, like Black Mask, like Black Mask is woke, but whatever, they have the right to do it. I don't want to buy their comics personally, but I 100% support their right to make the stuff that they want. What I don't want to see is Captain America turned into a Nazi. That pisses me off.
Well, it was foretold, didn't you know that?
Yeah.
Brain foretold that. He's like, let you're him and Agent Carter. Last one to get there is a Hydra agent.
Tehillim says, just buy Challenge of the Super Sons.
I have been picking that up because you guys have been saying great things about it. I still have to read past issue 1.
Did you read the original Super Sons?
No, I haven't.
You need to read the original Super Sons.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll bring back story time, and because I have the entire Super Son. I have the entire original Super Sons in digital. That's how I originally bought it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went and bought it again in back issues.
Cool.
Because I liked it. And then I bought Adventures of the Super Sons, which was the quote unquote prequel series.
Are they in the first one? Is it in a trade at all format? Like how many issues is it? Like 12, 6?
It's 16 issues. It's two. I think it's 2 trades.
Okay.
I think. Oh no, it's 3 trades. Because one of the runs they had a crossover with Superman. Because Peter Tomasi wrote both Superman and Super Sons.
So
Super Sons,
right? Wasn't it?
Patrick Gleason did the art on Superman. Super Sons had Jorge Jimenez.
Oh, okay.
So it was fantastic. They did a crossover with Superman, which was great because, like I said, Peter Tomasi was writing both. Super Sons and Superman were like closely tied books because Tomasi was writing both. John Kent was in the Superman book. That was one of the big storyline things, was Superman being a father. Super Sons was the story of John Kent like having adventures with Damian. So, and then Superman was when he was with Dad. And so they had a crossover story, and that's why there's 3 trades. But I recommend them. Like Jorge Jimenez is one of my favorite artists. It's a good series. Adventures of Super Sons was a 12-issue miniseries that came out that because they just killed the book because of Bendis. Bendis forced that book to be killed. But Tomasi had a lot of stories still to write, and so they let him continue to like basically write prequel stuff. Because it wasn't really continuity at that point anymore, because Jonathan Kent had already been aged up. And then apparently he's got even more stuff where they do the challenge. That's a 7-issue series. I'm not buying the challenge stuff right now because I'm in the FDC mode. So I'm like, screw you, DC. I don't want to give you any money. But I fully intend on picking those books up in the dollar bins and the back issues. So I'll support my local comic book store. But I don't want to give DC any money. And, you know, I don't like, as much as I support Peter Tomasi and I would recommend those books, I don't like the slap in the face thing that DC did, where it's like, oh, hey, yeah, we know we ruined this character you love, so here's this little mini series to like tide you over. Like, why don't you just fix it?
Did you read Taylor's comment?
At least Bruce Wayne spent less time in prison than Daredevil.
Like,
yeah, but the Daredevil story is good. So
I haven't read the latest.
The only people complaining about Daredevil being in prison are the ones not reading it.
I'm reading it. I'm complaining about it.
You're not reading it.
I'm not okay. I'm not reading it.
I disbelieve.
The
Um,
last one. Did you read the last one? 32.
Good morning, Dave Asanowitz. No, I have not read the last one yet.
Oh, so I can't even talk to you about it though.
I know. Dude, I know. My life has been.
That scene in the shower was just so weird. He dropped the soap and everything. Did not see that coming. Near he.
It's definitely on top of my list. The only reason I haven't read it is because I haven't read anything. But I definitely, in fact, every time I want to read comics, like I would be reading tonight, then I end up doing like a stream or something like this. So, yeah.
Okay, so you just
I like the Daredevil. I know the prison storyline is maybe not everyone's favorite thing, but I think it's being told well. One of the complaints that the Daredevil run had was that, oh, we've seen this before. Oh, this just feels kind of like the Netflix show. Oh, how many times are we going to see Wilson Fisk get the upper hand on, it's like, oh, it's the same. But though when Zdarsky gives us something that we haven't seen before, like Daredevil being in prison and dealing with living in prison life, then everyone doesn't like that. It's like you can't win. But I think part of the problem with the way the prison storyline has gone on as long as it has is twofold. Number one, the story time is divided with Elektra running around as Daredevil, so you're not getting the full Matt Murdock story all the time. And then two, we had that big King in Black crossover, so that was like three issues that they crossed over.
I think it's gonna end soon, probably the next couple of issues, because what happens in the end of 32. So hopefully we're over the hump. We're to the horizon right there. We're getting home stretch, because otherwise it's just I'm not Daredevil. Elektra is.
No, Matt Murdock is still Daredevil
For 10 more issues. I mean, how much longer can he stay in prison? Like,
he's Daredevil in prison, and that's what I answer Ed. Ed says he doesn't read it. He is Daredevil in prison. So through a weird kind of contrived comics explanation, they come up with this way of allowing Matt Murdock to serve time with a mask.
As
so he
Daredevil.
So he retains his secret identity in the prison.
The big example of the superheroes, if you do this, even, or I guess it's him. This is his Catholic thing coming to him. I guess he's a self-atonement.
Yeah, the reason he's in prison is because he put himself there. Like he turned himself in, and
like,
he
there
has
was no
self-guilt.
evidence.
He could get off, and that's what's kind of interesting to me.
Even the
is-
mother forgave him too.
The supporting characters in the comic, there's like this kind of like moral argument between the different characters of whether Matt should serve his time or not serve his time, and those characters will present their arguments. Like I think Foggy Nelson was telling him, like, dude, so you're serving time. I get it. Like, I get it. That's you feel guilty. You did these things. You want to pay do the time because you did the crime. However, prison's about rehabilitation. It's about like you coming back and reforming your life. You don't have anything to reform. You're already like a hero. Like you save people. So is prison really going to help you, or should you go out and be using your time to save people? And if you want to pay penance, just pay your penance like saving people. There's like arguments like that. There's arguments. I think. Oh no, that was his lawyer. That female girl, I forget her name, was making that argument. Then the mother forgave him, and so there's like all these different arguments being made. And what I like is that Zdarsky doesn't ever try to tell you what to think. He just like lets Murdoch have his opinion. Foggy's got his opinion. His lawyers, everyone's got a different kind of philosophical outlook about whether Matt should be in prison or not. And then you as a reader can walk away and think, oh, I think he should do this, or I think that.
Would have been funny though if the judge said you're in the case. Basically, the ruling is you're innocent, and then he like still wants to go to jail and be like, no, too bad, grow up.
It's not.
It's
It's not out of character for Matt to develop some sort of psychosis that will make him act weird out of guilt and trying to do his own version of penance.
Well, Matt's always been kind of one of those people, and
one of those people. What do you mean by that, bro?
Shut up. And the whole Zdarsky run since issue 1 has been built on the foundation of Matt Murdock is losing his touch. He's getting old. He's getting sloppy, and he ended up killing somebody. And I think it was in issue 4 or 5, which is like one of the best issues, when Spider-Man pays a visit to him and is like, dude, you're done. Like you're killing people. Like you can't do that. And basically tells him no more, or I'm going to come and stop you. And it's done in a really good way. I know, like when I say it out loud, it goes, oh, that's stupid. Why would they did it really well, I thought. And then Murdoch, of course, he's just guilty. He's like, I can't believe, and then eventually Elektra comes in the picture, and she's like realizing, and it's like, she's like, man, your problem isn't you're losing your touch or whatever. And he's like, you just need more. So she's going to kind of finish Stick's training and him. And I was like, that's kind of a cool aspect, because like the only person that really could teach Matt anything would be Elektra. So they have some of that. And then of course it rekindles their love relationship. There's a lot of great side stories with the mob and Fisk,
and she's also said the hand's coming back. Stronger than ever. You need to be around. You can't be sitting in jail. And I like to point out, who's going to watch a city while you're playing, self-pity in jail?
Yeah. So
and she's forced to basically do this. She could have now, if she wanted to, she could say like no. But she wants to prove to Matt, that I can do this, and she's basically cannot kill. So the size that she has, those little daggers she had, they're instead of being pointed, for killing people, they're flat tipped, like just like his cane is. So that it was still though, if she hits someone with that, it's going to impale them. I don't care.
So they're going to be real size now, because size aren't actually. You can't actually pierce anything with a real size.
No,
that's not what.
They're like Raphael's, the same size as that. But like, even for Raphael's, like I said, anything blunt object, if you hit it hard enough and that's small enough tip, you can still puncture someone, kill them with it.
Yeah,
I was wondering about that.
Size are not meant
Blades.
to be like lethal weapons anyway. Like the size are used to disarm people.
I blame Frank Miller for this.
And as a matter of fact, it kind of makes sense, because size were used by the Japanese kind of the magistrates, like that would be like the equivalent of the police in the town, who were commoners. And because they were commoners, they weren't allowed to have swords. Only samurai could wear swords. So the police, essentially, they would have to use commoner weapons, like an asai was used, because if they had to basically try to arrest a samurai, they needed a tool that could disarm a samurai sword.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where that came from. But then you get like the comic book use of them, and you see them, and they use them as like stabbing people and stuff. And it's like that's not really what they're for, but whatever.
I do like the fact, that King of Black, whether you like it or not, that whole event, we got that basically Elektra's new apprentice, the girl whose my mother was basically killed, and so now she's basically took her in, and this basically what stick to her, she's now teaching her how to be strong, but she's also learning stuff about herself. She's learning to be compassionate, stuff that she forgot.
Yeah, see, I'm indifferent on the apprentice. I think that's too much bloat for the story. Like, it's one thing to have Elektra filling in for Daredevil, then it's another thing to have she has an apprentice too. It's like, whoa, let's slow down. We're putting too much into this story.
I think that's something that's keeping her grounded too, because I wonder though if she's just that crass enough. If it was the other girl wasn't there first, depending on her.
I agree. I agree with you. Like, on the surface, it is interesting. And if we had like an Elektra book and it was just her own book and she was that would be fine. I just feel like there's too many plates spinning right now.
I'm just kind of blown away that they never gave Elektra her own book. With all this stuff. Remember, it's all female empowerment. Captain Marvel's got her own book. Black Widow has her own book now.
Remember, you're taking them as genuine again. It's not about female power. It's about destroying men.
Well, the way to destroy men is get rid of the men books. They have all women.
You mean like put a woman in place of Daredevil?
Yep.
Okay. So
like they already did.
So the thing about this story is Matt Murdock decides like he has to serve time. Like that's the way they've established the story. He's feeling guilty, and he's like, I cannot be. He feels like a hypocrite. He's like, I can't be arresting people or apprehending people that are criminals when I'm a criminal. I murdered someone, and I get off scot-free because I wear a mask.
Yep.
That's not right. So I actually really respect this. One of the things I like about the story is other superheroes, like they kill someone, it's like, oops, move on. Like they are above the law. And Matt Murdock is a lawyer, and one of his motivations as a character is he is absolutely a supporter of the law, working within the law. So this all makes sense. And Zdarsky weaves this sort of conundrum about like, well, what do you do? And so when he sends him to prison, what I find fascinating is wondering how this is going to end, because he's not going to stay in prison, but there needs to be a plausible explanation of how, like, Matt Murdock's not going to serve his entire time. He's going to get out.
You need to read the last
I know.
I'm curious if you're going to be upset or not, because
okay,
what's going on.
That's fair. We'll talk about that later. I'll read it. I'll put it on the top of the list. But that's what I think is an interesting situation, and the reason it's taking some of its time. I told you about the delays, and those are kind of unfortunate. But it needs to have. You couldn't just go, oh, I'm going to go serve my time because I murdered someone, and then he's in 2 issues, and then he's out. That doesn't feel right. So Zdarsky's letting it sort of simmer and actually feel like Murdock is doing time. And there's things that are happening. He's not just sitting in prison and nothing's got. There's a whole like corruption in the prison thing. Matt having like platonic relationships with the prisoners, and how they treat him initially, and then how they start to see him later. And it's a fascinating drama. In the meantime, Elektra is running around as Daredevil, and normally, me, I would be like, screw this, like she's not Daredevil, da. But the whole situation is she's against him going to prison. She's like, Matt, who cares if you killed someone? You did the right thing. Like, she doesn't care. She murders people, right? So she doesn't have the same moral quandaries that Matt does. And she's like, okay, look, I respect you. You got to do your thing, but the streets need you. And she's like, let me help you. And she wants Matt's help because the hand is coming back. That's another big thing. So and Matt's like, no, I can't work with you ever again, because you're a murderer. Like, you don't have the same moral compass as me. We can't do it. And she's like, no, look, I've changed. I can do it your way. This is important. And he's like, no. And she's like, and then when he goes to prison, finally, she's like, well, look, the city needs you. Like, you're going to be in prison. And, you know, I forget what he says or whatever. So she takes it upon herself to like, look, I'm going to fill in to not because she's going to, I want to be Daredevil. It's she wants to prove to Matt that she can do things his way so that when he gets out, he'll be essentially like, oh, you have changed. Like, you aren't a murderer. I can. And it's interesting because she's having these troubles, like that the Venkman pointed out. Like, she's like, God, normally I would just kill this person and it'd be over. It'd be simple. And
well, yeah, because she kills the main person, that solves the problem. That's the solution. And the person has come back. It sets an example. If you do this, you're dead. But it's basically like slapping them on the wrist, what she calls it, and actually frustrates her so much. It's like, no, if you make criminal offense, the perfect way to scare people is by killing people.
So I so far, look, it hasn't been my favorite thing of the run, but it is still well written, and it is interesting. It's something I haven't seen. Someone saying he's doing just what Bendis did. I don't remember Bendis putting Daredevil in jail or Elektra as Daredevil.
I know that Bendis was it Bendis or Mark Waid? It revealed he had that sweatshirt saying, "I am not Daredevil." It might have been. I'm not sure if that sounds like it would be a Bendis, but then it could also be a Mark Waid thing. But I want to ask you a question about the. What do you think about Typhoid Mary and all this?
That's weird. That's a weird thing. I don't know where that's going.
I don't want to find out either. But also, it's like I can't look away.
This is my thinking. Like for 33 issues now. The series has gone on. So 33 issues, by the way, for Marvel, that's huge. You know, X-Men, the Hickman X-Men didn't even last that. It's already rebooted after 21 issues. Right? The whole this is 33 issues with Chip Zdarsky, who's the best writer at Marvel, with Marco Checchetto, who's probably top 3 artists at Marvel, all on the same book for the entire run. Now Checchetto is off and on because he can't keep up the schedule, so they do have fill-in artists, but he's still the main guy, and that's a big thing for Marvel Comics. The story, if the Daredevil story with the prison is not the best, it's still better than anything else going on in Marvel, in my opinion. And I don't see a reason to complain about that book when you have 99 other Marvel books that
the reason it is because in the back of my mind I know how Marvel is, and I hope the payoff is as good for all the stuff we have to sit through. Now imagine if the payoff sucks and I just waste my time reading this.
Oh, I mean, you don't.
That's always in the back of my mind with any Marvel or DC book. You can invest in this.
But Zdarsky has been writing this series for 33 issues, and he hasn't let anyone down yet. So if he strikes out once, I'm going to forgive him because that's just the nature of the beast. The best comic runs of all time. I mean, the one I hold the most esteem for is Claremont's X-Men run. He didn't always hit a home run every issue.
Peter David in every issue of Supergirl.
But Peter David does definitely not hit home runs every time.
Are you kidding me? Breen would have words with you.
Yeah, we can have words all day. And Peter David is a fine writer. Like, I'm not trying to diss Peter David.
I want to ask
what I'm trying to say is, no matter who you are, you don't always have home runs, and so maybe this might have an anticlimactic ending. We might not be satisfied with the way it goes. I'm enjoying the ride so far. And I don't want to just sit there and worry about it because Zdarsky hasn't given me a reason to worry.
Read 32. Marnie says Zdarsky's also going to Substack.
She said she wanted me to read her comment about the mask in prison.
I
don't recall that.
Where he takes his mask off and he sleeps.
There's been a couple of scenes where he's taken his mask off.
But
like in the middle of the night or something. But
yeah, but
I see him sleeping with his mask on.
yeah, but I'm thinking like she says, wouldn't the warden have cameras everywhere? Especially with Daredevil, if he's gonna cause them problems.
I don't think you can have cameras on. I don't know. I don't know if you have cameras on every.
You have
cell.
no rights when you're in jail. You have no rights.
It's true. You have no rights. I don't know if you have cameras on it. I don't know. Sometimes you have to fudge a little bit. It's comics. Like I said, the very idea that he could even be in prison as a masked person
Right.
is a little bit silly. So
it's only because he revealed his identity to the DA.
I will give Zdarsky credit that he found a really kind of comic booky way to explain how they do it. It wouldn't ever happen in real life, but I was like, for the sake of comics, they do live in a world with superheroes because it's all about a Supreme Court decision about heroes and this bunch of malarkey that he comes up with to explain. And you're like, okay, fine. I guess in a world where Captain America's running around it's like, okay, they probably would have some special laws in place for these heroes.
Yeah, but there was a thing with both Bendis's and Brubaker's run that Matt kept going into court when somebody accused him of being Daredevil, and I don't think they can prove legally that he is Daredevil, but it's public knowledge, and it has been for a while. Especially all the criminals know.
No, that's been erased.
It has? When?
One more day, wasn't it?
Something happened.
And
Did Daredevil die?
Shadowland. Maybe came.
There was something I didn't Charles Soules run? Didn't Daredevil die?
I just know that.
And then someone else took over as Daredevil.
All I know is that there was the whole Shadowland thing where he was possessed by the demon and he led the hand, and he might have been killed at the end of that.
Regardless, in this run, the world does not know Matt Murdock is Daredevil. I don't know how that happened. I'm sure that what you said, of course, is true. Well, we all know that since Bendis's run, destroying Marvel for 20 years, continuity was the thing that he hurt the most. Nothing matters at Marvel.
The only thing I can think of is either they're so totally blatantly ignoring that the whole entire run, or if they're smart, they're going back to what happened with Spider-Man after One More Day. He basically made a deal with Mephisto. They erased everything, so it brought back his secret identity. Everybody forgot that he's Spider-Man, Peter Parker Spider-Man. So I wonder if they also just reset everything, reset Daredevil too.
I don't know. It's just so much convoluted stuff at Marvel now.
But I do like the fact that when Spider-Man came, they're like, you can't, if you murder someone more, get you across the line, I'll be back and I'm gonna beat the crap out of you. The whole thing that Daredevil turns around and says, like, dude, you killed that guy. You never paid for your crime. You and Wolverine, you're over in Russia.
Yeah,
you killed a person. I love how you pulled that out. He's like, oh crap. And Peter's like, you know about that? Oh crap.
Yeah. No, that was great. The way I described it was very simple, and if that's all you knew, I could see being in that side, those shoes. Like, that sounds stupid. Why the spy? But Zdarsky is a really good writer. He understands these characters, and he writes it off in a way that you're like, oh, okay, yeah. Like, and you're right. Like how he throws it back in Spider-Man's face. Like, you're not perfect.
Same with Tony Stark. He did throw it back in his face too.
And honestly, it's conversations like that make me kind of respect this story about how Matt Murdock is going to jail, because he doesn't have the super strength of Spider-Man and everything. He doesn't have he's much more low key Marvel character.
He's like Green Arrow.
But as a fan, as a reader, you can admire him and go, but this guy is a true hero and a guy with integrity. This guy doesn't just talk the talk; he walks the walk. And with a raging leftist like Chip Zdarsky, he writes his character like a real deal hero. That he lives by example. He doesn't preach to people. He's just, this is the way it should be done, and I'm gonna do it. And I'm just like, it's a really good book. Is the best comic I ever read? No. But for an ongoing series, it is absolutely one of the best ongoings
Paulo,
that
are
I've
you,
read.
are you reading any current comics at all? And if you're not, like back issues, what was your favorite run of a certain character? Like you felt like every issue was just like hot, and you had to get the next one.
Yeah, Roger Stern's Avengers run probably ranks like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I've managed to read a lot of Avengers, the way that they were published in the Brazilian comics, because they weren't published. The Brazilian publisher Editora Abril decided to be the first one with an integrated continuity, but they wanted to make sure that they had a lot of high quality in the first years until they got the rights to everything, because it took them 4 years to get the rights to certain characters. X-Men, Spider-Man, and Hulk were the last ones that they managed to acquire. So with the Avengers, they started having stories from the late 60s, early 70s, alongside stories from that were from the mid 70s in other characters. So they rushed a lot of Avengers material, and I managed to read a lot of Englehart stories, Jim Shooter's run, Michelania with the Korvac saga, and then with the Yesterday quests. So by the time I got to Roger Stern, I was pretty knowledgeable. They did go over. They didn't publish from 201 to 227. They didn't publish a few stories, but yeah. Then Roger Stern to me was basically the best. That's when I got interested as a reader, and they got rid of a lot of things that were taken for granted. They pushed Hawkeye aside so you could go found the West Coast Avengers. They got rid of Henry Pym. They introduced Monica Rambeau. And it did a good job with the handling the characters' consequences of their actions, like when the Vision tried to take over the world and he had to leave the team. Star Fox had to tell the team about his mind control power and how it affected people, and they were mistrustful of him for a while. Captain America was not always around, and the team didn't have a symbol to rally around, and the Wasp had to make do as the leader. Hercules came back, and he was always second guessing the Wasp. So there was a lot of stuff. Stern handled a lot of characters, and he handled them well.
So you like the group stuff? You never really read the solo stuff. We're fans of that stuff.
Yeah, Iron Man. The only run I actually like is the Leighton Michelini Romita run. I don't like any other Iron Man solo stories.
Sorry, Marania.
Can't be friends with Marania.
Yeah, I tried. Even the ones which were written by John Byrne. I mean, they were backups in the Hulk at the time, and because they were published with the Hulk, I would read them. But they weren't the ones that I came back for. I like Peter David's Hulk a lot, and he stayed with the character for a while. I not only did I not mind the Gray Hulk, I actually liked the way the story was told. It was a bit going back to basics, because he was trying to get away from something, and even the way that he disguised himself as a mob enforcer in Las Vegas was reminiscent of how he disguised himself as a clown robot in Avengers #1. So yeah, Peter David knew what he was doing, and he could mix humor and drama like no one else at the time.
Like I said, I still love Stan Lee's run. Stan Lee with Ditko, and with even more with Romita Sr. Mm-hmm. Leading all the way up into the 80s, and you got Todd McFarlane and all that stuff. I just could not put down those books. I was just reading one after another. They're just that much fun. And yeah, you go back and look at them, they're kind of hokey. Like looking at
You're talking about Spider-Man though now.
Yeah, Amazing Spider-Man, yeah.
Yeah, he was.
That was my big thing. It got me in the comics with Spider-Man. But no, But then I started branching out, and especially out here, the last year or year before, we on Jimmy's channel, we with Brain, we did Born Again, and then we did the other one with the Daredevil, the other big one. I forgot what it's called off the top of my head, but the big stories, and then started reading the Frank Miller one, Daredevil. It's just like I feel like anything prior to 2010. Yeah, well, maybe even before that, probably from 1991 and then back into all the way to the 60s. Those are all solid runs. Whatever, there wasn't nothing that you just could not get into. Plus, you had so much to choose from, and they were all great. It's just like now, it's just like, what are you reading from Marvel? Daredevil. Why aren't you reading Spider-Man? Because it's not good. It's like I hate. It's just it sucks. It's like Mariah can't really read Iron Man because it's not what it was, and it's not because she's older and she's set her own ways. No, it's because it's legitimate crap. Same with Spider-Man. It just kills me.
When was Iron Man last good?
She said like Denny O'Neil and
I feel bad. I feel bad for.
As
an X-Men fan, X-Men hasn't been good in like 25 years. So
it's like you get your favorite character, and your favorite character is no longer good. It's like, and that's what you're reading for comic books is mainly just that character. It sucks because you can't read that character anymore. It's just like, well, sure, you can go back and reread the old stuff, but it just kills you when you read the old stuff. It's like, oh, it's so great, and then you get the end, it's like, oh, that's right, yeah, I can't read more. So I'm hoping within the next 10 to 20 years, maybe if comics are still around, they probably will be some way. I'm hoping they finally have a new wave, especially Marvel, especially when Disney just gets flops, whatever. I don't know if Disney ever will, but this is me being hopeful. I'm hoping the comic books get that new breath of life into them, and they get rid of all these people. The people that are in here that are all woke, they're getting older, and I hope they go away.
No, unfortunately. The problem isn't the wokeness. The problem is the
agendas,
the culture. The culture.
No. It's the culture that allows them, because you go back 20, 30, 30 years ago, 40 years, like in the 80s, these were bleeding heart liberals. They were all the same. The difference is they were kept in check. There were certain things you still weren't allowed to do. And like they weren't allowed to get away with it. We are now living in a society with liberals being unrestrained. There's no inhibition. They can just say anything that's on their mind, and so you are starting to see the ugliness of their ideas come to light. Because before, people would rear back like, "What are you doing? Like, stop!" Now no one dares tell them to stop. You
remember when they had the thing in the back where you can actually write letters to the actual editor and stuff, or their actual writer team? And then now it's just like, and now with social media, anybody can say anything. But I liked it back then. Before all this internet and all this stuff, they couldn't see. There was no mob Twitter to cancel anything. There was no cancel culture really. They can't, if there was, you didn't see the cancel culture. It wasn't really that effective.
The letters were important because it's something that you took. You had to take time off your day to
read them,
to craft. So when you wrote a letter, you had to make it meaningful, so that when it reached the editor's hands, he couldn't avoid dismissing you outright.
Yep. Especially if they get, and plus, remember they go back to letters back then. Can you imagine letters they probably got were the same thing? So after a while, they had to address it,
I also, if you read the letters pages back in those days, Marvel was not afraid to print criticizing letters.
Yep.
They would print stuff where people are like, "How dare you do this to the?"
Oh.
Nowadays, everyone's so sensitive. If you say anything negative about their work, you just end up getting blocked and labeled as something bad. You can't. They can't take criticism at all.
I remember that there was I forgot what book we were reading on. It was one of the first appearance Fridays we were doing Ingleton stream, and I remember reading the back, and they're like, some guy was so pissed. He's like, you use this person's first appearance, and this like that. It was offensive, It's like, and they allowed it in the back. It was a Marvel book, I think that it was. I can't remember what it was though. the life of me. But I was like, yeah, I was like, wow. They allowed criticism and they took it to heart, and they actually wrote back to the person. And sometimes you'd see that person write again in a future issue. You know? Nowadays, they would just without the internet, you couldn't be, they just have like, they'd probably fabricate stories and put them in there. But to make you think it's like, oh, the readers like this. So yeah, look at all the praise we're getting in our reader section. But
Yeah, it's too bad. The indies are doing letters pages, though, so I got some respect for that. And Marvel's actually doing some letters pages on some of their books, but I don't trust that they're allowing anything, the negative stuff to come through. A lot of, what I can't stand is when I read a letters page and it's just nothing but like
praise.
Sucking up, like not even just praise, like just being like, I just read the last issue of this and it's literally the best comic I ever read in my entire life, and I can't stop thinking about it. I'm just like, Jesus, dude, like just calm down. Like, it's like they're just slathering praise.
I love the back of Rucka's books on Lazarus. And in his page, it's just him complaining about why he's late, and he blames Trump. Trump's not in office anymore. Why you brought a year later? A year since early of February of last year or October. Guess what? It's almost been a year, bro, and you haven't put out the next issue of the book. The book's almost done. It's almost freaking done. They were going to end it in a couple of issues, and they still haven't. And he hasn't announced that it's canceled. This is Rucka. I've seen him pop in on things. I'm like, you freaking idiot, dude. Just get the book out so I can finish the story. I invested all this time into it. Let me finish the freaking book. I don't give you a crappy ending. At least I know it's done. And the thing is that he has a history of this even before Trump was in office. He was 2016. I remember he made a big speech in the back of his book. I was late, and if you because of this, if you're going to vote, it's really important you vote tomorrow and you vote for for Hillary Clinton. And he was actually like just saying like all this TBS stuff. I was like, what the heck is this in the back of the book? But the funny part is that Lazarus did not reflect anything he had his political beliefs. It was completely separate. I give him respect for that. You can be TDS if you want, but keep the comic book away from politics, from all that crap. Just keep it the good story. But man, it's just like he hasn't really done anything again. I don't know what's going on. Is he just getting old and up in the age where he just can't put it out anymore?
There was a time in Twitter where the guy was putting 30 links an hour with stuff with stuff that you had to read. Look what the Republicans are doing, and look what you must see what this the Democrats are trying to do good here. And it was like 30 an hour. It was like the guy was doing nothing but looking for links to post.
When he was Greg Lucka was when he was writing the Lois Lane miniseries last year. I think it was last year or the year before. The one that was about the Leviathan and all that stuff, network stuff. He was writing it there, and then he would go back and he'd put another book out for Lazarus, and he hasn't done anything since those. So I haven't seen him in anything since the Lois Lane thing of last year, DC. I mean, I just want my book to be done, bro. It's like, what's the point? Are you sick or something?
Well, I think he was like too woke even for DC. Because here's the thing: when Dan Didio was still there, DC it would have some woke things come out, but by and large, that wasn't what the comic company was like. That was all Marvel's bag. And DC was like, we're just going to keep making comics. That's why that Lois comic was really weird, because we're like, whoa, this is like out of character. And I suspect he might have burned some people by doing that book. They were like, whoa, they probably got some kickback.
Well, he's ready. Because Lazarus Image, though, I don't know if he's gone from Image now.
No, he's not gone. He's not. I don't think he's gone from Image. He definitely can't be too woke for Image.
That's what I mean. Like,
right, but doing Image books is a tough job, and I don't think Lazarus is like a big top seller. I do think also let's keep in mind, like, he had one of his books be recently done into a movie, on Netflix, The Old Guard. So he could be just, sitting on some cash and going, I don't need to work, So
and I know, and it's just like, you freaking diva, give us what we want. So give the people what they want.
I mean, I'm not particularly a fan of Rucka, so I don't miss him.
I like his work outside of DC. It's like I said, he's doing stuff. It's like old school Rucka, like when he was on Batman during No Man's Land. It's not like current Rucka today. It's like where it's just like, what the heck is going on in DC? Like I said, it's just so weird because remember Rucka's been famous like everyone's gonna have lesbians in this. Lazarus has none of that, so maybe Image says cut that crap out. But then again, so it's weird.
Definitely does not cut that crap out.
Unless is his writer or his artist. I think his name is Michael Lark or something like that.
I don't. Yeah, I think
it's.
My guess is probably that Rucka is woke, but he only feels. I think he only feels the need to flex his wings. When it's something is conflicting with him, right? That's like why Trump, it's like it woke all these guys up. It's like, oh my God, we need to, fight back with our, leftist agenda. Because Trump, like before, they're like, it's Obama. We're cool. We can just.
Oh, you know what? I figured out what it is. He's doing Old Guard. Remember the Netflix thing?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
In 2019, he started that. Though that's probably what he's. Oh, I hate that. Just finish your book, bro. Then you can start a new one.
Yeah, and that Old Guard movie was pretty woke too.
But there's a new one coming out because it's gonna be a sequel to that movie, I guess, or a Netflix show or something. Because he's writing a second volume. Where in 2019 he began writing Old Guard called the Old Guard Force Multiplied.
Yeah, no, there's a couple of Old Guard books.
Yeah.
I saw the movie because I was like, why the hell not? I got Netflix. It was mediocre. I really hated the whole. It's what I call like subtly. It's like subtly woke. It doesn't preach at you, but it has that thing like, okay, so it's the Old Guard. There's 3 females. No, sorry. There's 2 females and 3 guys. Guess how many of the guys are gay?
All of them.
2 of them. The other one is like he's a loser, can't get anyone, and that's part of his problem. And then of course there's 2 women. Now, guess of the 5 Old Guard, guess which 2 kick the most ass?
It's the women, of course.
Yes, absolutely, like by far. Now, one of the women is brand new. Like, they just discover her because it's kind of like a Highlander thing. Like, oh, you're immortal, and you don't really know you're immortal until you die, or you would face something that would kill you, and then you're like resurrected because you. So it does that whole thing, and so that's how the Old Guard discover her. So she is instantly badass. Of course, she's a woman. We already know this. Guess what race she is?
She's black.
Of course, right? Like, it's all paint by numbers.
Like is she black or is she Hispanic looking black?
No, she's black.
And is she a lesbian? And does she have her hair dyed pink and shaved on one side?
Well, is she in a wheelchair?
The jury is out on that. I don't actually know, but she's military. She dies in I think it's Afghanistan on a mission fighting terrorists. Of course, and on all of her unit is all females.
Wait, is she in a wheelchair and she hits a rock and gets killed?
I think she
an all-female unit in Afghanistan.
Because I heard that rocks are not racist. They got rid of them in Wisconsin.
It's so ridiculous. I'm just like it's not, like I said, it's not preachy. It never has dialogue or lines that talk about wokeness, but it's like that's what I call like a stealth woke. Like, it's there and it's just like, and you're watching it once you're like aware, like you're just rolling your eyes going, of course she's a woman. Of course she's black. Oh, look, the guys. Of course they're gay lovers. Like, of course. Everything you'd expect. Like, what would make this woke? This. Yep, it's that. Nothing surprises you. You're like, and the one other guy who's not, he's just a loser because guys, if you're not gay, you must be a loser. That's how men are written. You're not allowed to be a strong, straight male.
You know, he's gonna go bad. He's gonna become an incel.
It's just like, come on, just like it's. Look, I'm glad it was Netflix and I didn't spend any money to watch it. I would have been pissed if I'd have saw that movie in the theater.
In order to watch the movie, you gotta pay an extra $20. Like the Disney model. You know, they're all gonna start doing that now. They're gonna do like, you know, we own rights to this movie. If you're gonna watch it early access, you gotta pay $20 or wait two months. But
so Evil Blackcast says Mr. Lesbian can write well when he wants to, but he'd rather do bird apps. And I agree. Like, Rucka has obviously had a long career. He shows that he can write.
But he's not on Twitter, so maybe that was a while ago you saw that, or if you've heard of that, because I looked, his Twitter account is pretty much deleted.
What are you talking about? I didn't say anything about Twitter.
Well, Bird App rants. That's what he's saying.
Oh, well, I mean, that probably was a while ago. I don't know.
I know he's on Instagram. I saw that, but he only posted stuff about the election. That was like November last year.
He obviously had Lois Lane typing all sorts of shit on Twitter.
Did he create a
Ed
Lois
says
Lane
it must
account?
sell to keep up for years. It's not like they get off books funding to do this, right? Yeah, and that's the thing. His books, like an Image, that's his stuff. Like it sells. If it doesn't sell, he doesn't make money, right? So this is why I think a lot of these creators, they get woke and they do all this stuff at Marvel and DC because it's just a paycheck. If they write Batman and like fuck it all up, it's not like they make less money. They still get the paycheck. They do whatever they want.
If they don't make a good Batman, people are not going to want to follow them to their Image books.
Maybe not, but I don't know if they see it that way, right?
Well,
we'll see when Tom King gets let go of DC and he's got to start doing his own indie stuff.
We'll see what Tynion does over at Substack.
Tynion wasn't really writing woke Batman. He definitely didn't ruin Batman.
People say the Joker word. They said they didn't like it. So let's see if they'll buy
not
his
liking
books
something is not the same as ruining something.
Well, to certain people, it is ruining it.
People are way too uppity these days. Like,
yeah,
if it's not a 5-star, it's a 1-star. It's the Amazon rating system. There's no room for like it was okay, but it could have been better. It's like, oh, it didn't blow me away. It sucked. I need the comics to blow me away every single time, or it's fucking terrible.
They should be like when Stone Cold Steve Austin came out. You knew someone was going to get their ass kicked. That's what I want with Daredevil. When Daredevil or Punisher shows up, people are like, "Oh shit!"
but to that point, I agree with you, and I think that's why
there has to be a big climatic, ending or something happening in a book to keep.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the comment of if you're woke on Batman, then people don't follow you over to Image. So I agree with that concept, which could explain why Rucka's not on Twitter, right? Zdarsky turned his whole career around. Like, I wouldn't buy a Marvel comic. And everyone was telling me like how Zdarsky, no, not because of Spider-Man, because Zdarsky was a raging SJW and on Twitter. The dude literally has, I think it's a Hawkeye cover that he did where he's like making fun of the fans on the cover. And he's like, haha, look, I changed Hawkeye into a girl. And like, literally it's like an F you to the fans. Like, that's how he would taunt fans from the book. I was like, I'll never fucking buy this Chip Zdarsky guy. Right. And then it wasn't until it wasn't until the Spider-Man Life Story that I gave him a chance because everyone was raging like how good that book was. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll try this because I do like Spider-Man. And I was blown away. Like Spider-Man Life Story is legit
and
great.
What a great contrast there is between that and Mark Russell's life story for Fantastic Four. Holy crap, I did read the 3rd issue before we went live. And it just gets worse and worse each issue.
Oh yeah, that sounds terrible.
It's like
I see the solicits for that book, and I'm like, oh.
He's like the first one. He's like, okay, I'll do this, and we're like, oh, that was horrible. He's the second one. He's like, hold my beer. Wait till you see the second one. And they're like, oh, the second one's worse than the first one. And he's like, you think that's bad? Here's the 3rd one. You're like, at that point, you're doing. He's giving you a keg. Hold my keg, because that's how much money I'm making off you idiots.
Yeah, I told people. I told you this too when you were kind of excited. I was like, dude, it's Mark Russell. It's gonna be dog shit.
Well,
like I don't need to know anything else.
No, I didn't know it
it's
was
Mark Russell.
When I said I was excited for it, I didn't know it was Mark Russell. I thought it was Chip Zdarsky. But then I found out.
No. Otherwise, I would have got it. I don't understand. You had Chip Zdarsky do Spider-Man Life Story. Chip Zdarsky pitched the original pitch, as I hear it, for Life Story was that Chip Zdarsky wanted to do the entire Marvel universe as Life Story. And the editors were like, whoa, that's too ambitious. Like, tone it down. So they reduced it and said, okay, you can just do just Spider-Man. So he's like, so he did it. Now, those of you that remember back in 2018-ish, I think, Chip Zdarsky started to make a name for himself, not on Spider-Man. His Spider-Man book, people were like, he's not very good. But he did the Marvel 2-in-1 back before Fantastic Four was brought back. And everyone was like, this Marvel 2-in-1 is great. Like, it's legit. Like, it's good. I didn't read it, so I can't personally speak on it. But it people were loving it. And then they announced, we're bringing back Fantastic Four. And everyone was like, oh, awesome. We get to put Chip Zdarsky on Fantastic. Like, everyone was all excited. Then they announced, put in Dan Slott. And everyone was like, what? Why would you got the guy on 2-in-1 and no one likes Dan Slott, so it doesn't make sense. But then Chip Zdarsky ended up going to Daredevil, which, of course, myself being a Daredevil fan, I'm happy with it.
Dan Slott should never be on anywhere near a Spider-Man book ever again.
I don't think he should be near anything.
Right, I'm glad that Spencer's off Spider-Man now, so I wonder who's going to be writing it now.
So my point is Chip Zdarsky obviously illustrated that he understood Fantastic Four because Fantastic Four fans were geeking out like at how good his 2-in-1 was. And so the guy proved himself on Spider-Man Life Story. He had a pitch for the whole Marvel. Why would you not say, okay, Chip, do more of your pitch, like Fantastic Four, go. Not, Mark Russell. Just like, what?
You have editors who seem to be incapable of doing a simple sales analysis.
It's not even like they put on like Jason Aaron, who would have done a terrible job too, but at least Jason Aaron was kind of a guy at the time who sold comics. Like, you put on Mark fucking Russell.
Mark Russell, the guy is famously known for destroying Red Sonja single-handedly.
The guy who wrote a Wonder Twins comic with a bestiality orgy in it. This is good. You know what Mark Russell's doing right now?
He's wishing he was Kurt Russell.
No, Mark Russell writes the stupid Second Coming book.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Jesus and not Superman.
Oh, I thought that was a new X-Men book, Second Coming.
No, it's basically like, what if Jesus and Superman were roommates?
That's cute if you're a funny writer. If you're not funny, you shouldn't try it. It's one of those things that you basically admit the only reason people read my shit is because I'm willing to write this, stuff that'll piss off the right. Like,
That's all you're admitting is you're just a gimmick. You have no value as a writer. You're just someone who will piss off the right. You know, it was like Mags Visaggio. That's why she was continuing to get work, because she was getting those hate clicks. And then eventually people are just like, I'm bored of Mags Visaggio. Okay, whatever. She can do whatever she wants.
They should put
And now the whole industry's forgotten about her.
Put Mark Russell onto the Hostess Twinkie ads inside, or Cook all the Hostess ads inside the book. So don't do that crap.
So Ed says, isn't each job an ad for your next job? Absolutely it is. But
unless you work for Marvel or DC.
These people, you have to understand that, number one, they're kind of short-sighted. But number two, they're so secure in their position, right? They can go on and write something completely like, look at Nick Spencer turned Captain America into a Nazi. What happened? Did he get ostracized? Did people like, fuck that dude, I'm never buying his book again? No. He got the flagship book at Marvel for over 50 issues, Amazing Spider-Man. They gave it to Nick, I Made Captain America a Nazi Spencer. So these guys, they don't fear reprisal. They don't think like you, Ed. They don't think like, oh shit, I better do a good job because they won't buy my next book. They're just like, no, I know they'll buy my next book. Like, they look down on their readership. They do not think highly. And as sales crumble, sales are crumbling unilaterally. It's not like fans are just like, no, screw Nick Spencer. I'll keep buying Marvel, but not Nick. What they're doing is they're just leaving Marvel. So Spider-Man may not be selling as well as it did, but it's uniform to the rest of the industry. So Marvel still looks at it as like, oh, these guys are successful. Well, despite Spider-Man selling 40,000 issues less than it was 10 years ago, I guess that's okay because that's the new status quo. And that's why I used to argue quite heavily to people. It's like, look, when you pull your money, don't pull all your money and just be like, F that. Support the guys that are doing good, right? Because their profits need to increase so that the bean counters will look and go, oh yeah, look at this guy. He's selling tons of books. Everyone loves his shit. This guy, when we put him on a book, sales crash. Then they learn. But that doesn't happen. People are just like, fuck this, I'm out. And I'm not blaming you because I'm at that point now. I was that way with DC. I was like, fuck it, I'm out. And, Tehillim made a comment earlier about, if I wait till the dollar bin with Super Sons, Tomasi doesn't make that money. Well, the thing is Tomasi's not making that money anyway. Tomasi gets a page rate. He does the book. DC pays him the page rate. Whether I buy the book or not does not affect his sales. It does affect, though, DC's future decisions on Tomasi, which I can understand and agree. But guess what? DC already kicked Tomasi to the curb. So why should I support DC and go, no, I love Tomasi? No, screw you, DC. You kicked one of my favorite writers to the curb. I'm not supporting your book. So I completely understand if you're that way. I tried to be that way for several years, supporting my book, supporting Super Sons. I still buy Daredevil because I think Chip Zdarsky is doing a bang-up job. I think this is a book. This is a book that all Marvel Comics should be like. It's doing not everything perfect, but it's doing everything right, the way comics should be. If all of Marvel was like this book, we'd be in a happy place. So I support the book. I want it to succeed. I supported Hawkman. I wanted it to succeed. But eventually I got to a point with DC where I was like, you're changing your entire platform. I can't do this. The only thing I plan on buying at DC in the future is Sean Gordon Murphy's. If he does another White Knight, I will buy that because that's astoundingly good.
Did you collect that trade yet?
Collect the trade?
Harley Quinn? Did you get the Harley Quinn one?
Not the trade.
You got the individual issues?
Yeah, the individual issues.
Yeah, his wife was writing that, wasn't that?
Yeah.
And it's actually fairly decent. I like Harley Quinn in certain runs. The Carl Kessel was really awesome. And I liked it in this too with Sean Gordon Murphy. Like she actually showed like character growth.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you what, I hate Harley Quinn.
Right,
The
well,
only character in comics I hate more than Harley Quinn is
Deadpool.
Kate Bishop.
Oh, really? Like we're gonna say Deadpool.
No. Deadpool's cool. He's overused and he's not used properly when he is used, so I have problems with that. But clearly, when he's used correctly, he can be good. So Deadpool's just kind of he's like tucked in the back of the closet for me.
He's in the closet for you.
Yeah. I Kate Bishop I fucking can't stand. But no, Harley Quinn. And when I say Harley Quinn, I mean the comic Harley Quinn. The Batman animated series Harley Quinn's absolutely fine. I hate DC Comics Harley Quinn. So it is my most hated character at DC. But dude, that series, I liked it. I was like, I'm buying a Harley Quinn series. In fact, that was the last book I bought. When I canceled my DC subscription, that book was still coming out. So I was basically I was down to only buying a Harley Quinn book at DC. It was so weird to me that I'm like, wow, that's weird. Who would have thought that I would only be buying a Harley Quinn book at DC? But I think Sean Gordon Murphy co-wrote the book, but maybe not. I don't know. Maybe his wife's a really talented writer. It wasn't as good as White Knight, but I enjoyed it, and the art was solid. It's a solid book. I don't ask for perfection. I just ask for solid, base hits. Don't even have to hit a home run. Base hits, fine.
The next one they're gonna write was a Poison Ivy one, right?
I don't know.
It was supposed to be Harley Quinn, and they already did the Mr. Freeze one, or Doctor. I always forget, is it Mr. Freeze or Doctor Freeze? There's so many freaking. I think it's Mr. Freeze. Anyway,
I think it's Mr. Freeze.
yeah. I think Ivy was supposed to be the next one they write. I remember. I think I have to look it up. I think recall that was Poison Ivy they're gonna do, and I forgot who was gonna write it. Because that almost feels like that's been shelved. I haven't heard anything from him lately. Have you?
I'm not interested in. I hope they don't do an Ivy.
Well, Ivy's not with Harley in this one.
Right, but I'm not even. I don't want a villain book. Just can we? Why don't we? You know what I would like to see is more of the White Knight characters.
Ooh,
like
a Catwoman.
Why don't we do Batgirl?
Or any of that stuff, yeah.
The White Knight Batgirl was fucking awesome. Man, I still get choked up, dude. The Curse of the White Knight issue number 4, the whole Barbara Gordon scene with her dad was emotionally moving comics.
Spoilers for anybody who hasn't read this series yet.
I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm just saying it was.
It's a sad
moving.
moment in comic book history.
There's a great father-daughter moment there that is just fantastic. I
mean,
so much appreciation for her. Again, I'm not a big Batgirl. I'm like, whatever. I'm fine that she exists, but
it was awesome to see him to teach her how to finally ride a bicycle. It's so moving.
It just, dude, Sean Gordon Murphy.
I know.
dude, he admits he's like, I'm not a writer, and I'm like, it's like, dude, you are way better writer than most of the industry. Like, he doesn't give himself enough credit, which is probably a good thing because it's usually when writers think they're hot shit that they stop being good. I think that's the problem that Donny Cates is getting into, is he's believing his own hype.
He met the Hulk. Didn't you know that?
What's that?
He was writing his Hulk book, and then the Hulk came in at the cafe in Texas, Lou Ferrigno, with no documented proof whatsoever. There was no photo, nothing with him taking with Lou Ferrigno. But that was the whole thing circulating. He was tweeted like, "You guys won't believe this. I was writing the Hulk, for anything story, and who walks in at the coffee diner? Lou Ferrigno, the Hulk himself. It was crazy. My mind was blown." I'm thinking like, sure, bro. Sure. Maybe it did happen, but you didn't show proof, most people would take a photo with him, and he takes photos with everybody. Luke Ferrigno. If he didn't take a photo of you, it's probably because he hates your guts.
Some people don't want to be bothered. I don't know. I mean, I don't ask to take photos.
He was too much of a pansy to go up to me. Oh crap, he might hurt me.
Oh, no, he wouldn't.
No, but if like Luke Ferrigno is like, dude, if he comes in and he's with his family or something, you don't want to, especially if you're a professional. Like if you're just like a fanboy, you don't have much shame. But if what do you do? I'm a Marvel writer. Like I'm bothering you right now, and it's just like, I don't know.
No, especially if you're a Marvel writer, you should walk up to Luke Ferrigno. Hi, I work for Marvel. I'm the current Hulk writer. Would you like to take would you mind taking a picture with me? That would actually be good, and especially for promoting yourself. And I'm sure Ferrigno would like to
Have you ever seen Donny Cates interact?
No, I've never. I actually don't know what Donny Cates looks like.
Oh,
I've never seen his face.
He's a short little guy.
We can remedy that. Donny Cates is not very socially.
His wife does all the.
Let me say,
planning.
Donny Cates is socially inept.
Okay.
He is a decent looking guy. He likes to post lots of pictures of himself online. But I think he's a guy who just never got socialized correctly, and he doesn't have confidence. So I could very much believe that he might be awkward in a situation like that. I'm not going to say it did happen or it didn't happen. I'm not going to write it off completely. If he was going to fabricate a story, it might make more sense that you fabricate that you met, the current guy. Forgetting the actor that plays Hulk.
Mark Ruffalo.
Mark Ruffalo. Mark Ruffalo walked in. Like Lou Ferrigno is. Like, I mean, if it's a fabricated story, it's a better fabricated story. So.
Yeah, but I don't buy that stuff when they say that writers are reclusive people. No, writers have to go out, and they might not talk to everybody, but they should be able to speak to people. Okay, that's Donny Cates. But he's socially inept.
Yeah, I mean, just hearing him like getting on live streams and stuff. He stutters. He might have a speech impediment. I don't know.
Maybe he's thinking of lies.
But which might explain why he acts like such a diva, because sometimes people overcompensate,
Like Ash.
So this is but yeah, what he likes to do is take a lot of like artistic. He recently did all these like professional photo shoot things, or
look at his wife, bro. His wife is into all this, the cult and all that stuff, and everything. He probably does everything for his wife. His wife probably tells him what to do. I can really see it, and he's the beta male in the relationship.
Well, it's not out of the ordinary for an artistic type to depend on his wife to do all the boring stuff, like Sharon Osbourne.
Because she writes. I think she does paintings herself, and she also writes comics. I think. His wife, I can remember.
Don't know. Don't care.
Yeah. She's got a big Twitter following too, which is funny.
So she's not his business manager or something.
No. She's got her own stuff she does. But I think it's funny though. I guess because he looks like the guy who'd be the big talker from behind the scenes, but like up front, he probably wouldn't. He probably would back away. Or he could be the guy. He could be the male Karen, the Ken.
Well, I guess one way we could kind of do you know where Lou Ferrigno lives?
I haven't stalked him lately. I'll let you know.
I mean, not exactly where he lives, but you know which state he lives in. Because Donny Cates is in Texas, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So if Lou Ferrigno lives in Texas, that if it's like, oh, he lives in Maryland, and I'm like, your story smells like bullshit.
Well, he was born in Brooklyn, New York. But he's got Twitter. We'll see where he's posting from. I liked about Instagram stuff. They tell you if you have it enabled, this person posts this in this state.
Unless he's got an agency doing his tweeting.
He is at a Comic-Con, I think, or something, on August 12th. He says, if you're in around Manhattan Beach, California on Saturday, come visit me at the
Well,
Comic-Con.
that could also make sense. If he's at a convention,
Yeah,
there's a very strong possibility Lou Ferrigno could be at a convention,
yeah,
and they just happen to go into a restaurant. Like that
it happens too.
that totally happens.
No, last weekend. So yeah, he was at Come See Me if you're in the Belton, Texas area.
Okay.
So he was at the Bell County Comic Con. So if that lines up with what Kate said. Kate said he lives in Texas. That was like a week ago. Last weekend he posted some of that. So that makes sense. Yeah, they could have ran into each other last Thursday.
Ronnie, I don't think Kate's had an ego initially.
I think it's possible for him to get really building up now because he's doing better than everybody else. He's getting praised for it.
Yeah, when he came on the scene, he was a nobody.
Yeah, nobody. After the
and-
Silver Surfer Black, I think is when he really started taking off. And then they gave him Venom on top of that too.
Well, the Thanos wins just shot him into stardom, because here you had a guy that came on and took over a series that Jeff Lemire was writing, and Jeff Lemire is one of the best writers in comics. And Jeff Lemire's story was decent, but Donny Cates just shot it into overdrive. Like, it just completely overshadowed the previous 12 issues that Lemire had written, and it made people go, "Whoa, who's this guy?" And then he started doing other stuff to introduce Cosmic Ghost Rider. His Venom series is still. I mean, it got me to buy Venom. I don't like Venom as a hero. But Donny Cates revolutionized the character. He's done some really good things. The problem is that also all happened when Bendis left, so it created a vacuum at Marvel. And Marvel really threw a lot of stuff on Cates' shoulders to be kind of like the next guy. And I think a lot of it went to his head because he's a young guy, and that can easily go when everyone's telling you how great you are. Especially in the modern times where all these creators live in echo chambers and they block everyone that thinks, criticizes them. It'll shape your mind, which is why you shouldn't block people, which is why you should hear criticism. As much as painful it is to hear, you need to hear that you're not the second coming. Otherwise, you start believing that shit.
Here that's really funny too. I was thinking about that. Name another actor who didn't put on a costume and actually was costume accurate. Actually would fit there, other than Lou Ferrigno as the Hulk.
Well, Lou Ferrigno wasn't costume accurate.
I think he was. He had all the muscles, everything, bro.
Not compared to the Hulk.
Well, the Hulk's out. The Hulk would be. Actually, no. Yeah, the Hulk had to rip shorts. Yeah, pants were now shorts.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah,
Lou
but-
Ferrigno was puny compared to the Hulk.
The Hulk's also 20 feet tall. Depending on who's drawing him.
20 feet's pretty fucking.
If you see him in World War Hulk, when he came back compared to the Avengers, he makes him look puny. He just he's not kaiju level, but it really depends on
He's
who's
more
drawing.
like 8 feet tall. But
He could be
yeah, he's superhumanly. That's why the MCU. Well, actually, when Ang Lee started, when they decided to computer animate him, it's like, oh yeah, this is the only way you can do the Hulk.
But I still look at him today, and I look back and say, Chris Hemsworth playing Thor was probably like closer to that than me and Chris Evans. But Lou Ferrigno has said the thing. We want people who look more like the role.
Well,
Freaking-
Iron Man is spot on.
Yeah.
I mean, the suit, and especially in Iron Man 1, you're just like, oh my God, I'm seeing Iron Man in real life. You know, Spider-Man is a comic accurate. Sam Raimi's Spider-Man.
Yeah, but Sam Raimi Spider-Man has to wear a costume.
Doesn't Spider-Man wear a costume?
No, in order to get accurate, I'm saying like Peter Parker and all that stuff, you know.
I thought Tobey Maguire fit Peter Parker.
Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Remember, he's tall and lanky and thin. He's not like super thin, but he's not.
Tobey Maguire was thin. I don't.
He didn't have the build.
Huh.
If you would have had Tobey Maguire's acting along with Andrew Garfield's body, yeah. There you go. Marania says,
Computer Robots keeps complaining that I'm streaming, but he complains when I don't stream, and he complains when I do stream. I think he needs servicing.
Marania says they wanted Richard Kiel, the guy who played Jaws and James Bond, to be the Hulk. No.
Yeah, I could see them. I mean,
He brings up.
I mean, back in those days, castings going to be the Hulk. It's not like you had a lot of choices.
I still say we need the Incredible Bulk. We'll get Eric Breen.
Isn't it like 4:30 or 5:30 where Breen is? Actually, isn't it 4:30 where you are, Venkman?
It's 4:37. He's an hour ahead of me. Actually, I'm 5:37. Yeah, he's 6:37. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. Ironically, RDJ is way shorter than what Stark should be. Stark is 6'1" in the books. RDJ is 5'9".
Yeah, imagine if they originally wanted to cast Tom Cruise.
Paulo, Eric Breen's here. It means you got to go now. We got to end the stream now.
I've been here for 3 hours, man.
I know, but I'm saying usually when we see you, we end the stream. Now we see Eric.
Yeah.
Now we got to end the stream.
Yeah, but Breen's taking over my gig.
Well, Computer Robots. It's Friday night. Venkman asked me to stream, and I was like, I got nothing to do. Let's talk some comics. And then we ended up talking politics.
Correction. It's Saturday morning.
No, it was Friday when you talked to me.
Yeah,
That's what-
yeah,
I was talking in the past tense. I was retelling a story.
And then when we started streaming, it was actually already Saturday for me.
Yes, but I was telling it from my perspective. God dang it! Now I know what Englentine feels like.
Your perspective doesn't matter. You're the host. You just do what your guests say. Isn't that the whole thing goes, right?
I guess.
You should be lucky to have me and Paulo on.
The only role Tom Cruise should have had has been for Justin Hammer. I think Tom Cruise would have been a good Justin Hammer, but I mean, aside from Robert Downey Jr. being one of the most brilliant casting choices in modern history, like I think Tom Cruise would have worked. They would have had to do, some camera tricks to like not make him look short, which they do most of his movies. So that would have been fine. But I think he could have. The biggest problem I think Tom Cruise would have had is not being Tom. Like he's so iconic that it's hard for him to disappear into a role, especially these days. It's like you always just see Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise is Michael Morbius. He's playing another vampire.
Yeah. I have zero interest in that Morbius movie. Does anyone?
Is it still on? I thought it got canceled. Actually, what we should.
Why would it get canceled? They shot it.
Well, it'll probably never get released. The way everything's
Of
going.
course, it'll get released. Why would?
What year?
Yeah.
2023. By
Well,
that,
I don't know.
I forgot it even
Eventually they're gonna release it. Of course, they're not gonna sit there and keep advertising a movie that they can't release.
It's probably going to go direct to Disney Plus, and they won't even charge $30 for it.
Well, no, is it even Disney Plus? It's Sony.
No,
It's
it
still
can't. It's
Sony?
Sony.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
All the Spider-Man properties are Sony.
Speaking of what's coming out, have you seen the trailer for the Venom versus Carnage? Let There Be Carnage. Holy,
No, I don't care.
Carnage is accurate.
I don't know. I don't think so. I
Look at
think
the
Venom and Carnage, like I think the special effects in that movie reminds me of like Power Rangers. It does not look good. They look like weird characters in like weird rubber suits. The textures are all goofy.
He looks just like the comic book, dude. You look at a picture of Carnage in the thing with Woody Harrelson in there. He looks exactly like it. He even has like the tentacle daggers and everything, the teeth and stuff. It's just, I love it.
Nice.
He doesn't look just like the comics to me. Like
Like
it's
the video
like
game.
overdone. It looks like all like rubbery.
Well, they're like wet slime. They're live parasites and all that.
It doesn't look wet though. That's what I'm saying. Like I
That's
always
neat. I can see that. I can see the water dripping ringing off of it, bro.
No, you're not. Okay. When I think of the suit, I imagine it as the entire symbiote itself is like a liquid form, not that it's a rubber thing that is moist. This to me looks like something I would see in a Power Rangers movie
This looks like you'd see in Resident Evil, bro.
or a Resident Evil. Like it doesn't.
Awesome. The
Yeah,
games?
but those things are cheap. Like I expect cheap effects in Resident Evil. Like
What are you gonna get? Sony's not Disney. They don't have Disney money, bro.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's
Disney has more money than everybody else.
well, few things are Disney, but it's not like Sony is sitting there like, we don't have no money.
Disney has a monopoly. They bought everything, dude.
They haven't bought everything. They didn't buy Sony.
Sony.
Yet.
Yet.
They haven't bought AT&T.
Maybe in the future there will be a merger. Who knows?
There's still. I mean, Sony is big because Sony is a lot more than just movie company.
Yeah.
See,
They could buy Sony Entertainment. The electronics would be spun off to another company.
Marania is saying that Ash Visual the symbiote as liquid form from when the Terminator was done on the screen.
Yeah, it kind of looks a bit more like video game footage.
Yeah, and that's what I don't mind that.
It looks like something out of Tokusatsu. It just does not look real to me. It looks like rubber suit. If you don't see it that way, like if you're fine, then you're getting your entertainment. Like I can't unsee it. Like
if they don't do it like that, you're just gonna complain it's too much. It looks crappy CG.
Unless they don't do crappy CG.
Everything's crappy CG. It's all by taste. I've seen CG that was fine, and people say, "Oh, it's crappy CG. It's horrible. I cannot unsee that CG. It's horrible."
Dude, you can go back and watch Jurassic Park. It's like almost 30 years old.
It wasn't CG. It was all.
Are you kidding me?
The dinosaurs walking out, but they actually had mechanical robot dinosaurs. Not for all of them.
There was a ton of CG, and it still looks photorealistic to this day. Is it as good as some of the stuff that they're able to do now? Of course not. But in many ways, Jurassic Park looks a lot better than some of the things today because a lot of films today, they take these shortcuts. There's so much CG and they take it so much for granted. I watched Jurassic World and I'm like, oh, this doesn't even look as good as Jurassic Park from 30 years ago.
So you want them to do this again? Ryan is saying this is a suit in silicone with the Red Skull.
No, I would do CG. I think that's how they have to do it. I think this is silicone, by the way. Like whatever they did, obviously I'm not a makeup expert. I'm not a CG expert. I just know what things look like to me. And when it doesn't look right, when it looks like when I see this and I go, oh, I'm waiting for the Power Ranger villain to be like, wah ha ha. Like it takes me out.
Well, first of all, Power Rangers are wearing the spandex. They're not using CG or anything.
It doesn't look, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't look CG. It looks like a dude in a rubber suit. Now it can actually be CG and make that. I'm not saying it is a dude in a rubber suit. I'm saying it looks that way. Though the textures on this, they don't come across right to me.
The symbiotes are slime. They come right out of the body. So that's why
that doesn't look like slime to me. That looks like just weirdo tentacles.
They're dripping.
Yeah, it should look like a slime. It should be like he's coated in like an ooze, like a red ooze. I'm not saying I know how to do it better. I'm saying it doesn't work for me. When I see this, I go, ugh. Now, obviously, your reaction's different. You like it. I'm not telling you not to like it. I wish I could see it the way you did. But to me, I'm like, ooh, this doesn't.
I think it's going to be the best movie of the year.
Maybe it will be.
Especially
I don't like the idea of Venom without Spider-Man. So I definitely don't like the idea of Carnage without Spider-Man.
Until actually, does Disney lose rights to him after this Far From Home crap, whatever it is?
Nope.
Or No Way Home? Because I would love to see Spider-Man back in there with these guys.
It's not going to happen.
Tom Holland said he wanted to too. If they're sharing it,
nope. Part of the whole Venom thing was Disney forced Sony to be like, you can't do this with Spider-Man, because if they put Spider-Man in with the Venom, then that what that does is it creates a bridge that Venom exists in the MCU. So MCU Spider-Man is off limits to the rest of the Sony stuff. That's why there's no Spider-Man in this. Is why there's no Spider-Man in Mobius. Is why they're doing all these like Spider-Man villains without Spider-Man. It's really weird to me. This looks a little better, but it still looks kind of like
they look like flesh more than goopy slime, which is how they should be.
I'd like to see what they look like when they're moving.
Well, yeah, he could play the trailer, but he wanted to. But
yeah,
well.
You're gonna get a copyright strike if you play the trailer.
Really?
Yeah.
There's so many people that play it.
Yeah.
Upload it and stuff, and it's the same trailer. It is. Using it from other people's sites, not necessarily the official, but also there's also the fair rising, and if he pauses it.
You don't want to show more than 10 seconds.
Yeah. And the sound, if you play the sound,
yeah.
So Venom looks better, and also at this point, I mean, if the stream gets jacked, it's been so long anyway. I'm not monetized, so I don't have to worry about being demonetized.
Yeah.
If you get a copyright strike, you can't live stream for a certain amount of time, I think.
Just tell them you identify as someone who doesn't have one.
See how they did that, where it's like it feels like it's liquid. That's a little bit more in line with what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think what's going to sell more is you're going to have Woody Harrelson as Cletus.
Well, that's a good point, and I like both these actors, even though, what's his name,
Woody Harrelson hasn't been in a movie since his last serial killer was Natural Born Killers, wasn't it?
No,
Wasn't him in there?
he was in there, but I mean, he's.
His last serial
He's been
killer
in-
movie where he played a serial killer?
Oh, I don't know about serial. I don't follow would be
Yeah.
serial killer. But Tom Hardy, I was saying, I like Tom Hardy a lot. He doesn't really fit the Eddie Brock, but I like him as an actor. And then yeah, Woody Harrelson is. There's some other people I think that could have been Cletus, but I don't know. For me, the whole thing is like Venom without Spider-Man just doesn't. It's weird. It's like making a Joker movie
I
without Batman.
almost feel like they would have had Spider-Man in there with these two. It would have been like Spider-Man 3.
If only.
You can't have more than one villain in a Spider-Man movie.
The problem in the Spider-Man 3, the problem with Spider-Man 3 wasn't too many villains. The problem was not enough development for the villains. So if they had spent a movie, what they should have done is introduce the symbiote in one movie so that the fans, the audiences can be like, okay, what's this suit? What's it all about? Done the whole story of Peter with the black suit, and then by the end of the movie, eventually getting rid of it. And then, maybe at like the end credits, you see the suit oozing into Brock's cell or whatever, and it's like, boom. And then the next movie, you introduce Venom, and then you don't have to spend the time, because Spider-Man 3, you had Sandman, plus you had the whole black suit saga, plus then you had Venom. So it was really kind of 3 villains, if you think about it that way.
Goblin.
And Green Goblin. There was so much going on that if it had just been like Sandman and the suit, and then the next one it was Venom.
Well, as I said, you dropped you take away a lot of those villains, it would have been fine. Like I liked it with having you saw a little bit of James Franco. Eventually you knew he's going to become the Green Goblin, take up the mantle in the second movie with Doc Ock. But Doc Ock was the only villain, really. That's what I liked about that.
I think, like I said, I think you could still have more than one. That movie technically kind of had 3.5. And when the villains aren't developed, when you don't understand, like Venom needed more time to grow. So I think they should have introduced. While they had the suit, they should have had Brock have some scenes, so you kind of understand how Peter gets him fired from his job, and he ends up going to prison. And so you can kind of understand this whole backstory of why he hates Peter. And then when they finally introduce him in the next film, all that's already been established, and you can focus more time.
You know what I liked in the cartoon series in the 90s when they did the Venom saga? Whatever Spider-Man would think, his clothes would morph into something else. It would always be black, though. I thought that was kind of cool for that. For when he was wearing the suit. If whatever he wanted to do, it could become. It wouldn't always be black, but it could also be changed into different colors. It could mimic, and then it'd go back to whatever. So it did look like liquid, water, and it would change, and that would solidify. But it was never shiny like that, though. And that I agree. It shouldn't be too shiny. But if it doesn't really bother me, is if the story's great, I can overlook the shiny part. I mean, I still like the fact. I mean, if they're gonna make him a killer, just going around killing people and stuff, just use the tentacles to tear them, rip them apart. That's gonna be cool. Like Suicide Squad it up, bro. That's what I want.
Yeah, I don't know. Mindless action doesn't entertain me.
It's not mindless action. It's being true of what he is. He's a freaking psychopath. He kills people. He has no regard for them.
That is true. And his purpose is to be a threat to Spider-Man.
Chaos.
And you didn't, if you only read Spider-Man books to see Carnage ripping people in half, which didn't happen in the comics, but that wasn't his purpose. It was what made it interesting was the threat level to Spider-Man and caring about the hero still, which doesn't exist here. It's just, oh look, it's gonna be Carnage being vicious and killing. Then Venom's gonna fight him.
Because he spawned from Venom. Venom took responsibility for it because Venom had to take it, and then Spider-Man was trying to stop him, and he couldn't stop him. He had to team up with Eddie, and Eddie hated his Spider-Man's guts still. He just wanted nothing to do with him. But I mean, you take away Spider-Man from this, yeah, it does change it around. But he was much a Venom villain as he was Spider-Man's. Look at Carnage in Absolute Carnage. Yeah, Spider-Man was there, but eventually it came down to the point where it was Carnage versus Venom. Spider-Man was barely in it.
Yeah, but Absolute Carnage is like 30 years later.
I don't care, but the people don't read that far back, though.
Dude, I was reading when Carnage was invented.
Yeah, do you think the people today who are normies care about that? They don't know.
No,
They don't
that's
even
why
know.
they go. That's why they go see shitty movies that aren't comic accurate, and that's why people like
that's-
me who
that's-
care about
that's-
the comics go, This is dumb. Carnage
That's-
without Spider-Man doesn't make sense."
It doesn't make it a movie like. I didn't like the new Suicide Squad because I felt like a James Gunn just doing Guardians of the Galaxy rated R.
I what I would expect if
No.
anyone went into that movie expecting something different.
I didn't want that. You get rid of characters and you justify. Well, you really expect that character to stay alive. Well, they didn't kill Harley Quinn. Why would they do that? Cool, dude. You can't say just because this person got killed, accept it. Well, dude, then you should kill. If the whole thing is you're saying everyone's expendable, guess what? Harley Quinn is expendable too. She doesn't get her own special thing because she's Harley Quinn, Margaret Robbie, because no one always like her. That crap reasoning just pisses me off. But anyway,
That seems like really weird. A really weird point of view. So you're saying like they should just kill Spider-Man in the movie because he should be expendable,
the MCU Spider-Man, yeah, sure.
or any Spider-Man?
Well, her thing is that Harley Quinn's not Spider-Man. She's not a hero. They're all Suicide Squad. They're all villains. They're all expendable. So why would the only reason they kept her alive because they knew normies wanted to see her.
The whole problem with Suicide Squad is that they're not all expendable. Anytime that they put some Joker's on Suicide Squad, you really think Joker's gonna die? Of course not. You always know it's like Star Trek with red shirts, right? The way team goes down, the only people that are gonna die is not the bridge crew. That's the problem with Suicide Squad. It's like, who's gonna die? One of these no-name characters that no one cares about that they just made up for this comic. That's who's gonna die.
And that thing with this new movie, if you see the new one, did you watch the Suicide Squad, the new one?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's not just no-name characters.
Well, in movies, it's a little bit different because you don't have to tell comics on and on forever, right? You're probably only going to have a couple installments and you're done. But Harley Quinn is clearly not done. If she died, I would have been shocked. Like, oh shit, But she's one of the hottest things at DC, So.
True. I mean, I'm just saying. I agree with you. I would love to see Spider-Man in a movie with these characters, but they're never going to allow Spider-Man ever to leave the Marvel Universe now. He's never going to be allowed to go back with all these other characters. So it sucks.
I wouldn't say never. Honestly,
Disney's got their hooks in them now. They never let that go.
Honestly, what I would have done if I were Sony is I would have made an agreement with Disney to be like, look, okay, we got Tom Holland. This is MCU Spider-Man. We're also going to cast a different Spider-Man, a different actor to be the Sony exclusive Spider-Man so that we can do non-MCU Spider-Man movies.
Sony could do this with Miles Morales, bring him into the Sony universe.
I suppose.
Let's say that Peter Parker said for live action.
I suppose, however, I strongly suspect the MCU wants Miles Morales.
I know, but
you know what I'm saying? Like, if they could make an arrangement, like, look, okay, we understand we're not going to put Tom Holland in here because that would create a weird visual thing where people assume, oh, look, there's MCU Spider-Man, so this must be MCU story, and Disney absolutely doesn't want that. So Disney says, okay, look, Tom Holland is Spider-Man, and the Spider-Man movies we'll make for the MCU, but we're also going to cast this other guy, and he's going to be Spider-Man for Sony. So it'll be different. Like, so audiences will be able to tell the difference. It's not an MCU film, but I don't know. Maybe that's I don't know how that works.
Like I said, they can't. They will never let you to have two Peter Parkers, one in different franchises. Because Disney would never allow that. But if they want to have Miles
No,
Morales,
they absolutely will. They did Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. They had a ton of Spider-Man.
but that wasn't live action though, and that was a one thing. That was a one time deal. I don't see them making any more.
They're making a sequel.
I heard it's just the girls though, not Peter Parker or Miles. It's just
I don't know. I don't know who's in it, but I mean, it's not
I
a one-time
heard
thing.
I heard it's gonna be Jessica. It's gonna be Jessica Drew. It's gonna be the other girl.
Well, that
Stacey.
doesn't surprise me. The
Yeah.
guy that made that movie was
Spi-
fucking woker than fucking
The
woke.
new one's gonna be the Spider-Verse, but it's not gonna have nothing to do with Peter Parker or Miles, because Miles is left in his own universe. It's gonna be about Gwen continuing on and meeting other Spider women.
Sure,
That's what I mean. I
don't know though. I
That's what they
My-
when they announced the second movie they're talking about. That was the thing Promise were talking about. But maybe it changed. Who knows? But like I said, it is what it is right now. If I were them, I'd say, well, guess what? You guys, have your Peter Parker. Well, you want Miles? Then give me Peter Parker back. Say he's dead in your universe. Peter's dead. You have Miles now taking over his legacy.
Peter's only dead in that other universe.
Yeah, but I mean, like, treat this as an ultimate universe, because pretty much that's where they were going with Andrew Garfield. They were doing the ultimate universe. They had Rhino and the robot suit, which is from the Ultimate Bendis universe.
Well,
Yeah.
the MCU is Ultimate Universe. Well, it's inspired by the Ultimate
inspired
Universe.
it by us now, but originally though, the Sony was built in their own Ultimate Universe. So
No, it wasn't.
yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't. Sony is its own thing. It's not part of Marvel.
Sony was doing the Ultimate Universe originally. Yes, the Amazing Spider-Man teaming up, having Oscorp creating the Vulture, creating all the different deals. You're going to do Sinister Six. That was all created by Oscorp stuff, which is in the Ultimate Universe, not the 616. It's just that when they got Spider-Man in the deal, they said, you know what, we're going to do our own Ultimate Universe stuff. Fine. Go back and look at the stuff with Amazing Spider-Man and Andrew Garfield.
Sony was doing their own thing, and they were pulling from the comics, and so some of the stuff might have been what Ultimate
weren't going
Universe did,
complete-
but
they weren't going
Sony stuff was not Ultimate Universe.
No, I'm saying it wasn't completely Ultimate Universe, but they're pulling heavily from it though. For Spider-Man, when it came to Andrew Garfield, not the Tobey Maguire, from the Andrew Garfield one, Amazing Spider-Man 2 was, and they were going to do a Sinister Six, but then they fired Andrew Garfield, and they decided, they'll drop it because Norman Osborn, was sick and stuff. Harry was going to take over as he did become the Green Goblin. And then it showed at the end. It showed Oscorp. It showed in their thing, the labs. It showed a preview for the Sinister Six. It showed the different stuff. They were all labeled Oscorp. Doc Ock, who came out from working for Oscorp. That was part of the Ultimate Spider-Man stuff. Comics. They had the tentacles. They had everything. The vulture wings. So, but it's here, near, and there. It's over with. So, like I said, I don't think we'll ever get Spider-Man ever again outside of the MCU. Maybe we do. Who knows? Sony might just flop as far as they might just do the animated stuff. Who knows?
Well, the Venom movie was a success.
Yeah.
So it's likely, I mean, it's hard to say today because COVID has destroyed the movie industry. So I don't know how successful this will be because the theaters are struggling.
Remember they're talking about doing a Silver Sable Black Cat movie
Whatever.
with the Green Goblin in there. He's the villain. And then Marvel got all upset. You guys can't use Green Goblin. We want to use him. And Marvel never used the Green Goblin in the MCU.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of the
There was supposed to be a Craven Hunter movie too. as well. Yeah. Like I said, I enjoy whatever comes out. I mean, and then if it sucks, it sucks. If it's good, it's good. But I don't have my hopes up for ever seeing Spider-Man versus Venom or Carnage or any of the other villains, because as long as he's over in the MCU and the villains are being held hostage by Sony, I don't see that happening. But never say never. Who expends the Expendables? King Shark is a shark.
Part of the things that I don't like is the weird veins that they do. Like, why does Venom have these gray veins? Let me see if I can get it.
In the
Yeah.
eyes?
No, like, look at his.
I
Hold
can't
on.
see.
Hold on. My system's chugging. Got too much stuff going on.
Chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug. That's Venom.
Yeah, why does he got all these gray veins all over his body?
Maybe mutated after
It's
getting
it's a replacement for the Spider-Man logo.
Oh,
Oh,
it could be that too, yeah. That makes sense, yeah.
I just noticed he doesn't have the Spider-Man logo. It doesn't look right to me.
I think you're saying, like, why does Venom have? Because Venom might have, like, some stuff, because he's a spawn off of that. So if he has any black in him, it's just left over.
Another thing about Carnage and Venom isn't the whole thing that the Carnage could only be defeated because Venom had Spider-Man's help? Like, Venom by himself couldn't beat Carnage.
He has in some other cases, but usually they always had, like, him going after Spider-Man. Yes, because Spider-Man was the main hero, So, and they both were derived out of Spider-Man comic books, But they've always had Venom and Carnage being, like, mortal enemies, father son.
Yeah, but I mean, there's
It's
decades of Spider-Man stuff I didn't read.
And
but
then-
the original
Spider-Man
Carnage stuff was.
Spider-Man had to deal with it.
You're not letting me finish. Like,
You're-
literally interrupting every word. It's the original Carnage stuff was that he was a descendant of Venom, and because of, like, his mutations or whatever, like, he was way more powerful. And so Spider-Man had to help basically his mortal enemy Venom defeat Carnage, who was a worse threat, because while Venom hated Peter Parker and he was a villain, like, he wasn't a crazy mass murdering psychopath like Carnage was. Plus, also originally there was, like, more than just Carnage. There was, like, 6 children.
Yeah, you're thinking of the Maximum Carnage thing. That was the Life Foundation. The Life Foundation was this corporation that got a hold of the Venom symbiote, experiments on it, and they created the other symbiotes. You had Scream, you had Toxin. I forgot there's, like, 2 more, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, that's when I noped out.
Yeah,
That's when I was like, this is too much.
But yeah, they really, because, can you imagine if they wouldn't have had Spider-Man bringing in the Venom symbiote and just would have had a symbiote coming, like, the cartoons, how the symbiote got to Earth? Jameson with a rock. He found a deep space probe, they found it, and it came out just like the Venom movie here.
Well, that was my idea for
Yeah.
what they should have done with Spider-Man 3 was replace Secret Wars thing with Jameson's son going to the moon, come back with, because then the whole Wolfman thing is he comes back with the moon rock, turns him into the wolf, but they could have just replaced that with whatever he brings back this alien substance. It turns out to be the symbiote. That's how I wanted to see it.
Yeah.
Apparently, like minds think alike.
Mhm.
That they did that elsewhere. Because I mean, you can't. How do you do the Secret Wars thing?
Yeah.
You can't. You have to make up something new.
Like I said, I really don't have high hopes of comic book movies being great. They're just going to be average, and then Like
They don't need to
especially
be great. They need to be.
when Roger Corman has the best Doctor Doom to date.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't have- I
I'm
don't
the
have
one who says
hopes.
Fantastic Four is dog shit. All I'm saying, is
I
they
like
don't have to be
certain-
great. They just have to be solid.
I like certain aspects of like the 2005 or 2015, what it was, only because I liked the way they did thing. That was awesome how they did the rock form and all that stuff. And same with Reed Richards, stuff. Sue, I didn't care really for. They could have just got anybody. Johnny was, was okay, but like, yeah, Doom in there was not Doom.
Johnny was Captain America. What do you mean he was just okay?
Well, yeah, we can Captain America, yeah, but is Johnny Storm though? Chris
I
Evans-
thought he was a better Johnny Storm.
really.
Yeah, when they cast him as Captain America, I was like, "You're fucking kidding me! You cast Johnny Storm as Captain America?" Now it turns out Chris Evans did a decent job in the MC. Like I've overlooked it, but I still have problems. I don't think Chris Evans was a great casting.
I thought First Avenger though was really his best acting role in the MCU.
Yeah, First Avenger was a good movie. Like Chris Evans did the most he could with that role. I just don't think he was the perfect like Captain America fit. He did what he could, and he made it work. And I'm pleased. I'm not upset. I'm not like, oh my god, I like Chris Evans, just like I like Tom Hardy. I don't think Tom Hardy's a good cast as Eddie Brock, but whatever. Make what you will with the role. It's fine. That's the case when you make movies. Sometimes you can't cast the exact ideal person.
You know what? My whole thing is for how they should have done Venom, because you don't have Spider-Man. Say this mentions Spider-Man, and guess what? He moved from New York. Now, remember, they did mention he's in California. He got fired at his previous job in New York. You could have done that, and now he's in California because he left his Spider-Man there. So he knows Spider-Man, but he left because he just couldn't. He didn't want to deal with that crap anymore. New change. And then this is an alternate version where Spider-Man's still there, but Spider-Man has no reason to be involved here because he's in California, he's not in New York. That's how you explain Spider-Man not being there. No.
Well, they couldn't even mention Spider-Man.
That's the thing, though. Dirty Marvel.
Sony agreed to it.
I know.
And,
They signed a deal with Mephisto.
I'll tell you what. It's either that or Amazing Spider-Man 3. I mean, let's not forget the reason why Spider-Man's in the MCU is because Sony was completely dropping the ball on Spider-Man with 3 bad Spider-Man. I mean, Spider-Man 3 is not really, it's not nearly as good as the first 2. It's better than most people give it credit for, but Amazing Spider-Man and then Amazing Spider-Man 2, just fans were just like leaving in droves.
Amazing Spider-Man, I like the fact that he created his own freaking web shooters. I love that.
That doesn't make a movie. That's just a
no. But I like the first story. The second one got done because you brought in Jimmy Fox as a crappy Electro. I mean, crappy. I don't care if he's black or not. It was just horrible.
Uh-huh.
And then having not even Green Goblin, you're skipping Green Goblin, going straight to Kid Goblin. What the hell is this crap? It's like, no, I don't want this stuff.
I don't know. It's the same thing with like Fantastic Four. I think Michael Chiklis was a great casting choice for Ben Grimm. I like how they did that. I liked Chris Evans as Johnny Storm, and there were some things about that I liked, but overall the movie was still terrible, and it pains me to watch. Like I just,
so you know, what would be great for Amazing Spider-Man 2 instead of having Green Goblin Jr. and Electro, they should have just done Chameleon and Craven. That would have been really fun.
well, all that really matters is that you have good writing and good story. It doesn't matter that which villain you chose.
Well,
per se,
even with good writing, I don't like Harry Osborn as being a villain. As a Green Goblin, without even having Green Goblin to begin with.
Well, if you're going to accept that you're going to tell stories of characters without origins, then you need to accept that they have villains without origins. I mean, Amazing Spider-Man was telling you the story. Well, I guess Amazing Spider-Man did kind of do an origin again, didn't it?
They did. They
Um,
did an Ultimate Spider-Man origin.
Whatever. Who cares? It was if you're gonna accept Venom without a Spider-Man, I mean,
I'm forced
accept
to.
Harry Osborn without a
We're-
Norman Osborn.
We're forced to. That's the thing, though. I normally wouldn't accept it, but like
Well,
what?
you were forced to
It's
with
just something alternative
Amazing Spider-Man.
without what?
Right.
Venom?
You know, to accept Harry Osborn without a Norman Osborn.
I didn't expect. No, that was Spider-Man 2. The first Amazing Spider-Man was him against the Lizard,
Yeah.
who had an origin.
Is Amazing Spider-Man 2 Amazing Spider-Man? Is it part of the franchise? I mean, I don't know why you're like, no, not Amazing Spider-Man. I mean, yes, Amazing
Well, no,
Spider-Man.
no, I hated Amazing Spider-Man 2. I decided I didn't like it.
Okay,
The
you're
first- the
missing the
first
point. The point
No.
was you're saying I will accept it if I'm forced to. You were forced to, but you're not accepting it.
Ash, I'm not gonna argue with you.
Hey, guys, I have to step out. I have to go take care of lunch.
See, you're making Paul leave. So uncomfortable in here.
He had breakfast. Now he's going to lunch. We've been here too long.
Yeah, it's 12:15. I gotta get
All right,
stuff
man.
prepped.
You go have yourself a good lunch. Have a
Okay, see you later.
good one, Paulo.
All right, let's look at some comments we've been ignoring before we leave. Marina's saying she hates the special effects of Venom. They're not good. He's too
Yeah.
fleshy, not slimy. The tentacles look too much like Doc Ock's tentacles. Well, that's kind of how they were in the comic book. He just had tentacles come out, or he'd shoot you like freaking daggers at you. I think the reason they did that in the comic books, they give them tentacles, they make them more look like an alien. Because that's what we think of aliens. We think they're tentacle monsters. Special effects of 2005-2004 was spot on as far as I'm concerned. Ditch the Doom plot line and write a better one, and it would be perfect. Chris Evans matured enough to pull off Steve Rogers' Captain America. He's an obnoxious jerk as Johnny Storm. Spider-Man 3 was bloated with villains. Ditch Venom and just stick with Sandman and Green Goblin. I could see that. Like I said, I think, yeah, that probably would have been better if they wouldn't have had Venom at all, because that was a last-minute thing that they forced on them. Sam Raimi had in.
I 100% agree. They shouldn't have had Venom. What I was saying is,
Well, they could.
they should have had the black suit, and they should have had Eddie Brock. So they had like cameo things that fans would latch onto and be like, "Oh shit, what's the black?" And by the end of the movie,
It shows Eddie Brock.
and I don't think
Patricia
even
Bell.
Green Goblin. Like I
Patricia
would have
Bell's-
just done Sandman. That the two conflicts of the film be Sandman and him dealing with the black suit. And by the end of the film, he gets, overcomes those conflicts. And then you see the subplot that's been kind of going along with Eddie Brock and all this, and the suit, the symbiote drips onto him. And then fans go, oh, what's going to come next. Kind of like how, if you watch the original X-Men movies and
Mhm.
X-Men 2, at the very end of the film, you see like the Phoenix glowing in the water. Like you're like, oh, they didn't try to cram Phoenix into that storyline. They like waited, and then of course,
Ooh. Actually, you would be going to do is do Mysterio and Shocker. I don't need Sandman. Because then you can have it, because he has a symbiote on there. He just Shocker. He's basically next. He's a normal person. Like he can basically defeat people without the symbiotes. But Mysterio being the big bad guy, and then he just basically overpowers Mysterio and just literally almost crosses the line, almost kills him, because this is a guy in a suit with special effects. And then, yeah, he said the church. He finally finds out it's alive. He almost kills the guy, and again he ends with the church scene where he's the bell, and the suit drips off onto Eddie Brock, and then it leaves it right there. Because Eddie Brock was trying to expose him,
I suppose I don't know why you necessarily need to change the villains, but
what's Venom gonna do? I mean, if you have him in the black symbiote costume going against Sandman, that's kind of weird. To leave it
Why?
like that. Because Sandman can just easily be defeated without the symbiote. It's I don't know. It's just like you. I think with the symbiote costume out, even without him going against Sandman, would just beat the crap out of Sandman easily. You'd figure it out and just be like, here's some water, here's some cement, you're done.
I mean, it's in how you write it. If you write the character as not very threatening, then yeah, you can do that. But I mean, let's remember the original Silver Age Spider-Man, like Prowler was a problem.
True.
Like it's all really how you write the story. If you write it like, oh, Peter Parker's this godlike character who could deal with any, then it's like, okay. But that's the power creep issue, It's like what we face with Batman right now. It's like all the Batman villains are like nothing because that's why they have to make all these new guys.
Yeah, that could be the other thing too. You could have if you would have kept Green Goblin, I can see that Marnie saying if you kept Sandman and he almost kills Harry Osborn. When he finds out it's Harry and you realize he almost freaking killed him in the suit, he just realize he's Mary Jane sees this because she's there too. They kidnap Mary Jane. You don't need the Venom, to kidnap Mary Jane.
Yeah, it's possible you could leave the Green Goblin plot in there as well. I mean, that would be a good emotional pivot, right? Where he almost kills his best friend. That's what triggers him to get rid of the suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then maybe you could just have Sandman not be that tough of a villain. He kind of deals with Sandman pretty easy.
And then all the things too with Aunt May saying you're different, you're angry all the time. I don't like you. I don't like you anymore. And his life's going to crap, and he realizes it's the suit.
Yeah.
I
would have liked him to just focus, have a whole because they really rushed it, and that's why I felt like the scenes where you're trying to show that Peter's being affected. Those scenes went overboard because they were trying to ram home what was happening in a really short amount of time, and so they felt out of place. It was too strong. It was and that's why we got emo Spider-Man, and we're like, whoa, the transition was too quickly. We needed it to slowly build, right, and then have a moment where he scares Mary Jane and almost kills his best friend, and then he has to figure out how to get rid of it. And then he finally does, and that's then we see it leak onto Venom. Yeah, I agree. Venom is my favorite Spider-Man villain, and it's one of the reasons I didn't like when they gave him his own book and stuff. I was like, why you're turning him into an anti-hero? What? I thought he worked better as a villain, and that's why they made Carnage. Right? They did this exact same thing with Punchline. Right? They're like, oh well, since Harley is a good person now, we need to replace it with an evil Harley. And that's what Carnage was well, since we don't have Venom, we'll just make a new Venom. And that's one of the things I like the original Carnage story because it was interesting, but I still prefer Venom because Carnage is just a mindless psychopath.
Yeah.
Venom had true motivation. Eddie Brock hated Peter Parker because of what he perceived Peter to have done to him, as well as the symbiote was in love with Peter Parker and was a scorned lover because it was tossed aside. And so it hated him. However, it was a complicated motive because it could never quite bring itself to kill Peter, right? Just like a scorned lover wants to get back at her boyfriend that broke up with him or whatever, broke up with her, but she doesn't want to kill him. She just wants to hurt him really bad. And so you'd have this super threat of Venom who's ruining Peter Parker and probably could kill Spider-Man, but yet it can't because it won't let itself. And then, of course, that runs into conflict with Eddie Brock. And that's one of the reasons I love Venom is because of those complexities. It wasn't just because it was a brute thing. There was so much going on at a deeper level.
I agree. I would love to have Spider-Man in the movie, but I don't think we'll ever get Spider-Man, Venom, and Carnage ever together. And it sucks because even Tom Holland said he wanted to do it.
We probably won't. Well, maybe in the future, if Marvel gets the rights fully to Spider-Man, then they could reboot it and make their own Venom and Carnage.
By then, Spider-Man will be 10 years old.
Well, that's the whole thing with Loki is it opened up the universe.
It did change the universe, so that's The whole I agree with the Marania just as Gwen Stacy because they screwed up in the pooch. They had Gwen Stacy in the original Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire, the first one where he falls in love with Gwen Stacy, and you could have done the whole thing where Green Goblin kills Gwen Stacy, and that's why the whole thing happens, and then it causes Spider-Man to basically not get revenge, but like lose it a little bit, And Gwen Stacy's dead, and having Peter Parker at the end of the movie where she's fighting with the, you could have kept the same death with Norman Osborn dying, or they think he's dead. Because remember, in the original comics, he thought he was dead. No, he didn't know it was. He's faked his death before in the comics. For him to pop up later.
Yeah. In the movies, I mean, you're only getting a handful of movies. I don't like for the characters to pop up later.
Where the really been great, they keep building up, they're going to keep going to fourth movies, is that Harry finds out, thinks that his dad's dead, because he, because the whole thing, he doesn't have to find a dead body, but putting two and two together when he discovers the Green Goblin costume and stuff, and the fact that his dad, they never found a body, but they don't know where his dad is, you could go deeper into that. Maybe by the fourth movie, after Harry's, because Harry's doing the third movie without trying to get revenge, is the new Green Goblin. For whatever reason, he's having a psychosis breakdown because Mary Jane left him for Peter, who's now single because Gwen Stacy's dead. And just and then at the end of episode or the third movie, you see someone watching from behind. He sees there's a new, especially if you do the Venom, keep the Venom stuff in there too with the black symbiote costume. You see a figure holding a newspaper, and you see it's Norman Osborn. He's alive, and you could focus more on that, in the fourth movie or fifth movie if you want to. Just little teasers, but there's no way you're gonna get Tobey Maguire or them for 5 or 6 movies. It was unheard of, I don't think Toby wanted to sign on for that.
Well, Toby was down to do the fourth movie, but he said he would only do it if Sam Raimi. So when Sam Raimi pulled out of Spider-Man 4, that's why Toby left, and then that's why they just canceled the whole thing and rebooted it to Amazing Spider-Man. So Sony was stupid. Sony had a good thing going. Sam Raimi was made 2 of the best superhero movies of all time, and then they decided to stick their fingers in the mix and put too many notes and force Sam Raimi to do things like the whole Venom thing was forced on Raimi. He didn't want to do that.
I know.
And they burned him. They took control of his movie. And, we saw the problems that resulted, and they still possibly had a chance of doing a fourth, but then they messed up in the negotiations, and then Sam Raimi got attached. He was supposed to do the World of Warcraft movie, so he's like, I'm out of here. And then Tobey Maguire's like, well, I'm not signing on without Sam Raimi, so I'm out too. And then everything fell apart. And if Sony would have just left it to be and just said, Sam, you broke all the records of Spider-Man 1. You broke the records again with Spider-Man 2. All you do is hit his home runs. Just do whatever you want. They just should have just given the keys and said, do what the hell you want. And we would probably have had a big franchise. But that's what happens. You get corporate involved and these people that think they know better.
I agree with Marnie. She said the MCU thing, every hero gets 3 movies. That's it. No more. If you're get a movie franchise. It's like, they need to have 4 or 5 movies sometimes, or give them a freaking TV series like Daredevil, so you can gradually grow better. I don't
know if that's true. I mean, they're doing a 4th Thor movie. It's hard to get actors and stuff to
agree with you with that as well.
Coming back that many times, Chris Evans didn't want to do Captain America anymore. It was
he's been in so many movies as Captain America. If you just wouldn't have kept, they would have stopped with Avenger stuff, just focus on letting him do the Captain America movies. I would have loved that.
Yeah, but the MCU worked because it was an MCU. Like, I don't want to sacrifice the Avengers movies. So not that I'm happy with how Endgame turned out, but I mean, the first Avengers movie is one of the best superhero movies ever made. Like, it really holds up well. I recently watched it again. I was like, wow, this still holds up. I think Winter Soldier is a better overall movie, but I mean, it's still like top 2 of the MCU to me.
I'm more biased to First Avenger because it's World War II. I love World War II movies.
First Avenger is a fine movie.
Yeah, but I think Winter Soldier was better than First Avenger.
Yeah, I mean, I like all 3 of the Captain America movies. Winter Soldier is my favorite, and it's also, I think, the best. But I liked First Avenger, and I that's the Captain America that I wanted to see. I used to be of the opinion that Captain America only worked in World War II.
Yeah.
So when I was all excited, I was like, "Oh, they're doing it in World War perfect. That's the way it should be." So
no.
And Civil War is probably my least favorite of the 3, but it's fun. It's a little overlong.
I just hated the whole idea of Civil War, the comic book in general, the whole event. I thought it was dumb.
Oh.
All it was is another marketing thing. We could have Marvel versus DC. We'll have Marvel versus Marvel. It's like, no.
I like the concept of Civil War in a contained fashion. The problem is when you let it get out of control, and that's what they did. Is people like seeing heroes fighting heroes, and ever since it's all we've had.
Do you mean Jason Aaron for his Avengers, the Phoenix thing, was an original idea? Having heroes versus heroes?
Surprise! Nope, it wasn't.
His Avengers 2.5 as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but she's not wrong.
No.
Civil War was an Avengers movie.
It was. And that's why I didn't really care for it as much, because it became all about everybody else. And I was like, I just want Captain America. Like dealing with Winter Soldier and Bucky, and then like, Bucky killed my mom. What? No, he didn't kill your mom. Knock that crap off. You don't deserve that shield. Yours.
I can forgive it being called Captain America because Captain America was the heart of that movie. So, yes, it did have pretty much all the Avengers in it.
Captain America, you know Captain America they turned him into? He had the girl able to choose between his ex and his current boyfriend. That's what it felt like.
I like that it was a resolution also to Winter Soldier, because Winter Soldier was left kind of hanging. The MCU is pretty astonishing in retrospect. It's easy now to criticize it because we take it for granted. Like you got to go back before Amazing Spider, the Sam Raimi Spider-Mans. We would have never dreamed of an MCU. Like we would have just. But now that we have it, we're just like, oh, like we expect more, and it's kind of frustrating to see like how people, they kind of trash on the MCU because, like, dude, like I remember when we just didn't get movies like this, like where the worst MCU movie was still better than most every superhero film. I mean, Captain Marvel, as bad as it is. It's probably better than every superhero movie.
Do you know how he makes Civil War better?
Huh.
Is you actually have Baron Zemo with the purple mask on and the sword and the Hydra agents and all that stuff, leading that. Not Robert Redford, not that crap. He could be a guy working for Baron Zemo. But I want Baron Zemo to make him a full-fledged villain. Like a Red Skull, but not as crafty, not as awesome as a Red Skull, but just a little bit less. And and then have just tweak up Baron Zemo. Not make him like this normal guy. Like, I found this tape. I don't like these guys. He just seemed like some random guy. He didn't seem like he was actually a villain. He seemed like a guy on Twitter. I found this 12-year-old tweet. Look what he did. He said, I can't believe you said that. And they fight over the tweet. It didn't seem like a real villain though. It just felt so weird for me. And then the whole video cassette tape, it lasted that long. Really? It's like, this is the guy who set up everything. The whole problem. He's the guy who's controlling Bucky and made him do all that stuff. He took advantage of it. And it's like, you're gonna trust this guy's word. Okay, Tony, I see you're emotional. But dude, you had demon in the bottle. Wait, you didn't have that's right, you didn't have demon in the bottle. You had like 5 seconds of being an alcoholic, and that's it. It's just, I don't know. It's just like this too much in one movie. Civil War should have been like 2 movies.
Yeah, it was an overly long movie, but
If you want to have hero versus villains, or heroes versus heroes, set up for 2 movies. But it's frustrating.
I was happy with Civil War. I mean, like I said, it's just easier today to criticize these things, but I don't know. I just think we're so spoiled now. We're so like, oh yeah, we've got it good, and we do not expect way too much out of films.
Sir, I don't have my pinky extended like you do when it comes to Venom. I don't expect too much out of Venom. I'm happy when I'm for mediocre, but
well, I don't know if it's mediocre. I've heard people like the film. I've never seen it.
I like the first.
I'm just telling you what is unappealing to me, and I'm not saying that the film is bad. But there's just certain things I look at and go, it could be great. I don't know. I've never seen it.
You have a higher standard of things where I'm just like happy what it is and like I love the story.
Says the guy who's just criticizing Civil War.
Because Civil War was a dumb story to begin with.
No, it wasn't.
It was. It led to Civil War 2. Soon we'll have Civil War 3.
Well, if they do Civil War 2, that'll be dumb.
They already did Civil War 2. I mean the movies? Okay.
In the MCU. Yeah, they won't do Civil War 2.
They can't. Woman versus woman. Civil War. If they bring in Miles Morales, oh shit, I'm fucked.
They absolutely can. What are you talking about?
With who? Who's left? You don't Captain America's gone. You'd have to use like
Is Captain America gone? Did you see the end of Loki?
Do you think Steve Rogers would come back reprise the role?
The whole timeline's been changed.
Do you think you're gonna get Robert Downey Jr. back in any way?
You don't need to. They've totally introduced the idea that there's infinite amount of variance, and they can be anything from an opposite gender to a fucking alligator. They could totally recast and have a completely different Captain America. There are infinite Captain Americas out there. Hell, they could cast and have what's her name?
They could cast anybody they wanted to, but I don't see them ever doing that. The whole thing is they don't want these characters.
I don't know about that.
We're gonna get America Chavez. That's gonna be your new Captain America. You're gonna like it.
The other thing is they could rewrite the story a little bit. Instead of having a tiff with Iron Man, it could be Captain Marvel versus Falcon.
For Civil War 2.
Mm-hmm. Not that I don't want Civil War 2 at all. I'm not at all condoning it. I'm just saying they could do it.
That comic was so bad though, because they just killed a little black kid. Or tried to kill a little black kid. They had a white woman trying to kill a little black kid. And ends up killing another guy.
The one good thing about Tony dying in Endgame is that Captain Marvel can't kill him again.
Yes. I was waiting for that comment. I knew it was going to happen. Captain America Chavez. Yes, I knew Breen was gonna say something. I saw a little comment for. Am I allergic to quality? No, because Captain America Chavez is quality. I support that.
Yeah.
But you know, as much as people complain about the Avengers and all that stuff, wait till we get the X-Men.
We'll see. We'll see how they do X-Men.
Because people complain about the X-Men movies. Oh, I don't like those with I'm like, and then you'll see like maybe the new one will be better, but who knows? It could be far.
I don't expect the
worse.
X-Men to be good because once upon a time I would have, but in the comics, X-Men has been ruined for over 20 years. So most people that understand the X-Men today, they only know the screwed up X-Men.
Oh,
So so the MCU is not going to adapt Chris Claremont's X-Men. It's going to adapt we'll probably get like Grant Morrison's new X-Men or something. Like it's just going to be I don't even want to know. Like I can't fathom what they're going to do. But it's not going to get it right. And the problem with the Fox X-Men for me wasn't like the production or the actors and things like that. I can live with all that. I understand that they're not going to always be page for page accurate, but they conceptually they didn't understand what the X-Men was. Like the X-Men was like a family book about characters who didn't fit in the world, but yet were trying to do good with these weird powers that they were born with and trying to just figure out their place in it. And they had these crazy adventures. And in the meantime, the interpersonal relationships between these characters made the dynamic interesting and it made you care about them and you wanted to follow them along. It's almost exactly the same recipe that My Hero Academia is using to be such a success. I recently watched the most recent movie, the second movie that came out, and because I haven't watched it in a while because I haven't watched it since season 4. But I was just reminded, I was like, holy shit, this is X-Men. This is the same formula. It's a bunch of kids. They're trying to figure their place in the world. They're learning from a school
being trained
how to use their powers for good.
Yep.
And they make mistakes all the time because they're kids and they have to they come into situations where they have to make the call and there's no adults to tell them what to do. And it's a fascinating story. And not all the kids are all perfect, right? That sometimes they fight with each other. They don't get along. And My Hero Academia, I was like, it's not technically X-Men, but this is closer to what Chris Claremont's X-Men is than anything Marvel Comics has done in 20 years. And if somehow the MCU can replicate that formula, that concept, I don't care if it's different. I don't care if the lineup is altered or they change some things, whatever. That's what's going to be important. And I just don't have the faith that they're gonna get that correct. I have a feeling they're going to have this weird version and they're going to miss the concept. And it's just they're going to treat X-Men like it's Avengers.
Now, you're saying that about the X-Men, and you probably are right. Fantastic Four is going to be the life story by Mark Russell.
God. No, it won't.
It will be. They're going to have Namor banging Sue. I guarantee it. And just going to say, well, you know what? I'm entitled to do that. I want my cake, and I want to eat it. And if you don't like it, you are a sexist, egotistical male. I'm not a slut. I just want everything.
I don't even know what Eric's besmirchment comment means right there.
Well, he's just saying you're wearing a Van Dyne gown as you speak. You are a fan of the Hickman run so much that it represents your class of people.
Wait. What does Van Dyne have to do with Hickman's run?
The Van Dyne gown, like the Hellfire Gala. He said up there. Or Ronnie said it, yeah. Come to the MCU, Hellfire Gala, X-Men.
Van Dyne gown? Oh, okay.
Janet Van Dyne.
Oh, she wore a gown to...
Well, no, Janet also makes a lot of fashion choices and all that stuff. So he's like, I got this here, hottie toddy. I don't know.
Accessorize with
2020?
pearls that Ash can clutch if something triggers him in the comics. No, here's the deal. I got through part of the Fox X-Men stuff.
Mhm.
If MCU manages to make X-Men worse than Fox did, there's a real problem. I don't see that happening. For the most part, MCU has done things really well, at least to an acceptable level, and they've taken characters that I don't give two shits about, like WandaVision. Like and I rewatched Loki. Loki's so fucking underrated. That is, we should have talked about Loki, man. Loki.
We did. It's low key though.
Is Loki, right? Dude, Loki is a story about left versus right, where left is actually the villain of the story. It's unbelievable to me as I'm watching this. In the last episode, the Renslayer says to Mobius, what's the line that she utters? I'm trying to remember the quote. She says something like, the only freedom that exists is for the one in charge, or something like that. And I was like, that is the psychology of leftism in a nutshell. It's such a commentary on just the concept of left versus right and what makes people gravitate towards one or the other. And I'm not trying to get political. I'm just trying to illustrate like what this film or this series show was about. Is the right side thinker is a person that's like, look, I believe I want to be free. I want freedom.
Mhm.
And I understand the only way I can expect to be free is if you're free, if I respect your freedom. And we all respect each other's freedom, and we're all free. None of us can tell each other what to do. Everyone agree? Yep, agree. Cool. We're all cool. That's how a right person's mentality is. Live and let live. And a leftist is like, look, we're all slaves. There's no escaping. There's no escaping government. We're always going to be told what to do. So the only way I can actually be free is to climb to the top and be the one who gives the orders. And that's what drives a leftist. Now, it may not be like their overt stated way, but it's the core kind of background philosophy. And that show is purely about it. It's the whole concept of the TVA, why the TVA exists, is to control how the timeline plays out. It's the only so that the one who remains can have the outcome and be and literally be the one who remains. And he has an epiphany at the end that goes, you know what? I am free. I'm the only one, but now I'm bored. I've lived forever. I don't want to go on anymore. And so he's like, just end this. You guys now choose. And so now it becomes a conundrum between the two Lokis. Do we choose freedom for all or order where we're in charge? And then you've got this character who's been all about himself the whole MCU time he's had. He's always been, I want to rule. I should be the rule. Thor's not the right one. But he's had a massive character development that he's now come to an epiphany and changed. And so he doesn't, but then his alternate self is like, no, you got to go. And it's just, there's so much more that, like, and I was rewatching it and it just explores these themes. And the coolest thing I like about it is the show, again, it doesn't preach at you. Like, it just says, here's one side and this is how it works. And here's the other side and this is how it works. And these characters are on various sides. And sometimes they switch because they come to realize things, and sometimes they don't. And man, I was like, this show is powerful. Like it's a time travel show, but there's so much more to it when you take the time to like really drill down. Anyway, sorry, I'm really impressed with the show, and I haven't got to talk much about it. So that's why
they used to say live and let live, but now they say live and let die.
Live and let die.
That's all leftists say. They sugarcoat a lie. They live and let live. No, they want you to die if you don't agree. So
Well, yeah, the right is live and let live. The left is live and let die.
Even the right's like live and let die. They're sick of the crap now. Everyone says
no. Don't make the mistake of confusing people who call themselves Republican as being right.
When the left wants to kill you, you're gonna fight for your life. So,
yes, you will.
Strike
But
first.
you know who was fighting in Germany? It wasn't the left versus the right. It was the left versus the left, communists versus the fascists.
Oh yeah,
In this country, we're pretty much the Republican Party is
we're
left.
a melting pot.
The Democrat is just more left, and they're against each other. And we make the mistake oftentimes of thinking like, well, I'm right, I'm conservative, so I'm Republican. It's like, okay, fine, but don't let the party of Republicans define how you think, because the things that party does is not always a conservative thing. That's why I said at the beginning of the stream, like, just have your own personal principles. Think about how you view the world, and then see if the party matches that. And when they veer, you stay firm in your own principles.
I've joined the Breen Party.
The Breen Party?
Yes, the alternate. Breen 2024. Make Marvel great again.
Make heroes heroic again. Well, I have to say, that's why I still read Daredevil, because as I was talking about, like, Matt Murdock he's one of the most, probably at this point, is the most heroic character in the Marvel universe. The way he's being written. But also in Loki, and I don't like this because it's not comic accurate, and I think Loki should be a villain. But in the MCU, the way they do it, they turned Loki into a real hero.
Eric Breen's slogan is going to be manga, but it's going to be make Ash great again.
Make Ash great again. Hey, Computer Robots is back.
Oh, he hasn't complained yet. And endorsement.
So Ash, Maranya, Venkman, Backar Moments, and Mr. Breen, in order for a writer to get invested in the character, should they answer you after the 4 simple words you ask them? Why should I care? Well, they should answer you in the story. I don't think they necessarily need to answer you outside, like on social media or something. But yes,
first of all,
every story should answer that question. Why should you care?
My question is, why are you going to these people on Twitter and asking them anything? Do you think they're going to respond back to you?
I don't think he said Twitter.
I'm saying, invested in order for writer to get you invested, should they answer you after 4 simple words when asked why should care? So are you asking them directly to their face or on Twitter? I mean, at that point, if you're asking them why should I care, you really don't care. So why do you care what their answer is going to be? I think you've already made up your mind, haven't you? When you're asking them why should I care, it means you already hate the company. Why would you waste your time going and asking that question?
I think if you're asking why should you care, you're still open to the idea of caring. It's not like you're saying, damn, I could not mute that. Sorry.
That's okay. I've had that before.
I tried. I reached for the button.
Great, guys. We all got COVID now. You sneeze, it's going to go right through the virus. It's a virus, bro. It goes right through the computer.
It's the techno variant.
Holy crap! I got a Corona ad on my phone.
But absolutely. I mean, if you're speaking in the proverbial sense or the metaphorical, like, yes, in every story should answer that question to you in the story why you should care. That's part of the goal of a writer, is to get you to care. This is why in writing, character development is so important, and something that most amateur writers or poor quality pro writers don't understand. That's one of Bendis's worst traits. He doesn't understand character development at all. He doesn't develop characters. Most of these fledgling people that are under him, whatever, they don't. Vita Ayala doesn't develop characters. There's very few modern writers. When you develop characters appropriately, this is what we talk about on the indie show with Firepower. You care about them. And so once you care about them, whatever their adventures are, even if their adventures are not that big, they matter more. What Marvel's been doing is writing these massive, the universe is coming to an end. They gotta overcompensate with these ground breaking, just everything's this massive climactic storyline of, universe ending proportions so that you'll care. But they wouldn't have to do that if they could just write a good book. If they understand how to write good stories, you would care because you love these characters. And you would care. They could just do like a shopping trip. And you'd be like, oh, what are they going to buy for dinner? Like, it sounds stupid. Like, we make fun of these books because they're always sitting around eating and drinking and doing stuff. And yes, that's bad. But my point is if you're writing good character development, and this is what happened in the previous issue of Firepower. It was just a kind of a catch-up issue, and the characters were staying around getting reacquainted with each other, but it was still captivating because you liked these characters. You've been following them. And Kirkman does that in all of his books. This is why Walking Dead, you care. But this is why I stopped watching the TV show, because I didn't care. I hated all the characters. And when you don't care... Sorry, I was going on forever on that. You get the point.
Are you done bombing Pearl Harbor?
Don't make fun of me. I'm sensitive.
Okay, I'll make fun of Eric Breen because he could take it. He probably went to bed though. He's like, screw this crap.
He's like, it's already his bedtime. He's like, I'm up. Okay, I'm back to bed.
It's Sunday. Put on your Sunday best.
Computer Robot says, you see, guys, I think that Ash really summed it up perfectly to my question. Thank you, Computer Robots.
Can you summarize our his summarize?
I can't summarize anything. I can expand. Marania is why you're so awesome, because you grew up in a generation that you have to be respectful of other people's personal life and even professional life. See, I grew up in a Generation X, the best generation, where we weren't afraid of talking about politics and religion.
No, you guys create your own religions.
Everyone creates their own religions.
In peace.
Yeah, just that sensitivity. Oh well.
I need to get myself one of those, support animals. They ask you, what do you need this service animal for? Because I'm sensitive. It's disability, right? Being too sensitive.
Yeah, you can have all sorts of, as long as you get a doctor's prescription.
This is my emotional support lion.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody who
emotional support lion.
It took a minute to. Anybody who makes me uncomfortable and gets eaten, the lion eats it. Problem solved. Until everyone gets emotional support lion, then we're all screwed. He wore the stone-washed pants, the jeans, and the jean jacket too. That was stone-washed. That was Ash with a white T-shirt, sometimes a blue and sometimes a black. He still wears it today.
The first half was correct. I did wear stone-washed jeans. I was actually more of an acid wash, actually.
Oh yeah.
I did the acid, and I had an acid wash jean jacket, and I did wear white shirts. I did have a mullet for a time.
Did you have the handkerchief? Ascot.
What?
Yeah, Ascot. The Ascot. I think it's called Ascot. The one that Fred had in Scooby Doo.
No. Let's see.
Was yours a button-up jean jacket, or was it the way you had the ones went through the little hoops like the jeans? No, they weren't snapped together. It was like you
It
actually
wasn't
had
snaps. It was like button.
okay. Now here's the real question: was it actually? Was there a liner in it? Did you have anything like that inside, like sheep's skin or wool, or just was a normal jean jacket?
No, mine was normal. Dude, I live in Southern California. The ones with like the sheepskin lining, that was like too hot.
Well, if you're in like the desert part, I guess the lower part, I guess. I don't know. Is there
All of Southern California is a desert.
isn't there like a mountains part though? Not mountain, but like
There's
enough
hills.
yeah, where it's like gets cooler.
No, it doesn't get cooler. Doesn't get cooler until you get to the beach.
Hmm.
And the further away you get from the beach, the more desert it becomes.
All I know is if they bring Craven, he's gonna wear those cheetah spandex.
Yeah, Craven would be cool. It sucks that Sony dropped the ball on Spider-Man's. Oh,
Yep.
well.
I was so pissed when they said they're gonna bring him into the MCU. I was like, dude, no, I can. You're like, oh, it's so great. I'm like, you're just never gonna get a Spider-Man movie by himself with his villains. You have, yes.
That's not true. We've gotten Spider-Man movies as villains. Dude.
Have they really been his villains though?
Yeah, Vulture and Mysterio, they did. Dude, say what you will about those movies, and they are flawed, for sure. I hate what they did with Aunt May. I don't like that there's no Uncle Ben model that drives Peter Parker. I don't like that Iron Man is such an influence. Okay, those are things.
There's no Gwen Stacy. There's no Mary Jane because they can't because Sony can't come Mary Jane. Because Sony owns Mary Jane, right? So
well, Sony owns Spider-Man too. It's the MJ thing. It got better in the second movie, but it's still a problem. Like, whatever. It's still in high school. There's word is that she's not actually Mary Jane. It just has the same whatever. I agree. There are things wrong with the Spider-Man movies. Not at all trying to say they're perfect. However, I really liked Vulture, and I really liked Mysterio. I think they did may not be 100% comic accurate, but I think they did a bang-up job with the villains.
It just felt like, well, I'll give you Mysterio, but Vulture just felt like I was just getting Green Goblin over again. With Vulture knowing his identity. I think they could have done without Vulture knowing his secret identity. Because I think, he was already a tough opponent as it was.
I didn't have a problem with that. It didn't make me think of Green Goblin at all. I'm not a big fan of Spider-Man's villains anyway. So that's another thing. Like, if you can make the villains interesting to me, then that's a huge plus. That's what I love about Spider-Man 2. I mean, aside from all the other great things about that movie, you made Doc Ock a character that I was like, oh, I like this character. Before that movie, I was like, Doc Ock is one of the dumbest villains that has ever been made. I hate Doc Ock with a passion. So you made me see the character in a new light, and that was how awesome Spider-Man 2 was.
Did you ever see the behind the scenes where the second movie with Doc Ock, where he's with the arms and all stuff, and he's just in there, he's going over it, and then William Dafoe shows up on the set, and then reads the lines with and he has like the tentacle arms behind him. He reads Doc Ock's lines. It's kind of cool. I saw it on YouTube. He just popped up on site. He's like, oh, he grabs the script from him and just reads it, and everybody just has a good time. It's funny. William Dafoe is always gonna be like the perfect Green Goblin to me. Just like Mark Hamill, I think he would have been done well as on screen.
He was a good Green Goblin, but he was not like Norman Osborn from the comics.
Yeah, I mean, he's more. I think he's more deadly, than the actual.
I mean, like his presence and just the way he came off. Like, I don't know. I just visually, he was different, but which is fine. I can get over that, and especially William Dafoe is a great actor. But yeah, Norman Osborn has like a very distinctive look and a bearing to him. So
The other thing I keep seeing this, and I agree with it too, is William Dafoe playing the Joker.
Once Upon a Time, he's too old now. I think.
Now he is, yeah. Oh, they already had it,
But yeah, Once Upon a Time, he could have been a fantastic Joker.
Although, if he's Joker with an older Batman,
Oh, like a Dark Knight Returns.
yes.
Too bad they already-
yeah.
Too bad we already got seminal moments of Dark Knight Returns. And we'll never get.
Well, if they do, they already did a movie. Well, freaking, if they could reboot the Death of Superman and animated, just let William Dafoe do the voice of the Joker. In the animated movie, that'd be kind of fun too. I mean, they're letting all these other people like freaking beat Batman. Jensen Ackles, Ben McKenzie.
Speaking of Batman, so Batman is going to be Bruce Wayne is going to stop being Batman, right? And
In what?
in the future, we're one of the solicits, I guess Bruce Wayne is going to stop being Batman
One of
in the comics.
Okay, not across the board, right? Or
Yeah.
just-
So there won't be a Bruce Wayne Batman in DC Comics.
Well,
This is going to occur when the Batman movie is scheduled to release.
oh, great! So we're gonna have a Batman movie without a Batman, just like Marvel did.
Without a Bruce Wayne Batman.
Oh my gosh!
Yes, you can't make this shit up. We're going to get an Aquaman movie. There's no Aquaman book. We're going to get a Batman movie without an actual Batman. It's just like the DC is like following the Marvel playbook to a T. Unbelievable.
Like I said, hopefully Pattinson does well in his movie, but no, it's just, I mean, I haven't seen him lately. I don't know what he looks like now. Maybe, maybe put on some more weight.
Computer Robot says, do you think most Gen X women are marriage material?
I don't know. I haven't met most women. I'm always asking you. Oh.
Gen X women.
Well, my mom's Gen X.
Is she?
I told you, she's like 66. You said that was Gen X last time we talked. And she's not a baby boomer. Her parents are baby boomers.
Well, they got like the official dates and things. I consider Gen X as like 70s and 80s.
Okay,
but technically it's like from like the 60s through 85. And
my dad was born 54. My mom was born 55. So
if you're born in the 50s, that's boomers, I think.
Boomers were before that, though. Boomers were the actually ones that were in World War II and then had kids.
No, World War II was the greatest generation, I thought.
Well, if you're born in the 40s and then grew up and then had kids.
Was there a generation between boomers and Gen X?
I think there was.
Let's see. We'll get the Beresford research results. Oh, there's two boomers. There we go.
So that's fine.
So boomers 1 and boomers 2.
That's weird.
Okay, so that makes sense.
That looks more like a stretch to me, though.
I knew there was a generation between boomers and Gen X. But I guess it's just boomers and the boomers kept booming.
That doesn't make sense. It just seems like crap. We ran out of names, so we're just it'll just call them boomers second generation.
Okay, yeah, that's right. That makes sense because they came home from the war and just started having babies.
And I would have thought that
the generation before, like that went to the war, that grew up and went to the war, that was the greatest generation.
Yeah, I would have thought boomers would have ended at 55, and then from 55 going up into 1964 or into 65 would have been Gen X, you know?
Well, no, see, technically it still only goes to 64. So Gen X is 65 to 80. Millennials is now 81. It used to be 85 where I saw it. It's like, Jesus. It's like so if you were born in 1997, you're not a millennial. Like, come on. The whole point of millennial is at the turn of the millennium. Like, not 20 years before the millennium.
And so I thought millennials was like 1990.
I don't like how they calculate these.
Yeah.
Like, I've always based it up based on my perception of the society. 70s and kids from the 70s and 80s
see now
that's Generation X to me. And then
no.
if you're born in the 90s, you know, to around the turn of the century, that's millennial.
Look at that though. Marina says she's a boomer. Look at that. She'd be a boomer then. See, I don't.
Well, this is misleading because this boomers want. It's not even 10 years. 46 to 54.
Yeah.
And then this is 55 to 64. This is not. It's like not even 20 years.
Look at World War II.
That's not a full generation.
22 to 27.
But I guess this is only 15 years. So how they do this is weird.
How is? It's got to be. There's 6 generations.
Okay, here we go. The greatest generation, the silent generation, the baby boomers. 65. Yeah, they'd still do the same thing. Oh, there's a new generation now. Generation Alpha. What the fuck? What the fuck?
I don't know.
Get this straight. I just feel like they keep pushing things back. What the fuck are Zennials? Zennials?
If they're millennials, they're the Zennials. They're the ones that complain about everything. I don't know. I think, but I'm just saying, everybody says like, you know, millennials are screwed up. I think we're the kids of the freaking Gen Xers. The Gen Xers must have done something. I mean, hippies did populate. They did reproduce. So.
Well, Gen X was called Gen X because we were the first generation to not do as well as our parents.
Yeah.
We're the shitty generation. Yeah. So, back to the question: do I think Gen X women are marriage material? You know, sure. Obviously, I mean, there's some out there that. Here's the problem: computer robots. The ones that are marriage material, they're married because they're Gen X. They're my age. They're probably in their 40s.
And they have like 6 kids and 3 divorces.
And if they're marriage material, they're married. if they're not,
the correct answer is they're all marriage material. It's the guy that's the fault.
So yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Like
these are oddly like.
Also, are they American? Like, because you change a lot by going overseas.
Gen X, like Russian woman? Yeah, I'd marry a Russian woman. Go ahead.
I don't know about a Russian woman, but yeah, just get a woman from a country with culture that's not Middle East. You know, probably clash unless you're Muslim. Well, they may not be Muslim. I don't know. I shouldn't. But
this is what throws me off. The silent generation is the 45, and then baby boomers, what starts at 46.
I don't know.
That's weird. They call it a silent generation. Boomers is 46 to 64. So I thought the baby boomers was like from the 19. I guess if you're born, yeah, look at this way. If you're born in 46. After the war, that's when it started for baby boomers. But like Gen X started in 1965. So that would explain that you guys are a bunch of hippies.
These generations are too short. A generation requires you to grow to adulthood and have kids. Your kids are your next generation. But if generations are only like 10 years old, like long, it's not old enough for the one generation to have kids. I think that's why things are thrown off. But whatever.
I don't care what you call people, where they're born. It's all depends on who is raising them and how they're raising them.
Well, that's what the generations kind of guide, because society really controls the outlook of a lot of people. And obviously there's always outliers,
Yes.
but you know, it's clear that millennials as a whole have an outlook of the world that's way different than like Gen Xers.
Yep, millennials. We just all we love is our cartoons and our music from 2000 to 2006. No,
Computer Robot says he's a millennial, but he's from baby boomer parents. Jeez.
that's I am. My mom. I said my dad was 54 and my mom was 55. I'm the youngest of 4 kids.
Your mom had you when she was 55?
No, 30. But no, she was born. This is when they were born.
Oh, born in 55.
Yeah, my mom was born 55, 9 months after my dad, who was in 54.
Almost as old as my mom. My mom was born in 49.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I would just I think Wes did the right thing by finding a Filipino girl and retiring in the Philippines. Sometimes I hate to say it, man. Like it just so many women and American women just it's a society. It's not it's not being in America. It's the society. It's just teaching women to not value being a woman, to not value men.
It's scary though. I mean,
we're teaching both men and women to not value marriage and just treat it like a long-term relationship that you can just pull the plug at any time.
It's scary though. No matter where you live, you can still be persecuted for your faith. You know, that's the thing. In the Philippines, I don't know if that's any worse than America, but I mean, America's.
Oh, dude, you don't think you're gonna get persecuted for your faith here?
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, it's just like
this whole COVID, dude. The biggest thing that has me scared is this COVID vax thing. Feels like the precursor of the mark of the beast. Like I'm like, holy shit! Like it's because it's basically fitting that. Like the mark of the beast is talked about as you take the mark, and those who don't have it are not allowed to buy or sell or you know, like partake in society. And I'm like, that's basically what's going to happen if you don't get the COVID, you know, vaccine passport. I'm not saying that the vaccine passport is the mark of the beast, but when I'm looking out for things of like, how would society allow the mark of the beast to occur? You first need to train society to hate their neighbors enough that you would be willing to ostracize them if they didn't get in line and accept, you know, some sort of, you know, identification that showed that they were.
It makes sense.
Compliant.
It makes sense to use a virus or anything because people are afraid of dying, or they're more afraid of dying and they're protecting their loved ones. So they're gonna go out and get the thing, and they want people to get it because they're so afraid. Like, well, I get it. Everyone has to get it, otherwise, I'll die. Even though you get the vaccine, it doesn't make a difference. I can still, you know, because that's what I was today. Like, you could still get the virus, even though you're vaccinated, and still die from it. People are just freaking out, fear.
I think people are more afraid of ostracization.
I think it's a combination. Actually,
I think people were trained to get along, and a lot of people are deathly afraid to not be liked, to be excluded from society, and that's why cancel culture, I think, is so powerful. And that's why you see these people that are on the left, right? When they become a victim of cancel culture, they're just like, oh my God, please. And they just like crazy apologies and just beg to like be brought back in the fold because that's their number one fear. And everyone's afraid to get out of line. And it keeps people in check. It sucks.
Yep.
Yeah, computer robot. I think baby boomers are a good generation, honestly. I think the Gen Xers were the first. I mean, I think Gen X's are a pretty decent generation, but I think Gen Xers are more. We don't have our roots and tradition as much as the baby boomers do. So I think they're more set in their ways. They're not allowing society to change them as much. I think Gen Xers are more malleable. And then, of course, millennials were just raised in our fucking screwed up society that, of course, we made for them.
It's not my fault that I kill people. It's society to blame.
And they just don't value these things. I mean, if you think marriage is, it's like an expendable, then you'll never have a good marriage, because marriage is hard. Putting another person ahead of you, potentially ahead of anything else in your life, even your kids, ideally, if you're at a true marriage, people in our society can't do that. That's like alien to them. They're like, what the fuck that? I mean, I see so many times people making comments of like, oh, like what was I saw on the Twitter? There's like a famous viral tweet that one woman made. Like, I'd like to say like, my marriage was like the happiest day of my life, but I'm sorry I can't. And she like posted like her vaccination. I was like, you put your fucking vaccination as the happiest day of your life over your marriage?
Well, she's probably
God, fucking pray for your husband. Jesus.
Right. Oh, well.
He says, what did he say? Some of the baby boomers' fathers didn't want to spend time with their children because they're thinking about relationships with various women. I remember baby boomers did raise millennials.
There were a lot of baby boomers that they did come home. Some of the ones that were born or ones that served in World War II. So the ones in World War II didn't come home. They had babies. They might have had children before the war ended, or just before. Other ones, like I said, they had shell shock.
I don't know if baby boomers didn't want to spend time with their children.
Yeah, I don't. That's.
I think. I mean, obviously, there's going to be outliers. There's going to be, but there comes from a time when men earned, they were the breadwinner, and so a man's role was to work and provide for his family.
Yep. Working in a factory,
they weren't expected to be the cuddly at-home father nurturing their children. It was okay that they were gone. That was what the mother was for. The mother made sure the children got
especially when the mom didn't work, the dad worked.
Right. That's exactly. So there's this idea from newer generations. We look back because that's alien. Like newer generations, it's both mother and father's work, right? We live in this new idea of like, well, men and women are equal and they all do this. It's like, so that's kind of foreign. And we look and go, well, the fathers didn't care. And it's like, well, that's not really true. That's why a lot of men in that era would like break their backs working like maybe 2 jobs or overtime and all this stuff. And maybe they're gone all the time because they did care. They just expressed their caring in a different way. It wasn't like in a nurturing way. It wasn't in a compassionate way. It was in like a tough love kind of way and a sacrifice way of like, I'm breaking my body. I'm working, stressing myself out so that
my dad did.
So that my family can eat and have a roof over their head. And you have to see it that way. And if you have this is why a good marriage is so important, because if there's a strong marriage between the man and the woman, then the mother is able to raise the children with that understanding, right? They're not raising their kid to be like, oh, your father's always gone, and he's a bad father. Like, you would grow up understanding, like, hey, your father's gone, but he's the bread, he's working hard to provide, and yeah, I think that did happen. I think obviously Venkman sounds like he had an experience like that.
Well, that's right. Well, no, my dad spent time with me. He wasn't nonstop. He'd come home, he'd like be dead tired, but he still spent time with me. But that's not to say that it wasn't alcoholics, that were just deadbeat dads to begin with. Yes,
of course, you're always gonna, like I said, you're always gonna have outliers and people that, But as a general whole, I think the generation, that's just a different society.
Yeah.
Gen X became the generation of, everyone's equal and women's rights, and not women's rights, but like women's equality of like, we got pay, no pay gap, and we got to earn the same, and we deserve everything. And that's where that started happening.
Yeah.
What is Breen commenting about?
Back issue platform. I hate indies.
And then he's like, again about what?
I guess he's running on the Black issue platform. He's only sticking to back issues, and he sticks to the Marvel DC. He hates indies. I don't know.
Oh, he hates everything. He's like Mikey.
That's not true. He likes things that you hate.
He hates things that I hate. That's true. But he hates. That's the point.
We all hate.
He doesn't like indies because he doesn't like good comics.
What do you mean? You're like, how can he hate indies? Criminal's an indie book.
But it's not a comic.
It's a trade. Yeah.
It's an original graphic novel. That Brubaker doesn't do floppies anymore. So Breen has an excuse. He has a, what do you call it? Like an alibi. He can say, I don't like indie comics.
I don't know. I bet he likes indies.
I bet he would too if he actually read some.
I think he reads them, doesn't tell you. Just like you say you're not reading DC, but you're probably reading DC.
I'm not reading anything. I'm certainly not reading DC.
Oh, you're just a grumpy old man complaining about books you're never going to get reading with.
I'm complaining about them because they're not good enough to make me want to read. They're depressing me. I'm like, I want to enjoy comics, and I can't because they're all fucking awful sounding.
They're not all awful.
I said they're awful sounding.
Yeah,
and I'm sure there's some decently written books over at DC. But like the same problem that Breen has with Marvel, he's like, what's the point of like a few books that he care about? There's no continuity, nothing matters. And if the universe that those books are a part of is stupid, why invest yourself? Because I used to try to get him on Daredevil. I'm like, dude, Daredevil's so good, Breen. It's like, it's worth your time.
Why watch these YouTube channels? All part of the YouTube network, which is terrible.
No, but I relate to that. I get it. Like I have zero interest in the Infinite Frontier or whatever. I hate what they're doing. I do not like the DC universe right now. And it's like it's like why the New 52 drove people away. The New 52 comics weren't poorly written. Dude, Jeff Johns was writing, Peter Tomasi, Scott Snyder. I mean, I'm struggling to think of Robert Venditti was writing. I mean,
Scott Snyder.
Even Grant Morrison was doing probably the best work he's done since. I don't think he's done anything better since. Like the best mainstream writing was all at DC, the New 52. But the universe pissed off old school DC fans. They're like, I don't care. I don't care if Superman's well written. This Superman is stupid. Like, they couldn't see past it. And that's the problem I'm having right now. I'm like, yeah, look, I'm sure Rom V is writing a good Swamp Thing. I don't care. You know, I want to read Justice League Dark. Oh, you can still read it, Ash. It's a backup story in Bendis' Justice League. No, fuck that. Like, no. You know,
So it's Bendis League Dark.
that's how I have to read it. I'm not going to put up with Bendis Justice League. And you ruin Superman. Oh, I want to read Superman. Oh, you can. His name's Jonathan Kent. He's the new Superman. No, fuck.
Did
Fuck
you know?
this shit.
You didn't see that in that Tom and Sawyer book, Son of Kal-El, it's called her. And they had the very first issue. They had Super Sons team up because Robin's on the island, and he went to go talk to Robin, questioning his stuff. And Robin says, like, "You have all this power, and you're coming to me. Here's my advice. You have all this power. Go use it for good." You know, and he's like, and John's like, I've been trying to, you know, but he's like, and basically like, but he's like, you've been thinking the wrong way. You've been doing what your dad's trying to do. Look at, he's done that how many years, and that's failed. Try a new way. So we're getting Injustice, Jonathan Kent.
See, every time I hear about DC, I'm like, this is stupid. Stupid. And, you know, there's a couple good writers over there. I like Joshua Williamson. But I don't want to read about fucking Fight Island. It's like Fight Club Island, like what he's doing with Robin. Like, this is stupid. And, you know, I think this is a flash in the pan. You got people that are all excited. Oh, this is great. And I'm like, they're just doing what Marvel did back in All New, All Different. They're pushing the old fans away. And the new fans are excited because it's new and hip. And eventually they're going to realize it's dumb because nothing matters. And, you know, the prices are expensive. I mean, I don't know how long they can keep charging you $8 for a fucking Batman book. But
if it's an anthology book, ideally the thing is you're supposed to be getting like 5 different stories. But then you find out that all 5 stories suck and it's not worth $8. Animals want support Venkmans? What?
animals won't support Venkman's.
Oh, want or won't? It looks like wants to me.
Yeah, Are you typing and driving, Breen?
He's on his way to work, so
Yeah, you better not be typing and driving.
he's using the voice to text.
I'm gonna rat you out to the man.
The man already knows what he's doing. They keep tabs on you.
Yeah, I'm waiting. It's only a matter of time before your phone tells on you if you're texting while driving.
That guy who keeps in and just browses the store for 7 hours and maybe buys 1 or 2 books. He's a government spook. He's watching you. Can you imagine his reports for the day? It's like, so what did you learn today? He took his lunch break at this time. And he stood there for a couple hours, and then he priced some books. They're really cheap books, too. I might pick up a few.
You see my pull list this week?
Daredevil, yeah. Did you pick it up?
No.
It's on a pull list.
Well, it's in my box. I'm not gonna drive down the comic store to get 1 book. It cost me more in gas than it would to fucking get the book.
Are you ever gonna come back for the book? Because I don't think you're getting else, right? You're gonna wait till you have 4
next
Daredevil.
week. Next week, these are what's coming out.
Oh, okay, I think you're gonna wait for 4 Daredevils. That's the only book you're buying.
No, it's one of 2 Marvel books I'm buying. That's last week. So yeah, only 1 book came out this week. Next week it's 3 books. Following week's 4 books.
Yay.
Geiger's really. Are you reading Geiger?
No, I'm reading Firepower and I'm reading the other one, Nocturna.
Why are you not reading Geiger?
Because I just don't want to spend money on an extra book right now. It's an extra $4.
You just want to do it on extra covers.
I didn't get extra covers this week.
Not this week.
No, because for whatever reason, those covers, I don't know if they're incentive or exclusive only. You couldn't get the Michelle Pfeiffer covers. They really picked me up. No. Geiger, I don't know anything about it. I'd have to pick up the very first issue and read it. It's definitely not a Matt Kindt book. So
No, it's Jeff Johns.
I like Jeff Johns on The Flash and Green Lantern. I don't know if I like him on anything else that's not outside of DC. He normally does.
Oh, you're one of those Breen acolytes. They hate indies.
I don't hate indies. I'm reading indie books.
There was supposed to be another book that was coming out that I had on my list, and it didn't come out, and now it's not on my list, and I don't know what it was. Was it Blade Runner Origins? Maybe it was Blade Runner Origins.
Yeah, Blade Runner Origins came out. Was supposed to come out this week, but for some reason they got pushed back to this coming up Wednesday.
You're reading Noctera, right?
Yeah, and I said that.
Hmm.
It's getting better.
I don't know if you would like Geiger, but I like Geiger. And this issue is the best issue so far. So, it's interesting. If you like, do you like Mad Max?
The Road Warrior, Mad
Yeah.
Max was all right, but
No, I mean just the whole
Dystopian?
franchise, not the necessarily the first movie.
I like the dystopian. The whole point of it, yeah, it's wasteland stuff for survival.
All right. So what Geiger is basically like Mad Max,
The world's-
except the main
well-
character has superpowers.
What? I thought you wanted me to like the book.
You don't like superpowers?
What's his power? I'm radioactive, man.
He's radioactive.
I just guessed. Is that his powers? He's radioactive?
Yes,
Oh my gosh.
because he was caught in the nuclear explosion.
He's Captain Atom.
But it's interesting though. He's like is radioactive, and his body basically glows like super hot, and it melts anything like it touches. But he has these two cooling rods that this scientist back in a previous time made for him, that he like wears on his back, and it absorbs his whatever his radioactive thing that's going on with his body, and it keeps him in control. So when he has them stowed away, he's like normal, but when he pulls them out, they like work kind of like billy clubs type, like Nightwing has the sticks, but at the same time it makes him like start reacting, and he can't control his power.
I think of Derek Powers, aka Blight, from the villain from Beyond. He'll literally cure himself of this nasty flesh eating virus. He had extreme treatments of radiation. No problem. As he turned himself, yeah, it looks like that in the cover. It glows like that.
So that's the character. It kind of makes me feel like he's kind of like a Ghost Rider-esque character to me.
It looks more like Skeletor, but the neon version.
He is
glow in the
kinda
dark. Yes, I'm Skeletor.
Yeah, so it's interesting. And then he's got this pet dog. It's a 2-headed dog.
We couldn't afford the third head, so we just went with 2.
No, it's just because it's mutated. It's like like the Fallout games.
Is he endangering animals by standing next to them?
No, his dog is mutated because it's been exposed to the radiation.
Does he hug them?
I don't know. He puts the rods away.
He puts the rats with the dog? I don't want to know.
Shut up. Now it's pretty cool that the dog has. In the last issue, the dog had 2 heads, and he lost his little rods. I don't know what you call them. And so he can't control his body, like is reacting without them, and so he can't like stop it. but the dog fetched him, but because the dog had two heads, it was able to fetch both of them. Get it? Like, I was like, oh, that's kind of clever. It's good, handy that your dog has two heads, so he can bring back both sticks. I don't know if that was intentional or just coincidental, but it's a good series.
So
And
the dog's mutated so he can handle radiation.
no, it's mutated because it's in the wasteland.
Yeah, but I'm saying, beginning on him, he's practically radiation. They said the dogs are immune to his radiation.
I don't know if he's actually like radioactive or what. Like so far in the comic, it's just like he glows and his skin is so hot, like anything he touches just like melts through. But I don't know if like you stand next to him if you get radioactive poisoning or not. But they haven't really talked about that. But it's a fun book. I like that the character doesn't want to be a hero. It's not what he's doing. There's reasons why he is what he is. He's got his own motivations. He's just trying to, get by. But he comes across these kids that need his help. And so he's like, begrudgingly, like, okay, you need my help or you're going to die. They're wearing these like hazmat suits. Like you can't, the whole world is like, it's like after the nuclear war. So like, it's just, so they have to, you have to wear hazmat suits or radiation suits outside.
Do they live underground?
No, they lived in Vegas. This is a complicated thing. I don't want to go on. You got to read it. But anyways, so they're on the run from bad people. He knows that they can't survive out in the wasteland without him. So he just like takes them to where they need to go, becomes their escort. And he kind of gets involved in the bigger problem that's going on. So I like that the character's just not like, hey, I'm a hero. Like it's a complicated, and the kids are kind of winning him over because he's got the death of his own family. There's like a traumatic thing that happens in the book. But I just wanted to point out for Eric, he should like it. It's got the checkerboard thing that DC used to do back in his day. See, this is Jeff Johns, I think is. Eric will know.
Skip was pointing that out. Yeah, that. And then is that Hickman that likes to do the lines?
Yeah. I didn't know what the checkerboard was, but then recently I forget what I was watching. Might have been England Teen. I don't know. And someone was talking about how like during a certain era of DC, they did the checkerboard top, and I was like, oh shit, just like Geiger. Wait a second, who's the big DC guy? Jeff Johns. This has got to be some sort of throwback. So, because someone was asking me, like, why does the Geiger book have the checkerboard on top? And I was like, I don't know. I don't like it either. But
because they like chubby checkers? I don't know. Or maybe the caution. Usually they have the caution signs and stuff.
No, I think it's an homage to the old classic DC books, is my guess, because Jeff Johns is a big DC guy. Anyway, so issue 6 hasn't come out yet, but issue 6 is gonna be the final book of the first arc. So it's a good book. We're covering it on the Indie Comic Show. Even Skip liked it enough.
What?
Yeah, I was surprised. Like, really, Skip? Because he doesn't like Snot Rider.
Well, it's not Scott Ryder. It's Jeff Johns. So.
No, but he doesn't like. I like Nocterra quite a bit, but we don't do it on the show because Skip hates it. So it's like, oh, and on the show we only talk about books that we both love. So that's why it's hard to find books that we both love, like similarly, that have like the crossover.
Next week's comic books. Thunder number 18 comes out. Batman and Catwoman number 6. Yay. Batman Secret Files, The Clown Hunter. Issue 1. That's what we want more is more Clown Hunter. What we got here?
This is the last issue of Descender. No.
Ascender. Yeah.
No. Didn't sell well enough.
Who's writing that?
Jeff Lemire.
No.
I love this book. What the fuck? Jeff Lemire draw a cover? Yuck. Who the fuck would buy this over this?
Someone who's drunk.
Ay, ay, ay.
People like the Dark Crystal. I don't know why, but they do.
It's cool. Dark Crystal's cool. So that's another book that's off my list.
Ooh, Blue and Gold #2 comes out.
Pretty soon I'm not going to have any comics to buy. Because, eventually Marvel's going to cancel Daredevil. And I'm not going to...
Ooh. So Eric is a boomer then. According to him, he's calling himself a boomer.
I thought Eric was the silent generation.
No.
He's the missionary generation?
That sounds even worse.
What's the generation? That's the generation before the silent generation, right? Was the missionary?
Yeah, I believe so. They're the ones. No, was it the golden? No. Might have been the golden generation, wasn't it? Missionary was before. I don't know. It was missionary that was going around and just spreading the gospel? Or what they call a freaking missionary for? That's weird. Why is he cutting 4 to 8? He's cutting grass, man. I guess.
You're supposed to cut your grass in the morning.
Yeah. Ooh, Dynamite Lives #3. Yes. With 19 variants. Weird. They really, oh my god. That's the thing that gets killing me from that comic book is they still have a bald Vampirella. Was that posted like avert our 8 or the male gaze from looking at Vampirella and look at all the other characters in there? Females, are they jealous? So dumb.
I don't know. Man, I'm not going to have any comics to buy. I might have to...
Dual Identities #4 is out.
Hey,
That's
Decorum finally comes out in the end of September.
Boom Studios eat the rich. Let's see. Heroes Union. Some other brand. Iron Man #11. They're trying to get $4 for that.
Oh, they're bringing back Frog Thor. I spoiled myself.
Oh, I could have told you that.
That's because you probably already spoiled yourself.
I don't spoil myself, bro.
Why not?
Oh, spoil. I think you meant soil. Kang the Conqueror #1 comes out next week.
What?
Yep. The
Are we
origin
gonna
of
King the Conqueror book?
the origin of Kang the Conqueror. Jackson Lansing is writing it, along with Colin Kelly. Carlos Magno and Espen Grunturn is the artist. Patrick Gleason's doing a variant art, so is Ryan Stigman. Arby Silver, Scotty Young's got a cover too. Todd Knock. There's so many freaking variant covers. Peach Momoko.
That's all she does is variant covers.
I thought she liked peaches. Are you freaking kidding me? No way. No
I would
way.
never kid you.
No, for next week it's coming out. I just saw Lazarus Risen #6, the final one.
Look at you. You were just
Yep,
asking
yep.
about that.
Because it's been so long, I've been seeing. Part 2. Yeah, part 2 to end the war. So is it going to be the last one? It doesn't say. I have to look now. $8 though, because it's a book trade. Pretty much kidding. I wonder if there'll be another one.
Are you not getting the Fight Girls?
I picked up both of those today.
Yeah.
On Wednesday.
Did you get a chance to read them yet?
Not yet. Maneater's The Curse, number 2. Midnight Western Theater by Scout Comics. Moon Knight number 2 with 11 variants. And at this point, I just pick up the normal one. Nightwing 83. Nocterra number 6. Oh, there's Kilometers 3 Zone Cenoscope books coming out. That's weird.
Red Sonja Commemorative Edition?
That must be. Is that what, next week?
Oh, it's this week's.
Oh, this.
Commemorative Edition number 1?
You mean, what do you mean this week? You mean like coming up or when it passed?
Released on the 11th.
That was the probably the
Oh, this is that reprint one.
yeah,
The
reprint
brilliant
one.
debut of Frank Thor and Red Sonja began with Marvel feature number 2 way back in 1975. It was the 70s.
Nobody had it though. I looked. I didn't see it. I'm mad about it though. Of course.
That's the one they had on Kickstarter.
Yep. Shazam number 2.
They're making a Shazam book?
Yeah, I read the first issue. Pretty good. Something because the whole death metal thing, it messed with his his powers are messed up. His last Dark Knight metal crap, and he's forced to go to hell because that's where his rock is. The Rock Eternity got moved into hell realm.
Man, I am getting tired. It's time to bring this stream to a close. I don't know who's still listening to us. I appreciate it, but I feel bad. We're just like,
robots will never go to bed.
This feels like our.
Ooh, what sounds worse? Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow number 3, or Superman and Authority number 2?
First one.
Followed by Superman Red and Blue number 6. Hey, the Premier Managers of Zambula number 2. Sweet.
All Crime Comics. What the hell is this?
All comics are. Ooh, Flash comes out. Yes. Walking Dead Deluxe number 21. Got that on there.
All Crime I never heard of this.
Vampira, Pray for the Sinner comes out. I'm still waiting for mine. I already bought that. The Kickstarter thing. I'm still waiting for that to hit the thing. That's funny. It's going to be... If it's out in freaking stores before I even get my book, I'm going to be mad. This is the book I backed on like freaking Kickstarter.
Bruce Timm did the cover.
Exo Manowar number 5. Is it Valiant? What?
Yeah,
Zombie-
Valiant sucks.
Betty Page, Curse of the Banshee. Kiss Phantom Obsession, #1. Wow, I gotta let let's do Dynamite. I gotta let Ingleton know. He's a big Kiss fan. Did you see that they had Elvira meets Vincent Price?
No.
That was the latest crossover from Dynamite. I almost picked it up, and I was like, no, I can't. Huh. Yep, and then my other book, my other Bench the Vampirilla, ended on issue 22. Didn't get a full 25 issues. Ended. So, and the only Vampire left is a freaking Christopher Priest one. But I think we've gone for long enough. I need to get some sleep in me, and I'm gonna go head over to the comic book store later and get my free books.
Yeah.
Ooh, get your Radiant Black 3rd print edition of #5.
Huh?
Radiant Black is on their 3rd printing for #5.
Radiant Black sucks.
And Dark Knights Death Metal #6 has a band edition, Dream Theater. What?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think I remember seeing that they did a like variant covers for the bands.
And then they're releasing DC poster portfolio of Jay Lee, book. Blade Runner Origins, the first trade is coming out. For Titans, at $18 isn't that bad for a trade.
Not too bad, I guess.
Something called trade called Hershey Disease. That sounds bad. Heroes Reborn. Yes, that's what we want. Along with Gotham City Monsters. Killing Red Sonja. Marauders by Gary Duggan. Marvel Voices is getting its own trade. Wow. Wow, that's so amazing. Meanwhile, One Piece, the manga is on volume number 97. That's $10. Starman Compendium, #1, $60.
Oh yeah, it's like the entire run.
Yeah, that's cool. Isn't it like 50 issues?
I think it's like 80 issues.
Yeah, 80, yeah. Wow.
That's something I think Eric would approve of.
Usagi Yojimbo Saga volume 2. $30. Second edition. Vampire Hunter D is also getting an omnibus for book 1.
I don't know.
And then my Adventures of
Speak of
Vampirella.
these comics that no one should care about.
Vampire Hunter D? That's anime.
Yeah.
The manga. Apparently Dark Horse has been putting out books.
Should have died 30-something years ago.
Let's please see here. Captain America by Rick Remender, omnibus hardcover for $125. Then there's another version. Oh my gosh, there's the one with hey, there's 2 versions of that. The variant hardcover, same price. And the
Rick's like, how are y'all still up? We're barely hanging on. Friday night, or it was Friday night, and we were just stayed up all night. But
we're
we
in
need
college, bro. We stay up all the time. There you go. This is what you need to hear. The What If Original Marvel Series Omnibus Volume 1 hardcover, $100. You can also get the Persema variant with Thor, with the female Thor, for $100. There's also another one with the Fantastic Four on the front. There's a Kirby variant for $100. So if you want those, the What If Original Marvel Series Volume 1, hardcover.
I'd rather have the Starman book.
It collects 1 through 15 and 17 through 22.
Rather have the Starman book.
Wow. This should be a random here for you when you read the Comic Geeks. Look at the trending discussions for Urban 6. They have an Urban
Eric
6.
says maybe if you read the comments an hour earlier. What?
You don't have comments over there.
Yeah.
Which I haven't seen anybody. I saw that Generation Computer Robots has been talking about boomers for the past hour.
Weirdo.
And how are you talking to us if you're driving to work, bro?
He's probably at work now.
Well, how are you talking to us if you're at work?
What the hell is this? Spider-Man Life Story Annual?
Yep.
How do you first of all, how do you have an annual for a limited series? Can someone explain this to me?
I don't know. It's a DLC. That's what I look at it as. This is
A
what
special encore return to the world of Spider-Man Life Story by the original creative team. Spider-Man. He's a threat. He's a menace, and J. Jonah Jameson will do whatever it takes to make the world see it. But in this companion piece to last year's hit miniseries, Spider-Man Life Story, will the decades of his obsession bear fruit for Jonah or be his destruction? Chip Zdarsky and Mark Bagley reunite for this story told in a world where Marvel's beloved characters aged in real time. Yeah, but first they didn't age in real time. That's weird. But how you do that in a one book? I don't know how you do a life story in a one book. This doesn't make any sense.
Nothing makes sense anymore. What's my total for this? Yeesh.
Well, I'm gonna
If
have
I
to
pick-
add this
oh
to the
my-
poll.
Oh my gosh. This is gonna kill me. My total for a poll list is me $63.
What?
I might have to drop a book.
What are you getting that $63 is not Geiger?
Blade Runner Origins, Blue and Gold 2, Catwoman 34, Dynamite Lives number 3, Lazarus Risen, which has popped out of nowhere, Moon Knight number 2, Noctera number 6, Shazam number 2, The Crimean Man-Eaters of Zamboa number 2, Flash, Walking Dead Deluxe number 21, and then Robin Hood from Xenoscope, and The Black Cat number 9. So I may drop off a couple of these books. I may drop off Moon Knight number 2. And maybe Shazam number 2. Because what is the annual is $8, and then the Lazarus is also $8 too. And then everything I'm buying is $3.99.
Yeah, these comic prices are getting out of control.
All right. Maybe I'll luck out, and maybe these freaking books will be on, like, you know. Well, the other thing they screwed me up too is actually, I think about Blade Runner Origins was supposed to be last week.
Yeah, that's another thing too. I just don't want to buy for expensive books. Like you release these $4.99 books, I'm just like not buying it. This is the only way these publishers are gonna know that they can't just raise the prices. But as long as they do and people keep buying the books, they're like, well, why shouldn't we raise the price? You'll keep buying them.
I believe you keep raising the price, if you're gonna start charging like $10 for normal books and then like $20 for annuals or anything else. Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of people stop buying comic books.
Oh, I don't know though. Like they just aren't batting an eye. DC's charging you $7.99 for Batman Urban Legends. $7.99 an issue, and people are just buying it up, even though they made Robin gay. I could buy my Frontier. It's like,
I'm curious to see what the sales numbers for that though is.
Well, I mean, this is not sales, but it's up high on the pull list on Comic Geeks.
Yep.
Detective Comics is $5. Wonder Woman's $5. Joker's $5.99. It's a top book.
Well, Joker's ending because Tynion was writing that.
I don't know if it's ending. They might be handing it off to someone else.
Tom King.
Infinite Frontiers, $5.
I'm just with all the DC books coming out and Josh Williamson writing like 2 different books right now. I wonder if they actually would hand him another book because he's proven he can write books on time. You know, multiple books.
He is writing multiple books. He's
Yeah.
writing Infinite Frontier.
Infinite Frontier. What else is he writing? He's
writing Robin.
Robin, yeah, and then he's got like another one split thought.
I think he's writing one of the stories in like the Urban Legends or something.
Yeah.
I think he's writing a backup somewhere. I don't know. I just don't care.
Just Zdarsky, if you can write Batman now.
It's weird how you can just make me not care. I went from DC's great to like fuck them. Just
Catch Ash a few weeks later.
Eric says Teeny Howard is coming to DC. All is well. Eric says, but when I complain about new comics, Ash lectures me. I don't lecture you about complaining about new comics. I try to get you on to talk to me about new comics. You don't want to.
I can't remember who Teeny Howard is, but I'm already afraid it's probably be someone I don't want to read. Bye.
Teeny Howard is the writer of Excalibur.
Can you imagine if Cantwell jumped ship to DC and wrote Batwoman or Batman? Leaving Iron Man the rights. Batman. Chris Cantwell writing Batman. We've never seen a longer Batman than that.
Eric says, you're reading comments from an hour ago, and since you're old and senile, you've forgotten what you're talking about. What are you talking about? That comment was at 6:04. That was 2 minutes ago. You're a weirdo. Am I like in a space-time loop or something? Am I missing time?
Ash, where'd you go? I can't hear you.
I don't understand what Eric's talking about.
I just woke up. You're yelling at me. I like it real because it's like, back, around 7:59 says, I'm literally getting off of work and see you still alive. Well, I guess he hopes he sees us dead. Y'all missed my predictions for the next 2 issues of Iron Man. Okay, I'll go back. I'll scroll up. Next 2, okay. Iron Man 11. I predict it will be the issue that Stark gets hit with a bunch of Me Too lawsuits. Followed by issue 12 will be the issue that Stark comes out of the closet because Hellcat told him he was gay and everyone had. You said that like 3 hours ago, Marania. Even I remember that one. The second part. I didn't miss it. I just chose not to read it.
Geiger is an indie book, so it sucks. And I hate it. Well, of course. You hate everything that's indie.
You just saw that comment? He posted that comment like 10, 15 minutes ago, bro.
Hashtag read New Marvel. I do read New Marvel. I read Daredevil, and I'm proud. Oh, I read the Amazing Fantasy too. I got on the bandwagon.
Mariah, also, you posted those comments about the Iron Man thing back when he was having his Pearl Harbor moments.
Are you reading Amazing Fantasy, Eric Breen?
I am.
I am too. It's Amazing Fantasy.
Did you like the first one?
Yeah.
I told you it was like different, but I liked it though.
It was cool.
It felt old school.
It felt old school, yeah.
I mean, old school, like classic Silver Age.
Yeah. So Eric probably should avoid it because
he said he almost picked it up off the shelf, but then
he only likes New Marvel. He said so in this. I have it on the screen right here. Read New Marvel. So Eric should probably get something like Runaways. I think that would be up his alley. Don't you think?
Runaways. That's the one with the lesbians by Rick Rucka, right?
Or maybe Strange Academy. That would be up his alley.
Strangers in the Academy.
Can't believe this book is still coming out. That's the thing about Marvel, man. Their comics are like, they're so just prolific, and they just pump out all these books. You just forget that they even exist.
Holy crap! Captain Frugal finally got power back on.
Oh wow, we've been on that long.
Well, technically, I thought he lost power 2 days ago, right? Yeah, that's been the second day. Crazy. Well, congrats to him, man. It sucks. I've been 3 days without power, and it's like freaking 90 and muggy. Having to go down to the gas station to use the bathroom because you get no running water. Because I have a well water, I don't have city water. City water is nasty.
Well, compared to well water. Oh man, should I get this? Oh, should I get this?
Get which one? What is it? Superman 78. With Robert Venditti, I can tell you right now, it's gonna be way better than Batman 89. Batman 89 didn't. I don't want to spoil it for you, but I didn't feel like Batman 89. They had the characters in there, but it didn't feel like the. It's like my, and I kind of agree with what Engelstein said. It felt like they took the 89 characters, and just didn't watch the movie.
Well, it's written by the guy who wrote the movie.
Yeah, it's just, but just saying, it didn't feel like the original movie. It just felt like, yeah. But then again, I guess it was still a okay book. I don't want to put it down, but I mean, Margaret Kidder, Lois Lane. I want that.
I
Gene,
don't like the
Gene
cover.
Hackman.
Let me see about the variant. Oh, that.
Yep.
That looks like our boy.
Yeah.
Christopher Reeve's been working out. Looks a muscular Christopher Reeve.
That's Tyler Hoechlin.
That's Christopher Reeve.
No, it's Tyler Hoechlin. He's got the muscle suit on.
That's Christopher Reeve. It's Superman 78.
All right.
It's not Superman fucking 2021.
No. Marania says they took the 89 Batman characters and rolled them in 2021. That is true. They did write them in 2021, but they meant to have them in 2008, in 1989. Some old man was mentioning that in a video. So watched Marania. Oh, I watched in a video. I watched. I don't like these Mad Libs. Reeve did actually work out for Superman, but the spandex cancel out a lot of all the muscular definition, except for his chunk. Unfortunately, when you wear spandex, no muscle padding can hide that.
Well, yes, I understand, Marania. The spandex did hide some of the definition, but he was not built like this.
The abs, yes. The ribs.
Just, I mean, look at the arms. I mean, that's a lot of meat on the bone there.
Look at the neck, man. You see the neck? That's John Cena's neck.
Yeah, that's something that the new guy doesn't have. He's got a pencil neck. It looks weird when he's in the suit because he's all like muscular, but you can see his neck. Like people who are really muscular like that don't have little skinny necks. They have necks like this.
Full beans.
I don't know what to get. I like that, but I kind of like. I mean, I don't like the A cover, but it is the A cover.
I love the A cover because the classic look of the people.
That doesn't look classic.
Margaret Kidder hairstyle, Gene Hackman, filthy face, original Brainiac in the costume with face. It looked.
Gene Hackman. He didn't cut his hair off in the movies.
With the bald cap.
Oh, yeah, he did have a ball cap.
Yeah. Remember at the end, I'm Lex Luthor, and the thing flew off his little wig.
Hmm. That was the whole thing. I remember they were like always teasing that they were going to do a Brainiac as the villain in the sequel that they never ended up doing. So it's
Right.
interesting.
Marina said they had to hide the junk because it would have seemed too huge to see it on the big screen. Can you imagine? Like, that would have been the most talked about thing. Super junk on the big screen.
Should I get this book or not?
Well, are they stock variants or are they like?
This is $3.99 cover price. I don't know. Is this a mini series or is this going to be ongoing?
I think it's just going to be a mini series. I don't think it's going to be. Does it
It
say
doesn't
there?
say mini series on the
Oh.
thing. Just
Yeah, it doesn't.
man, Venditti's so good, and it's like
Well, if you click on the next one, does it give you an option to choose the next issue? Click on it.
yeah.
How far does it let you go for the series?
I think it just has 3.
I'm surprised it didn't tell you.
So it's not solicited as a mini series.
Huh.
Because if it's a mini series, I'm just gonna for sure trade weight it.
Dude, it's Robert Venditti. They're going to let him write an ongoing series of Superman. That would just make basically look Jonathan Kent look like shit. I'm surprised they're letting him doing a mini series. People are gonna look at this like, holy crap, this is great. Especially if he writes it like he did with Man of Tomorrow. His digital one.
Mm-hmm.
It's just gonna blow the socks and people are like, oh my gosh, it's great. And then when they go to reading out the Jonathan Kent one, the main one, it's like Son of Kal-El. Like they're like, what is this crap?
All right, I'm gonna put it. I guess it doesn't hurt to put it on my pull list here.
Well, it's on your pull list, but whatever you go and grab, if it's there, just mark it off. You got it. That's what I do. I've literally just used it as a checklist, and then when I go there, I click on my phone. It says it's in my add it to my collection.
Darkhawk #1.
In 1966, it became known as the Go-Go Checks. Marvel used them for their Assistant Editors Month in 1984 as a homage to this distinguished competition. And then again, we got Horror of Bat Nipples and Bat Butts.
Darkhawk's being written by Kyle Higgins.
Oh, I see Al Ewing and anything, I'd avoid it.
Al Ewing can write.
Isn't he the one that wrote that racist, crappy version of Henry Williams?
Oh, what?
Was it Al Ewing? Who was the one that wrote the bad? I thought he wrote something that was very bad and offensive. Al Ewing did.
I don't know. He was Immortal Hulk.
But before that, I thought he was writing something. Maybe Breen knows with his complete comic book behind.
He's writing that indie series. We only find them when they're dead, and that's pretty good.
Guardian of the Galaxy. I think he just originally did that. Oh, that's what he wrote. That's why you don't like him. Loki, Agent of Asgard. He wrote that. The whole Loki being, good, gender fluid, all that stuff.
Is Breen is messing with me? He's talking about the Go-Go Checks now, finally, as an homage to the distinguished competition.
Is Breen on like a delay?
Yeah, maybe Breen's not watching. Maybe that's why he's like you're an hour later. He's not. You're not watching live, maybe.
Al,
See what? How many hours ahead is Breen? Is he on Central Time? No, he's on East Coast time,
he's
right?
hour ahead of me. Al Ewing did that horrible Guardians of the Galaxy that was last year. Mortal Hulk, Empire. He wrote that. Gamma
So,
Flight.
Breen, it should be 9:19 your time. if it's not 9:19 when you're hearing this, you're messed up. That's funny. This happened the other day. I did this on England team, or you guys were on a stream, and I was watching you guys, and I was commenting, and I was only like 10 minutes behind them. I was like, why is this? That's and I was like, and I looked over on my screen, and I saw that the little progress indicator, there was a gap, and I was like, oh shit. No wonder. I was like commenting 10 minutes back.
Yeah, what else he wrote? He wrote Rockets. He did Avengers Standoff.
Look, there's a new Defenders book.
Oh, yeah, he is writing the Hellfire Gala.
Oh, it's written by Al Ewing. Speak of the Devil.
Yeah, I told you. He's
The new like we just all Marvel does is reboot shit.
That's what I was telling you about. Now look at the variant cover. There's a variant cover. Look at the bottom, like at the bottom left one. Yeah, that's the one I was looking at. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Even the bottom right, it was kind of.
Oh, this is Ron Lim. Of course, it looks cool.
Oh, it looks great.
Yeah,
but look at you look at top. She's the red She-Hulk Harpy now.
What?
That's Betty. That's Betty Ross.
What?
Yep, she's back to being Harpy again for whatever freaking reason.
Who's this dude with the guns?
That might be Nor Spider-Man. That's what it looks like. He's got the goggles too and everything. Usually lists. If you scroll down, they might tell you.
Masked Raider, maybe? It says here, the Defenders, Doctor Strange, and the Masked Raider take on a non-team of Marvel's weirdest, wildest heroes on a mission that will uncover the hidden architecture of reality itself. This Cosmo was not the first to exist, but if the Defenders can track Marvel's oldest villains through the deepest trenches of time, it might be the last.
It's got Javier Rodriguez. It's a weird cover. Modern comic books fans be like, who's Prince Price?
That's an interesting cover. Kind of reminds me of that famous, I think it's Hulk, what is it, 340? The one, the Wolverine, and you see the Hulk's reflection in his claws.
Yeah, I mean, see his junk or lack of junk. He's a Ken doll. Poor guy.
Yeah, that's a cool cover. I would get this one if I were getting. Yeah, I like Silver Surfer.
The bottom right one it's a horizontal one, I think.
Another Momoko variant? Jeez. Bottom right? Oh, I don't like these horizontal covers though.
It's the old school Tron, so who's
Perez Hidden Gem variant.
Ooh. That's cool.
Not really. This is like they stole a bunch of Perez art somewhere and put it on these little squares. I don't like when they do that.
It's like Capcom. Choose your.
How about you commission Perez to draw you an actual cover?
He just canceled 2 Comic-Cons. I don't think he's drawing anything, bro.
Well, just because he canceled Comic-Cons doesn't mean he's not drawing.
He may not. He might not be feeling well. I don't know if he's really.
He might not be. He might not want to just risk COVID. I don't know. Either that, or like I said, just don't. I don't like when they take art from like other things and cut it up and try to sell it as a cover. We got a Rob Liefeld cover.
Marty says George Perez is losing his eyesight.
That sucks.
How old is he? Mid 60s, or is he older than that? 70s?
He's probably old.
I don't think he's anywhere near 80.
Do, 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 do.
You just keep going back to that silver junk.
Love me some silver junk.
Literally, that looks like Nowhere Spider-Man. It's funny. But yeah, it says in there. Yeah, they actually said in the cast on there.
All right, you got to get going. As much as I like staying up hanging out, I'm gonna spend the day away here.
I'm gonna have some cold pizza for breakfast because
That
that's what college kids do now.
sounds good.
I had Chinese before while we're talking.
Look, I up my pull list with my free comic book day stuff. It made my pull list huge. Maybe I will go to the comic book store today.
What's your price? Says $8.
$3.45.
Wow.
These are all free. Free comic day.
That's why.
Yeah, I went through like the comics and I added all the free comic book day stuff that I want to my pull list, so it made it look all big. Otherwise, it was just Daredevil.
I was like, how do you spend $4 for like all those books? You broke the freaking comic. Oh. Alrighty. I think we'll call it. It's almost 7:00. We've thank you for showing up for the auction. We'll encourage you to watch tonight's auction on I Love Comics. But I don't think it's going to be at 8 hours. He said he's going to do like a 4-hour or a one box auction. So, which normally has been 4 hours. I think we might be done in 2 hours. We'll see.
He doesn't stream as long as me. So if you want good long streams, Ash on Comics is your new place to be, apparently. But thank you guys for hanging out with us, whoever's here. And Eric, too. Eric will probably get this in about an hour.
Yeah.
The stream will be over. We'll all be asleep. He'll be like, what's going on? But hopefully, Eric, you have a good day at work. Wow, Ash really needs to phrase things better. What did I say?
I don't know. If you like, because she's on the delay, remember? Well, if you like long streams.
Oh, yeah, if you like long streams. Yeah.
Long, refreshing streams.
I gotta resist the urge to go dark on that.
Eric, you might be in a delay because you just finally said I'm not a delay when I said like what? How many minutes ago?
It's been at least 30 minutes.
8:22, and I said click the live button. You're on a delay. It's now 8:28. You're on a 6-minute delay, bro.
You're not good at messing with people. You're supposed to be like play it off like it's been 30 minutes. So Eric questions his own sanity.
No, he won't. This Sandy left a long time ago. Were you not here last year? He never recovered.
Those aren't things to joke about, Mankman.
Who is set up joking? You'll know when he's on a delay, when he starts buying new Marvel books.
No, because he's such a delay. By the time he buys them, there'll be back issues.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. There'll be back issues. He'll still be buying new Marvel books. This is what your definition of new is.
Hey, Eric, you can pick up Amazing Spider-Man Free Comic Book Day edition. It's written by Al Ewing and Rom V, so maybe it's good. and it's free, so you don't have to spend any money. See, and that way you're not technically buying a new Marvel comic. You don't break your rule.
Yep.
Yeah. See. All right, kids. I'm gonna wrap this up. Thank you for being here. I don't know how to end things, but this is a hangout stream. You just can come and go as you choose. Listen to us ramble on. Look at this. I had 95 playbacks. Average watch time is 27 minutes. Wow. That sounds like really good until you look and go, this live stream is 7 hours long. So, oh, it's terrible. Half of it will be good. Other half will block me. Oh man, there was like a good artist on it too. I thought. I can't remember who was the artist. Let me check.
It was Ram V, but he also. Oh, actually, no. It's gonna be Zeb Wells, Al Ewing, Kelly Thompson, Ram V, Salim Ahmed, Brian Hitch,
Oh yeah, Brian Hitch.
Patrick Gleason.
Brian Hitch doing Spider-Man. Yeah, Brian Gleason did the cover art. That's why.
Oh,
it's the cover.
okay.
All right. Well, anyways, it's free. So if it
There's
sucks,
also there's
if it
also
sucks,
Hulk.
you can make a Zach style video where you like rip it up on camera. It's about time you do another video. It's been 6 months.
Which variant of Zach is that? The running joke we have our Zach Richards. There's so many variants. I told him, I saw his brother popped up on Facebook, and I said, I'm like, dude, you gotta get your brother a freaking variant jacket. He looks just like him. A little older, maybe a little younger, but it's funny. So it's true. Zach is a variant. He says it's his brother, but it looks just like him. I mean, it's spot on.
Okay. Well, we're never going to end otherwise. So,
All right.
There
If
you
you
go.
had 7 hours and 1 minute and 25 seconds, you're insane if you stayed that long.
good night, everyone. Be safe. Have a good free comic book day. Don't forget to treat your comic book people nice. Don't be too greedy with the free books. And I'll catch you later.